me fast if my screen is visible to you. Cool. Okay, fine. So AngularJS. Now, if you want to learn a very simple definition for AngularJS, so you can say that it is a JavaScript framework, right? If we want to have a very simple definition, we can say that it is a framework of JavaScript or a JavaScript framework. It is a JavaScript framework. Now, it's a very simple question. What is framework? What is framework? Sorry? Set of rules. Okay, so I think the equivalent of Angular is React.js, right? And for React, we say that it is a library of JavaScript. It is a library of JavaScript. So what is the basic difference between library and framework? Library and framework. So let's have a very real life example for it. Libraries will provide you resources that you have to use, as well as this framework will provide you a ready to use service. What? Ready to use service. Now, what is this resources and ready to use services? Just have a look over it. Library means you will get resources, but you have to comply with them. Means, let's say, what is Hyderabad's famous dish? Wow, biryani. So now let's say if you want to eat biryani, now there are two methods for it. One is the library method, another one is the framework method. So I will answer all the questions, guys, course duration and all. Just give me some time. So now if you want to have biryani, now there are two options. First option is using the library format. Now what is this library format? Simply is you will get all the resources to cook biryani, but you have to cook it. Let's say main ingredient is rice, cereals and all those things that you will get, but you have to cook it. It means that resources you are getting, whatever is required to cook biryani, you will get everything, but you have to put your a little hard work to cook. But in terms of framework, you just have to open Zomato and click. That's it. Very less efforts. Ready to use service. So framework is ready to use service. Clear the difference between library and framework? So in comparison of React, in Angular, we have to write a little less code. See, whenever we are talking about libraries or framework, what is the actual need of them? Like we can easily develop any good website with the help of HTML, CSS and JavaScript, right? We can develop. Then what was the need of introducing these kind of things? React is there, Angular is there, Vue is there, Vue.js. But what is the actual need of these things? Because code was getting too much longer. So now if I give you a very short example for this, in around 2014 and 15, if you check the Play Store, and the app size of WhatsApp was around 44 MB that time. And at that time, only there were two options in WhatsApp, chat and calls. Status option was not there at that time. But now if you check it, it is 18 MB. It is 18 MB. Means they have introduced many features. Status feature. Now I think channel options we got that you can subscribe to channel and whatever they are publishing. Means they are keep on adding the features, but size is getting reduced. How is it possible? It means that something they are doing by which they are able to reduce the lines of code. And that's how they are using the libraries or frameworks. I will show you. Now, I think everybody is done with the HTML, CSS and JavaScript. Not you. Huh? So if you are done with the HTML, CSS and JavaScript, Next.js is also in framework, sir. Yes, sir. Next.js is also a framework. Now, let's say if I open Flipkart here, just a simple example. And now my question is, let's say in the search box, I'm typing, let's say something mobiles. Okay. I'm searching for mobiles. A particular list of mobiles will come. Now, how you will build this thing using HTML, CSS and JavaScript? Generally, we have to create a div, then placing the image, displaying the flags and all those things we will do. For the second thing, same thing, right? For the second also, we will copy paste the div and change the image source and all the details, right? Now, let's check how many actual mobiles are there. Too much. And there are, let's say, check the total number of pages. How many pages are there? So lots of, right? So what I'm taking as a particular calculation that one page is displaying 25 mobiles and there are 50 pages. So this is the total calculation, 1250. It means that you have to create 1250 components to just display mobiles. Now think about the code, how much code will be written. You can think. That's how the sizes were too much large around 2013, 14 or 15. But now what they are doing is, let's say Angular or any React. Voice is not clear. Check your internet connection. Maybe it's a problem from your side itself. Now what we are doing is, now if I want to do this particular thing using React, what I have to do is just one component, this one, any one component. So at first we will create only one component and after that we will render it multiple times. It means that the components will reduce from 1050 to 1. And after that, you just have to pass the props, means arguments, and everything will be displaying as it is you want. We will display all these things. We will build all these things. So that is the need now. Earlier in 2013, 14, 15, there were not much users. And I think technology boomed in India after Geo, right? We got access to high-speed internet after Geo itself. So before that, not too much users were there and everything was going with a low speed. But as this particular things are changing very rapidly, what we have to do is we also have to change ourselves in a way that we are ready to use service. That's why we are just complying with these frameworks and libraries. Okay, understood? Now let's come down to the definition here. Understood the difference between libraries and frameworks? Or if you have any doubt, you can let me know. Okay, good. Now we have seen the difference between libraries and framework, course duration. I will discuss all these things. First, let's talk about Angular. I'll answer all the questions, guys. Just hold on here. Now, if you're talking about Angular JS, it's a framework. Why we need it? Generally for reusable code. Means we are writing code one time and you keep on reusing it, right? So I used to say it for fun, then developers depends on Control C and Control V. Copy paste, right? Either from ChatGPT or some other sources. But it is a possible thing in terms of libraries and framework that there you can reuse your code. Let's say you are searching for mobiles. It means you are uploading all the mobiles there. So just build only one component and you can render it 10,000 times. Same code. How we will do it, we'll see it there. Okay. So that was the need at that time. Now let's change the definition. So it is a JavaScript framework. But before that, I will write it is a free and open source JavaScript framework. Free and open source JavaScript framework. No need to write these things, guys, because definition will change third time also. Again, you have to cut it and write it again. So it is a free and open source JavaScript framework. Now, free we can understand, right? What is open source? Everyone can use it. Not like that. What do you mean by source code available? Class is in Amirpet, not Kukatpalli. So open source means there are two things to understand about open source. See, there are two things, open source and closed source. Open source and closed source. Now the problem is here, if your code is open source, anyone can access it. I'm not talking about particular feature. I'm talking about the entire internal process. Let's say you go to any street vendor for to eat anything. Now, if you ask, let's say, how you prepare this chutney, they will not tell you. It's their secret. Means they will sell it. Okay, no, this is coming from my grandfather, then my father, now me, then my son. Means there is something secret in their particular ingredient that they are not ready to tell you. Otherwise, everyone can copy that, right? So now let's talk about any particular soft drink. Let's say Coca-Cola is there. Their recipe, or they don't only know about it. We don't know how to prepare Coca-Cola. If we know, again, new factory is ready in Hyderabad. That is the issue with open source and closed source. But in terms of coding, we can make our things open source. Open source means we can show our source code to the peoples so that they can use it and they can actually tell us the problem in the code so that we can fix that, right? Now, let's say I'm your trainer here and you will be with me for, let's say, around 2 months. Now, you only will tell me my problem, right? If I have to, yes. Why are you talking? Feeling bored? Feeling bored? No, if you're feeling bored, just let me know. I'll stop for 1 minute. Then we will start. No? Okay, cool. Open source means, let me show you why I'm saying open source. So once you just go to GitHub and search there Angular. In GitHub, you just go there and search. I think everybody knows about GitHub. Very good. How many are you from BTech? BTech CSE especially? No one. How is it possible that in the entire class, no one is from BTech CSE? It's the culture of India now, right? Okay, I'm from BTech CSE. Now you can raise hand. Yeah, very good. GitHub we know very well, right? Because we download our mini project and projects from GitHub only. Now, if you go to GitHub and search Angular, listen guys now. So once you are searching Angular, so you can check this particular repository is coming there. And this is the source code of Angular. This is the source code of Angular, publicly available. How they developed the Angular, it is this much code. Now, I think most of you are from Python and .NET, right? So Python is started. Python is closed source or open source? Sure. Open source in terms of uses means you can freely use it, but the source code of Python is not available. So Python is closed source in terms of source code. Now, if you search here Python or Java also, so this is something algorithms implemented in Python, but not the actual source code of Python. So Python is closed source in terms of source code, but Angular is not like that. Angular is, now, you know why they are making, who's the owner of this particular Angular? Google. Google created this. And if you check it here, it is making use of 87% of TypeScript. So TypeScript is the disciplined brother of JavaScript. We will talk about that. So this is JavaScript and like that. But there is one thing to see here. Should I slow down my pace, speed? Is it okay? Okay, cool. Now, if you check here that there are actually 2020 contributor, open source contributor means there are actually 2020 pupils till now who have contributed to Angular JS as open source. Now, what I will tell you, what you do is, let's say we will make use of Angular and you found one particular problem in that. So generally we will know that this particular module is creating problem, right? Now, let's say I'm using some mobile. I open my calculator and I type 2 plus 2 and it is showing me 5. Means it is a wrong thing. So what I will do, I will write a mail to my, like whatever mobile company I'm using, that your calculator is not working fine. It is showing me bugs. And these are the bugs and you can fix it like this. And send to them. They will review it. If it is correct only, then they will change it. And that is the benefit of creating open source thing. Now, I will tell you one more thing. Google started working it on 2009. Give me a minute, guys. Stop talking, guys. Okay, so Google started developing it in 2009 and the initial release came in 2012. Means it was ready to use in 2012. What happened is Google thought that if we are developing something in 2012, but the technology is already booming. At that time, not in India, but in outsider countries, it was booming. So how you can actually create scalable things in short period of time, right? Let's say you started building your own home. Now the problem is you really want to create a very decent, good home. Now, what you will do? For that, you will see the advice of experts. Now, if Angular is a product of Google, how experts will come? Not everyone is employee of Google, right? Not everyone is an employee of Google. So what they did, okay, let's make it open source. People will see the problem and there are some good people that they will try to fix the problem. And now whatever problem the developers were fixing, Angular was adding it inside its source code. And now that is how Angular very popular now. It's very popular. After that, what happening is, I'll tell you one more thing. Same is with the Android. Android is operating system and it is under Google itself. Android phone. What is Android in that? Android is the operating system. What is iOS? iOS is the operating system. What is Windows? Windows is an operating system. Like that only, this particular Android is an operating system which is under Google and it is also open source. You know why Google made it open source? Because Google acquired Android in around 2008 and 10. So Android is an operating system particularly for the devices with a touch screen. That's the complete definition of Android. Now Google acquired it and Google again thought the same thing, that if we are developing feature, we have limited employees and it will take us around 10 years to develop something very good. But we don't have 10 years. So Android was open source. Now what people are doing at that time, even not people, if you ask your seniors around those who have internet around 2012 or 13. So at that time, even I used to do that. My mobile is there. There was an option to open a software developer mode in your mobile, right? Developers mode in your mobile, you can open it. How many of you know this? There's a developers mode in your mobile. By that, you can write code that will work for you. Now, if you are writing code and Google noticed it and Google checked that, wow, it's a good thing. It was introduced in the next version of Android as for publicly available. So that is the benefit of creating open source thing. And now also there are multiple open source projects going on GitHub. If you have interest, you can go there and you can push your code. Okay. And it will be helpful for you. Now we are talking about Angular. So it is a free and open source JavaScript framework developed by, no need to write now also. You are not a nursery KG or LKG kid, so you have to write down those things. Just try to understand it. Do I have any copy here, copy pen from where I'm noting down it here? No. Just try to understand the meaning of each and individual word. Framework you understood now? Open source you understood now? Simple. It is a JavaScript framework which is free and open source. You can say it, right? So no need to write. But it's not like that. Notes will not be provided. Notes will be provided to you. So it is a free and open source JavaScript framework developed by Google. It is used to develop single page application. Now, what is single page application? What is single page application? Okay, now let's answer some of the questions from chat box. Then we'll start. Which is more demanding company? Both are demanding if you have good knowledge. Degree BCom. Okay, fine. So, and now let's talk about what is single page application. See, how many of us have used Flipkart or let's say Amazon, or what I'm asking? It's the tradition now. Now, whenever you are opening Flipkart in particular laptop or system, means website you are using. So let's use Flipkart now. And let's say you want to order some particular office chair from this office chair. Let's say you just search the office chairs, and let's say I want to buy this particular chair. And same thing you are doing in your mobile. You will see a little bit difference. Product will be same, price also will be same. I think not much difference and all. Everything will be same. UI will be same. UI means this green color, Flipkart, everything will be same. But there will be a difference. What is the difference? I will show you the difference now. Let's say I am particularly on this page, this one. If you want to click this particular chair, it opened it in a new tab. Now you will say it's not a big deal, sir. We can give target blank, right? We can remove that. Something like that we can do. But here it is a multi-page application. Multi-page. Let's say you are opening Flipkart in your mobile and you search office chair, click. Will it open in any other app? Will it crash your mobile application and open something other? No. It will open everything inside, particularly that. Inside that only. Not outside. Inside it will happen. Now, there is very famous website for checking cricket scores, right? CrickBuzz, very good. No cricket fan here? Kohli fan? Dhoni fan? Very good, very good. Dhoni is retired, by the way. Listen, guys. Now, this is the website. And this website is not using React nor Angular. This is simple build using HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Guys, now let's say you want to check the score of this particular thing. You click on this and you will see that it is refreshing here. It is refreshing. You can open anything. Let's say I want to check rankings of men. Refresh again. Whatever you are opening here, it will refresh every time. Is there any problem with refreshing? With you, it's not a problem. But once you are dealing with the internal thing, there will be a problem. So now let's have a funny example for this. What will happen is, let's say there's a small kid in your home and you ask him, okay, tell me countings. Generally, we do these kind of things with our kids, right? So he or she started saying like 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 and stuck on 5. Now you give him or her a pause that, okay, again you try. Again, he or she started trying from 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Refreshing from starting every time. It means that even if the child has told you the counting till 99 and stuck on 100, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, till then it will come to 100. Now it's a problem, right? Yes, it is a problem. It means that whenever you are going to load something in your page, it will refresh the website. Entire website. Now, the main thing is simple, this one. Let's say if I want to check this match, India versus, I think, Japan under 19. Why the entire website is getting refreshed, I don't know. It should refresh this page only. It means that if child is saying that 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, then he should remember that after 5, 6 is there. Then he should start from 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11 like that. But what he's doing is 1, 2, 3, 4 every time. So it's a wastage of time as well as your internet. Because whatever the website size is there, it will load every time. You can try it. This is a practical actually. Do one thing, open youtube.com in your particular browser. Okay. In mobile, Chrome or whatever browser you are using. And search at least 10 videos there. Let's say shorts you are playing or Instagram. So reels 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10 reels you play. And check how much internet you lost. Do the same thing with mobile and watch 10 reels. And you will see that in mobile it is faster, right? In mobile apps are faster than website. Why? Because they are single page application. They are not refreshing the entire application again and again. Now you understood single page application. But do we have websites like that? Yes, of course we have websites like that. So now I will show you one website. Let's say official Node.js website that we will use here. So this is the Node.js website. Let's go on to this. Now, if you click anywhere on this website, let's say I want to learn something, but now, okay, it is downloading, wait. Okay, now just check it. Now these are the first page of, even if you're clicking something, did it refresh? But it opened a new page for you. It will not refresh, but it will open a new page for you. Now I will show you one website. And I am the developer of this particular website, and this website is using React. Same as with Angular also, but it is using React. Now, if you want to go to the about page, see the transition without refreshing. Our academics, again, it is going to one another page without refreshing the entire website. And what we are doing here, saving our time as well as saving our internet and saving our energy also. And that's what we mean by single page application. Understood? Understood or not? If you have any doubt, just let me know. Single page application means your entire website will work as a single page. Single page, no need of refreshing everything. Basically, it will behave like mobile apps. Understood now? Sure. Okay. Now, I think the definition is very clear. It is a free open source framework of JavaScript developed by, it is used to create Now tell me, is there anything to write this definition? No. Everything is crystal clear here itself. Okay. Anyone having any doubt in the definition of AngularJS? Okay. Arey. You guys need to talk with each other for at least 10 seconds, right? Otherwise, we don't have any energy to listen to the class. And see, I'm going to be the trainer for AngularJS here. And there are only two problems with the classes. First is talking with each other is not allowed at all. Second thing is, if you are not comfortable with English, means if you are totally dependent on your native language, Telugu. So for me, it's Telugu Radu. So don't expect Telugu from me, okay? Because see, the problem is, even if you're attending any interview, your interviews are not going to be in Telugu. First, try to understand this thing. English, sir, English. My the native language, Japanese. It's Hindi. I'm from UP. Listen, guys. Again, okay. So, but I will try to make English very simple here, right? Very simple. Now, what are the prerequisites of this course? Guys, I'm coming to the prerequisite only. Don't worry. I know the flow of class. So just wait for the end of class. You will learn everything. What are the prerequisites? Prerequisite means what you actually need before Angular to have to work with Angular. So I will say by blindfold, it is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. You must know all these things very well. I'm not saying that basic knowledge of HTML, basic knowledge of CSS, basic knowledge of JS. No. Decent knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Okay, you should have these many things. Now, as we know that Angular is more comfortable with TypeScript, not JavaScript. So TypeScript we will discuss within this course. So around first 10 to 12 classes will be for TypeScript. We will discuss about TypeScript in the first 10 to 12 sessions, and we will finish TypeScript. Then we will move to Angular. These are the prerequisites of this course. Okay, understood? Now, if you are saying that you are about to complete JavaScript, can we join? Yes, you can join. But if you are here and here, so it is going to be difficult for you. I'm not saying that it will be impossible. It will be a little bit difficult because some JavaScript things are there that we will use here. Let's say if I'm writing something like functions. Now, if you don't know function, how you will work with it? If I'm writing arrow function, if you don't know arrow function, how you will work with it? Okay, so now we got some online questions. Let's check those. How many sessions will take? For what? How many months will take? Months. JS half knowledge while this introduction. Okay. So if you have like your JavaScript is about to complete in next 15 days also, because in 15 days we will discuss about TypeScript. So if your JavaScript is left with around 10 to 15 classes, you can join without any issue. Recently started HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Like what do recently started? HTML, CSS, or JavaScript? Write it. Who is this? Adarsh. Guys, don't talk, please. You are the identifying what technology is used to develop the website. React, no? It's like Angular. I will show you one website in Angular also. Teacher, what different? Angular web page one. Sure, sure. 18 Kohli, array. Okay. Now these are the prerequisites. Now if we talk about what we are going to learn in this particular course, that will be starting with TypeScript. Then we will shift to AngularJS. Then we will see some CRUD operation using MongoDB. CRUD with MongoDB. CRUD means database, working with databases in MongoDB. MongoDB is a database. So in Python, I think you have MongoDB only, right? So same will work here. So this is about the course and other things. Now let me talk about myself. So I am having like around 5.5 and 6 years of experience in corporate development also, and this particular training also. I started my career with eCart. I was a web developer there. Like intern, I started as an intern in eCart. Those who don't know eCart is the Flipkart's delivery partner. Okay. So I was the web developer intern, and then I got promoted to the web developer. And some major companies that I have worked with are TCS is there, full stack developer again, Flipkart is there, DHCS is there, Infosys is there. And I was the team leader when I left my corporate world in Z. I was the team leader in Z. Z is a group of channel. There are so many TV channels with Z, right? So I was the team leader for there in Z. And then I switched to trainings. Don't ask the reason. It was just, I didn't like it. Okay, total duration of course. Okay, I'm coming on to this. Let's say 10 to 15 days, not more than that. Let's say 10 days it will take to complete TypeScript. 10 working days, along with I'm not counting Sundays and all. 10 working days for TypeScript and around 30 to 35 working days for Angular and MongoDB CRUD. So you can check that it is going to be take around 40 to 45 sessions, which means that around 2 months. Around 2 months, because 45 days means give full knowledge of Angular, sir. Sir, in one day, full knowledge. How is it possible, sir? Okay. Now let's check what we are going to discuss before Shankranti completed. I don't know. Like, why specifically Sankranti? Are you going to retire after Sankranti? You take 3 months but give full knowledge. Sir, I'm talking about full knowledge only. You have to just cope up with the course. It's not like that. We are not going to go with the turtle speed also, right? Turtle speed means turtle speed is required for HTML, CSS. But now you have already completed those, so I think no need. There is a benefit of Angular that is called, it is a MVM framework, or you can change it to MVC framework. It is a MVC framework. Now, if you don't know MVC, I'm there to tell. It is Model View Controller. Is anyone here from Java? Is anyone here from Java? It is there in Java, but Angular also use it. Now I'm going to show you very simple implementation of Angular and how it actually works starting itself, because Angular will start in next week. But let's say those who are talking at back, guys, if you want to talk, you can leave the room without any hesitation. So what we are going to do is, actually Angular you can use with your HTML and CSS also. Okay, we will change this particular definition with time. We will add something that we will write here, that it extends the strength of HTML. Strength of HTML means you can embed Angular with HTML itself. How we will embed it? I'm just showing you one simple example. Now let's say, let's create our index file. So basic things I'm going to do here. Okay, let's keep the boilerplate content Angular. Now let's say what I'm trying to do is, there will be an input box. I will write some value into that, and I want that value to render automatically. Okay, don't know? Okay, I will show you. Let's say there is a label for that, and let's say label is something around like this, name. And after that there will be an input box. Let's say input type equals to text. Okay, and there will be one Angular material here. Yes, you can have. Now what I'm saying is, your name is, let's go live, and then you will understand that what actually I'm trying to do here. So this is what I have done. Now I don't want to use JavaScript here, and if I'm writing that Shivam, now this particular Shivam should extend here, that your name is Shivam. That is called data binding, means giving data to one person and it is spreading all over the thing. So in generally, whenever we are doing our college and we are in our classes, so there is always a one person in classes who is supposed to be the reporter, right? He will transport all the chit chats, materials from here to there, right? So that is called data binding. Now, how we do it using Angular? So first we have to embed our Angular. So what you have to do is, you have to go to Angular get started, and you have to copy the script link of Angular. We can download the Angular also, but as of now, no need. So you go to the Angular website and just scroll down and you will see, okay, no longer updated. We have to go to back. Just type Angular there and go to this angular.dev. Here you have to copy hold on 1 minute, guys. Mouse is not working properly. No talking, please. Guys, see, for CSS, what we have to do, let's say you want to use CSS, right? What we have to do for that? We have to link the CSS file, right? So what we are going to do is, in how many ways we can embed our Angular with our HTML. Either you can download it as a package, or else, hold on 1 minute, guys, change it. Check. Okay, so in how many ways we can embed our Angular now? So I think you are in head enough working with this particular VS Code. So there's a particular terminal section, right? So you can open a terminal and you can use npm. Now, if you don't know what is npm, what is this, what is that, so not an issue. what we are going to do is, so you just type Angular. Okay, and then you can go to this particular website. Let me check it. You have to copy this particular script link. Okay, this one, or else if not, let's say this one. Okay, now what we have done is we have embedded an script of Ajax Google APIs, which is having Angular JS version 1.6.9. Now what we can actually do with it? So for that, what I'm going to do is, for this particular input box, let's say at first I will give it a placeholder that enter your name, and after that I will write ng-model equals to your name. Okay, now what I have done is, using this particular script, I'm just extending my HTML tag, right? What I'm doing is extending my HTML tag. HTML tag is what? Input, type equals to text, placeholder equals to enter your name. These are only HTML. At last, I have written one thing, that ng-model equals to your name. It means that now you can use this ng model, your name, for data binding anywhere. Now, if I'm writing something like this, and in this double curly brackets, I'm just passing this your name. What I'm doing? Passing this particular your name. Let's go again. Now, will it change something? Now you can check this particular your name is coming as a argument there. It is coming as a argument. Now for that, you should check. Let's go to inspect. And you have to check there. You know what is this? What is inspect actually? If I'm writing what is inspect, so what is inspect? If I'm saying that go to inspect, what is inspect? Anyone. If you are answering in group, I can't understand anything. What is inspect? We are going to console, right? Directly we are going to console? No. If you are going to inspect, this is console then. This is console. Means by inspect, we are not going to console. Where we are going, or what is actually console? Source code is visible page. Code, not like code only. You can hide that particular thing. Yes. What do you mean by this particular inspect? What will happen in this inspect? Half an hour. Modify. What we can modify? Exact answer for this particular inspect. Anyone? Anyone, I said. If you know the answer, just raise up and speak loudly. But no group answers, please. Because I can't understand anything in group answers. Okay, the simple question, right? Developer site means elaborate it to see our code, to view the selected items, to see our code and modify if any mistakes we did. Modify, can be modified from our inspect? No, not at all. Once you are refreshing the page, again, the changes will disappear. What do you mean by this particular thing, inspect? Okay, just go to the word. What do you mean by inspect? What do you mean by inspect? What do you mean by inspect? Inspection, inspector, all these words are from inspect only. Means to check something internal. Inspection means something internal. That is called inspection. Inspect means you are trying to check the internal working of your website. Now, what we can actually check from this particular thing, let's say I'm inspecting here. What I can actually check? What is the internal working here? Out of this, which one is the internal here? If I'm asking you that what is internal here, then what you will say? What you will say? Checking and analyze. Something like that itself. Then, okay, we are talking about Angular, so better to do it. Now, what I have done is, there is a label for particular name, and after that, we look closely the code. Okay, all are good answers, but not exact one. Not wrong answer. I'm not saying that your answer is wrong, but not exact. At first, I have created a label, very simple thing, HTML. Then input box, I have created type as text, again HTML, placeholder as enter your name. After that only, I'm just writing this particular thing. Latest version, sir, latest version. This is not the latest version. All the, like, what is this question? Okay, leave it. If I'm writing ng model, now I'm just trying to say that ng model equals to name. And after that, I'm passing it here in the double brackets. Now it should change something. First thing, don't talk, guys. It should change something. Now, what it should change? We are talking about data binding, and we are talking about that Angular is used to increase the strength of HTML. Means it extends the HTML. Now, my case is, let's say if I'm writing here Shivam, What is done here? Two-way data binding between the, oh, Google. NG model creates a two-way data binding. What is two-way data binding, sir? Okay, not a good date if you are learning. See, using Google for your learning is not a bad thing. But ultimate goal should be learning, not cheating. If you are learning by using Google, then use it. But if you are just using it for cheating every time, then it's not good. Okay. Now our case is, I just want to create a data binding here. But if I'm directly teaching data binding, let's check it with some particular representation. Now let's say there is a data here and data is saying the name of trainer. So let's say I will write here is not complete name. Now where the particular academy can use this trainer's name Shivam. Let's say if I'm taking here 4 batches. One is of Angular I'm taking, one React I'm taking, one Spring Boot I'm taking, and one front end I'm taking. These 4 batches I'm taking, just an example. Now what is happening is this particular S is related to these 4 batches, right? Right? So I can say these things in 2 different ways. First is I can say that Shivam is the trainer for Angular, React, Spring Boot, and front end. One way. Other, the same way, these batches can relate to me itself. The batch person can say our trainer is Shivam. Means either way we can bind it. Either way means from both the way. Now, okay, I'm giving you one more example for it. Let's say I'm saying that you are my student. Okay, but I'm not giving you authority to say that yes, you are our trainer. It is one way. One way means only I will convey the message. Okay, let's talk about this particular online meeting. Online meeting is going on here, right? Now I am teaching them and they are dropping their question in the chat box. Now, if I'm reading out those messages or the questions and I'm answering them, it means that, what does it mean? What does it mean? Two-way communication. But if I'm ignoring their message, not reading out, and they can't able to post the question in the group, one-way communication means they can only listen. They cannot respond to it. They cannot respond to it. Now tell me one thing. If I want to do this particular thing using JavaScript, for that we have to make use of DOM manipulation, right? And you completed with JavaScript, right? So what we will make use of? DOM manipulation. What DOM manipulation? First we have to give this input box a ID. Then we have or class. Then we have to call it in JavaScript. Then we have to append it. Means in actually we have to write a very large function for it, right? We have to write a very large function of it. Can anyone write it? Yes. Let's say we will write the script. Can anyone write it? Data binding. Yes. Anybody interested in data binding? Okay, Shahid, just drop the code in chat box. Or anyone sitting here in offline class? Okay, now a question change. How many of you JavaScript is completed? Completed. 1, 2, only one people. Or what about you? Is it running now? Okay, sir. Understood, sir. Completed but did not know anything. Whose fault? Your fault. Then you cannot blame it anyone for it, right? If it is your fault, get element by ID. So if you don't know it, and what you are doing now to fix this problem? What's a good name? Shiv Prasad Sahu. You have half of my name, right? Then you are acting like this. Shiv Prasad Sahu, right? So what's the problem like? Again, that's why the basics of JavaScript as well as TypeScript is necessary. हाँ बोलो बोलो. अरे नाम नहीं लेना किसी का. प्रॉब्लम बोलो प्रॉब्लम. किसकी गलती है फिर? तुम्हारी. See, if you are allowing someone to make you fool, then who is the fool? You are the fool. Simple. If you are allowing someone to make you fool, then you are the fool, right? No need to make you a fool. You are the fool there. But I think it's not going to be an issue with me. How is today's class till now? Good. Who is saying worst? Madam, is it worst? She said worst. Super. Too must. Okay. Fine. Not an issue. I know she didn't say worst. You were not laughing from half an hour, so I thought. Okay. That's why JavaScript is necessary. Okay. So what we are going to do is we will develop at least, okay, question change. How many projects, dynamic projects you have done using JavaScript? In single class, we are not decided, sir. Okay, sir. Take 7 days and then say, how is the class? Yes. Any particular dynamic project, any particular game or something? No, not an issue. For you also JavaScript is running. Completed. Only one person raised the hand on completed. So how many dynamic project you have? Yes, completed, right? How many dynamic projects you have with you? Two. Which one? Say it. See, the more frank you are with me, the less harder will be your journey, right? Less harder. I'm not saying that it will be very easy. Definitely to learn something takes time, your efforts, my efforts it will take. But if you are not frank, you are not dealing with your problem. Means again, in next batch, Shiv Prasad Sahu, Angular पढ़ लिया समझ में कुछ नहीं आया. So like that you will say. I don't want any one of you to say that okay, Angular is completed but we didn't understood anything. Because if you have invested some particular X amount here, I don't want you to be sad after that. And he's my student actually sitting here, and I'll see him in next class that why he came today. So you can ask him that like he's attending my classes from last 1 month and how the classes format is and everything. So let's say in the first week it's a demo classes only, right? So you will understand everything, that how the flow of the classes will be, how we are going. And I'm not a theory person. Again, I'm saying you. So don't try to like that. Offline classes are in Amirpet, not in KPHB. So for that, I'm the theory person because it's coding, not your board exams. So first you have to understand that. So if you are just on keep on writing, I don't want that. Don't write a single word. I'm happy with that. But understand that. So that once you understood that, now how many of you can say the Angular definition? It's free open source framework of JavaScript. It is used for developing single page application. You can explain open source. You can explain single page application. Now, is there any need to write it? No, no need to write it. Now let's talk about this particular code. So I think someone said to drop the. It is developed Google in. Wow, English. Student progress, banking, etc. Story books app. So in those all projects, I think you are manipulating your DOM only, right? If you want to make some dynamic changes. So we make it by using, I don't know, JavaScript. So Surya, if I'm reading your name correctly, so it's going to be a bit tough for you. Not impossible, bit tough. You are going to explain projects. Yes, sir. You also have to develop projects with me. I'm not like that, okay, I'm writing code here and you will copy paste it. I will make you think in that way that you can develop projects. That's only the teaching is worth. Otherwise, if you're copy pasting the code, I don't believe in that. For that, you can use ChatGPT. No need of a trainer. But if you need a trainer, so my main work is to give you trainings, not to make you a lion of a circus. Means lion of a circus means you are just copying the things your master is saying. You are not actually exploring something. You're not exploring. I will give you a path, but I will not hold your hand. Okay, come with me, follow this, write this. Not at all. But I will make you damn good in this coding section, logic building, that you don't need me also to build your logics. Right? He like you can ask him every time I say I don't want my students to follow me. I want my students to be better than me. It's like that. Very simple. Now let's talk about this particular code. So how we will do it? MongoDB. Yes, yes. If you don't know MongoDB, you can attend classes. It is just a database. Prerequisite is this much only. I can't wait to start. Yes, sir. I also. But only 8 minutes are there. We have to stop. So prerequisites are this much only. If you have joined the class late, you should know HTML very well, CSS very well. JavaScript is completed or about to complete. Whether you don't know anything or not, but completed or about to complete it. Okay. Now let's talk about this particular code. Now this is what we are trying to do. Underscore data binding. Now how we can actually bind our data inside it. Like what is this ng model? Ng is means Angular. So whatever tag, classes, and everything you are going to use here will be ng. Ng app is there, ng view is there, ng model is there. So ng model is used for two-way data binding. Two-way means I have discussed two-way also. But now if I'm writing something here like this, how I can write? What is this double bracket tag? What is this particular name? Like how I am making use of these things? Yes. How I am making, or let's say in this particular H1, I am just returning something like this. Something like this, double brackets and just the name here. Now, again, it will be coming there as name, right? It is coming there as name. It means that actually for what purposes meta tag is used. Hey, what a question is this? Meta is the data about data, which contains the internal information of a project. Now, if you talk about this viewport, this is for the scaling, like in which screen you are using. It's for meta information. Now, this is the case, and this particular double tag is getting Unicode transcoding format 8, means 8 bits will be passed when this particular program is going to convert to 0 and 1. These simple HTML things. Now, this particular double curly brackets is related to Angular. This one. Now, what is the case is? Case will be like this. That whenever you are adding the this particular thing, this is a tag of Angular now. What is MVC? Can you explain briefly? Today itself, like you guys are having too much hurry, but it's not good. MVC is model view controller. We do use Django. Okay. See, model view controller is means whenever you are creating a web application, you will define your web application in three particular units. Model is there, view is there, and controller is there. Model means the internal working, view means the external working, and the controller means the particular, yeah, MVC is architecture. So it's an architectural pattern or design pattern like that. Okay. Now the case is this, guys, don't talk. We are just into last 5 minutes. So these double brackets are a tag of Angular JS. But is it working here? Is it working here? Just let me know. How do you know that it's not working? How do you know that it's not working? Like how you can say that it is not working? You said no, it's not working. Okay, but this is the output, and you can, how you can say that it's not working? The problem is because it is not binding the data. It is not binding the data. Binding the data means if I'm writing something here, it should append that thing here by default without doing anything. Now just go back to your code. How we can do this? If you are from even JavaScript also, so you might have know about it. Simple thing. Now this is the only code. This one. Let's say removing this particular part also. No needed. Because you might, now there's a label, input, placeholder, and this one. Now tell me how it will work. Because we remove the center text, so it's coming here. If you're writing something, it should append here. This is my concern. Now check the code. What we need to change in our code? By using key and value. No, not like that. Yes. It should be a variable. Okay, let's change it. So here, let's say I will write something like HYD and appending it with HYD now. Guys, don't talk, please. Again. It means that Angular is not properly embedded in your project. Angular is not embedded properly. So for that, this is a script change, this one. So we have to change it. So I think copied some problem. Everything is same. Let me, okay, remove this div. Not like that. This is not working. Wait. Do you know about NPM? Node package manager. I'm asking, do you know about it? Full form I can say to anything. You know why NPM is used? Why NPM is used? Leave it. So if I tell you one thing, wait, don't talk. So for that, at first you have to download the Node.js. What do you have to download? Node.js. And we just have to change this particular link and the full all packages. Okay, cool. So just download this Node.js. It's a backend framework of JavaScript and it comes with NPM also. So once you're working with it, it will work fine for you. Okay, so time is not there. I have the, but the thing is, after that, you just go to your command prompt and check the NPM version. So just write NPM -v. And as of now, it's not returning anything. I think it may not be installed in this. After installing, it will return you the version. And then from tomorrow itself, we will see that how we can embed Angular in our project and how we can work with TypeScript and what is the difference between JavaScript and TypeScript. Like that we will see. But as of now, I can tell you one thing, that JavaScript is something related to TypeScript itself, but TypeScript is the disciplined brother of JavaScript. JavaScript does not have types of data, right? Right? JavaScript don't know what is string. But here TypeScript know how many days it will take for Python students. Like, I'm not getting why you are asking questions like this. Python students means prerequisite is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. If you are have done with the HTML, CSS, and JS, you are good to go with this particular thing. Okay. So tomorrow we'll see about it and hope you will maintain the same energy level. Class timings, same 11 to 12:30. Okay. Fine, guys. It was nice connecting with you all. And tomorrow we'll see that how we can .NET people. Yes, it is for Python and .NET people. Those who are enrolled here in Python full stack or .NET full stack, both are eligible for this. Okay. Why you added NG model? Array, tomorrow we'll see that why we added NG modules. Okay. Fine, guys. We'll connect again tomorrow. Bye bye, everyone. Enjoy your day. Please ping me fast if am I audible properly. Yes. Okay. Let's start then. Now stop talking, everyone. Okay. Make sure that you want to listen to me or talk to each other. If your primary goal is to talk to each other, there is the gate. Now only. Okay. Now let's start. So if you are joining today for the first day, so let me have a recap from yesterday that what we discussed yesterday. It was the introduction to the course, like what is Angular, what is the prerequisite of this course, how many days it is going to take, so something like that. So what we discussed is Angular is a free and open source framework of JavaScript, which is used to build single page application. And we will make use of TypeScript here, and we will learn TypeScript also, as well as when it comes to the prerequisites. So the prerequisites for this course is going to be HTML, CSS, and JavaScript, and not the basic. You should have a good knowledge of all these three so that you are not facing any particular problem while learning Angular. Okay. And if we talk about dates, so it will take around 40 to 45 working classes along with TypeScript and Angular. Now, what we will become after this particular course? Angular developer, or basically a front end developer. Once you have some backend classes aligned with this, so you can become a full stack developer. Okay. Understood? This is what we discussed yesterday. Now let's start today's class. Any doubt? No? Okay. Fine. If I'm writing something like this Angular and if I'm writing Angular JS, is there any difference in the two except the spelling? Is there any technical difference? Yes. Is there any technical difference? No. Yes, there is. Both are completely different. Both are completely different. Now, if you're writing React and React JS, it's same. But if you're writing Angular and Angular JS, they are not same. So the difference alignment in their basic property, basic architecture, and their compatibility. If it is Angular JS, it came in 2009 and it makes use of JavaScript, which is not much popular now. Now this is a time of Angular, which came in around 2012. Okay, and releases like particular stable release came in 2014, and this makes use of TypeScript. Okay, and our course is Angular, not Angular JS. Okay, our course is Angular, not Angular JS. Understood? It means that we are going to work with TypeScript, not JavaScript. But what exactly is TypeScript? So let me first show you the syllabus that what we are going to discuss in the upcoming sessions. Is my share content visible to everyone, guys? So this is what we are going to discuss as a part of this Angular course in the upcoming time. So as it is working with TypeScript, so at first we will have an introduction to TypeScript, like what is TypeScript and what is the basic difference between JavaScript and TypeScript. After that, the type system. It's for both Python students and .NET students. The type system, then we will see that what is primitive types, type interface, object type, intersection, index, function, enums, like all these things are an extended version of JavaScript. Okay. Then oops in TypeScript, like oops in JavaScript is there, then we have oops in TypeScript also. Then namespace modules, generics, decorators, TypeScript essentials. After completing this particular module, we will be going towards Angular framework. Before completing this TypeScript, we will not move to Angular framework. Okay. Course duration, I already told you, it's like around 40 days, 40 to 45 days. Then introduction to Angular framework. Now, what we are going to study in this particular Angular, it is going to be the particular Angular framework's introduction, history, overview, like what are the features of it, versions, and how we do the environment setup, what is the CLI command line interface, what are the npm command, what is package.json, what is bootstrapping. Okay, bootstrap, you know or not? Bootstrap. Okay, we will discuss then how to set up a project, how to develop a particular Angular application, then what are the templates, what are the styles and directives in particular Angular project, then we will see essentials of Angular, then these things will be then how to create the pipeline, service and dependency injection. Now what exactly is dependency injection, we will discuss it. Then what are the Angular forms, what are the HTTP requests, how to do the authentication, you know authentication, login sign up, how to do login and sign up, and what are the modules, and we will discover the RGS operator, how to deploy an Angular application, because we have a habit of working with local host and that's not a good idea. For learning, it's a good idea, but you should deploy the applications. Then how to manage your app with Redux. We are going to talk about Redux also. Then what is Node? Like at last, we will discuss about Node and MongoDB's CRUD operations. I think yesterday I told you that we will do some CRUD operations using MongoDB, then mean stack. And at last, there will be a project end-to-end application. End-to-end means there we will comprise of front-end, backend, and databases. Okay? Front-end, backend, and databases. So this is what we are going to discuss in the upcoming. Yeah, I will share the syllabus, guys. Okay? So that is what we are going to do in the next upcoming time. Understood? Now, let's first talk about particular two things. And those two things are MVC and dependency injection. Dependency injection. Now, MVC is just like a model view controller. It is model. No need to write anything. Just try to understand. It is model view controller. What it is? Model view controller. Now, what this MVC will do? It is just like an architectural pattern or a design architecture. Let's say whenever you want to build your home, you will go to a architecture, right? Let's prepare the layout of my particular home. I want 3 rooms, 2 kitchens, washroom, and all these things I want in my home. So that is called architecture, and here it follows the MVC architecture. We will discuss about it. But there is one particular thing that is called dependency injection. Now, what is this particular thing? Dependency injection. Okay, so let's understand this particular thing with an example. Either you are in Java, Python, or .NET, it doesn't matter. It is a very important topic, and I will try to explain it very clearly. Let's say you are coming to Hyderabad for the first time, and you don't have any idea about the place here, food here. Okay, generally it happens whenever you are going anywhere first time. Now, let's say I myself is coming to the Hyderabad for the first time. Let's say this is me, and now my plan is to visit some good particular tourist places in Hyderabad. Okay. Understood? I want to visit some particular places in Hyderabad as I got a leave. Now, let's say we are talking about some particular tourist places. So let's say Charminar is there. Okay. And so many things. Let's say Ramoji is there. Film City. Hussain Sagar is there. Like lots of. So I'm taking these two particular options only. Now I have an option that either I can go to Charminar or else I can go to Ramoji. Now, can anyone force me that no, today you will not go to Charminar. Today you have to go to Ramoji. No, it's my choice. Right? Means you are free to take your decisions till now. Okay. Till now, you are free to take the decisions. Now, it means that you are not dependent on anyone. Let's say I decided to travel to Ramoji. Just what happened? Hello? What happened? Any problem? Let's say I decided to travel to Ramoji Film City. Okay. As generally, if I'm coming here for the first time, so I will book cab. Now, the problem is whenever I'm booking a cab, let's say I'm staying in Amirpet. Now, there can be multiple paths or the multiple roads that will take me to Ramoji. Let's say there are 3 roads. One is from Outer Ring Road and this particular service road. And let's say there are 3 roads, ABC. Now, do I have a control here? Do I have a control here? No, I will go with this route because I don't know any particular route, right? I don't know that which road is the best one. Now, the control is in the hand of cab driver. He can choose any road. If I don't know the particular roads, if you are staying here only and you know all the things about roads and all the things, then you can say, no, we will go by this road because this is shorter distance. Now, in the choosing of place, I was having my dependency. But now my dependency to reach Ramoji Film City is transferred to the cab driver. Okay, now it's up to cab driver that how much time he will take to reach Ramoji or which particular road he will select to reach there. Understood? And why we are talking about this particular thing? Is it going to help us in programming? Yes, tell me, is it going to help us in programming? Yes, of course it will. Those who have already completed JavaScript, they might have a knowledge about DOM and BOM, right? What is DOM? It is document object model. And what is BOM? It is browser object model. That's why I'm saying that if you don't have a good knowledge of JavaScript, you have to work very hard to understand the things. Now, what exactly the DOM is? Or what exactly is the JavaScript is? Tell me. So for that, what we are going to do is we will create a very simple application using JavaScript, and I will tell you the possible problems in that. Okay. What is switch? The journal switch that we have, electricity switch. What is the work of switch? Sorry, anyone and say it loudly. What is the work of switch? On and off. Okay. So today we are going to create a switch using JavaScript for a bulb. Okay. Understood? So for that, let's check. Just try to understand the logic first. Okay. Coding is not hard. Again, I'm saying you just have to understand the logic. Okay, now what I'm going to do is there will be a bulb and there will be 2 switch, off switch and on switch, and we will turn that bulb on and off. Not an issue, just silent it. Now let's say I will create a particular button for off, and then there will be a bulb. Okay, and then there will be a button again, which will turn on the bulb. Okay, so it's the simple thing. Now this is our particular thing is coming. There is one off button. Let me zoom it if it is not properly visible. Now there is an off button and there is an on button. Okay, and my work is very simple. If I'm clicking this on button, this bulb will turn on, and if I'm clicking on off button, this bulb will be off. Now for that, let's say for this particular button, I will use one on click. I think you might have discussed about all these things. Sure. Okay. Very good. And for this on button, I will say that on click equals to bulb on function. Okay, because this is the, now let's write their function in the script. So I'm using the script in the same file. Now there is one function for bulb off. Function for bulb off. This is a particular function. This function, what it will do? For that, let's write an ID to your image, and I will write here image. Okay, I will write here image. Now let's say I'm saying that what is the DOM manipulation? DOM manipulation selectors, get element by ID, get element by tag name, class name, query selector, and query selector all. So I will make use of get element by ID to check the particular image in my JavaScript. So simple thing I'm going to do, let's say let img equals to document dot get element by ID. And what is the ID I have given to image? Image is the only ID. After that, I will say that let image dot src equals to, not let because it is already declared. So I will use image dot src equals to of dot jfif, means the image extension. And the same function I will write for the bulb on also. Okay, to bulb on also. And there the src will be on.jfif, means the image extension, simple. Now this is the program, simple program that I have done. Let's check it's working also. It's very simple. It's very simple. Means whenever you are clicking on button, it's turning on. And whenever you are clicking on the off button, it is turning off. But generally it is looking like that bulb is glowing, but bulb is not glowing. We are just changing the picture. In one picture, bulb is turned off. In the second picture, bulb is turned on, like this. If you check the functions, that what particular function we have attached to this on button. So let's check the function. For this particular bulb on button, what I'm saying is image will be coming into this img variable, and the source of this image will be on.jfif, and on dot means bulb is on. Same function I'm using for off, and by default image is off. And this will off the, means this is the DOM manipulation. You are manipulating the HTML page by using JavaScript. And not only this thing, you can actually do very cool things. It is just a simple example that I'm giving here. This is on, off, and by default it will be off, on, off, on, not working, off, working, right? Simple use of two functions. But now let's come down to a point that why I gave you this particular example. Because JavaScript is working fine, right? Is there any problem in JavaScript? Yes, not a problem, but we need something more secure and more scalable. So I think you might have a knowledge about console. What is console? What is console? What is console? Yes, monitor. Now let's say if I am saying to my JavaScript that just add 2 plus 3, and it is saying 5, which is correct. But if I'm saying it that add 2 plus string of 2, now it will say 22. But this addition should not happen, right? JavaScript should give you an error here. But why are you adding a number with Java string or a character? Or let's say if I'm saying that null means empty, null plus 2, it is saying 2. Why am I able to add null and 2? Or let's say if you're writing undefined, I think null, undefined, these are the types, data types that you have studied. Again, I'm saying make sure that your JavaScript basics are good here. If I'm saying that undefined plus 2 is not a number, means it is returning. But after the first case, it should return the error everywhere. Because in Java, it will be error. In Python, it will be error or a warning. But here, there is no warning, no error. It is working fine. JavaScript will hardly give you any error. Hardly. I'm not saying that it will give you error. It will give, but hardly. You will not get any error. And is there any problem if JavaScript is not giving any error? Yes, there's a problem. The problem is if your parents are not scolding you for your mistakes that you are committing in your childhood, you will commit more bigger mistakes in your adulthood. That's why they scold us, beat us, and all those. They try to fix our habits. That is the problem with JavaScript, because JavaScript is not showing you any error on compile on the when you are writing the program. Then where those problems will come in the runtime, and that is more bad, right? That is more bad. Means your problem will come whenever you are writing it. That's good. But if your problem is coming when you have already written the program and now you are facing problem, that's not a good thing, right? That's definitely not a good thing. That's why we introduced the, not we actually, that's why someone introduced TypeScript. And who introduced TypeScript? Microsoft. So now we are talking about, you know why we are discussing about TypeScript? Because JavaScript don't have type of data. JavaScript don't have type. Now TypeScript is a programming language or something else? Or how the TypeScript will work? How the TypeScript will work? Let's say if I'm writing TypeScript. Understood dependency injection? Okay. Let's say if I'm writing TypeScript. Now, what exactly is TypeScript? Is it a different programming language than JavaScript, or is it a programming language which makes use of JavaScript? Okay, if you don't have any information about it, let me tell you. So, TypeScript is the disciplined brother of JavaScript. First thing, that it is the disciplined brother of JavaScript. Means JavaScript don't have any discipline. Whether you are writing type or not, it will work. It will add number to string, but TypeScript will not do that. With the help of TypeScript, we can actually get warnings and errors during the time when we are writing the code. That's good. We can sort it out that time itself. No need to go to compile time and okay, now we are running into error. Let's try to fix this. That's what we are not supposed to do here. Okay. So TypeScript is the disciplined brother of JavaScript. It can be seen as a superset of JavaScript. Now, what exactly is a superset? What exactly is a superset? Superset means the one who comprises all the information. Now, let's say this is your particular. Let's say this is your particular, or not this one. I will talk about it. Let's say this is your JavaScript. What it is? This is your JavaScript. JavaScript. What do you mean by superset is? We mean by superset is that all the functions of JavaScript will be available in TypeScript. Now, TypeScript is the superset of JavaScript, and it means that all the functions of JavaScript will be available in TypeScript with some added functionality. Means it will add something. Now, is it adding any class, any module? Now, what it will be adding? So, as the name is saying that type, it will add the type safety. What it will add? Type safety. Understood? So we can say that it can be seen as a superset of JavaScript along with some added functionality. Now, this was related to JavaScript. Now, what is alone TypeScript? Now we will give the definition of TypeScript in its way only. So it is a free and open source programming language which acts as a developer tool to the JavaScript. Now, it is not like that it will make use of something different. No, your TypeScript code will be converted to JavaScript code in the runtime. Means internally JavaScript will be running, but externally there will be a type safety. Now, I think it's enough about theory. Let's go. What is open source? We discussed yesterday. What is open source? Anyone? No group answers, please. Yes, what is open source? You were present yesterday, first day? You were present yesterday? Who were present yesterday? I know some faces. You were present, right? Second last. Yes. What is open source? No talking, guys. If you really want to talk to me. I am free for that. 1 hour, 30 minutes are allotted for you. Talk to me as much you can, but don't talk with each other. Yes, you are also available, right? What is open source? Open source means when the source code is publicly available. Okay. We are getting some answers and questions in the chat box. It allows the software vendors. It means that anyone can use those services and can add on something new features. Very good. Sharing the source code. Very good to use source code free. Anywhere available. Not anywhere. They are available on some particular places itself. They are not available on a barber shop. It is first class. Okay, not an issue. Yesterday only we started. आपने 2 इमेज सेलेक्ट करे क्या? हाँ मोहम्मद, 2 इमेज सेलेक्ट करे हमने. It is not in click, Ramajan. It is on click. Okay, cool. Now let's check whether it is available or not. Okay. So for that we will go to github.com and let's check whether it is available or not. So if I'm searching there AngularJS, what I'm searching? AngularJS. AngularJS is a product of, like, it's coming like Angular. But if I'm searching simple Angular, it will be a product like this. Okay. It's open source. Now let's search TypeScript here. What we are searching? TypeScript. As I told you that Microsoft developed it, so it's coming from Microsoft TypeScript. And now this is the source code of TypeScript, that how it actually built. Now, what language they are using? 99.9% TypeScript is written there. Means no JavaScript. Internally, it is JavaScript itself. Now, 790 pupils have contributed to it. Contributor means they found some problem, they fixed it, and now they are a contributor. Okay. How many pupils have used it? We can count. It's approx 2 crore people have used TypeScript till now. Okay. Let's check how many people have used Angular till now. Directly from this particular GitHub. So it will be showing there. Okay. And yes, Angular and AngularJS both are different thing. Angular means it is based on TypeScript. AngularJS means it is based on JavaScript. So it's around 3.7 crore people have, not 3 crore. 37 lakh people have used Angular. Okay, 37 lakh. Understood? Okay, now how we can work with TypeScript? Okay, so for that, you have to go to typescriptlang.org. typescriptlang.org. And this is the official website of TypeScript. typescriptlang.org. This one, typescriptlang.org. This is the official website. Now we are going to do the setup, or at first we will see. Now let's just read it here that TypeScript is JavaScript with syntax for types. Even the official website is saying that TypeScript is a JavaScript only with syntax for types. Okay, with syntax for type. Let's try TypeScript now. And where you want to try, you can run it in your browser, or you can install it through npm. So first today we will see it in the browser, and then we will do the setup. So let's do something in TypeScript now. So removing everything. Now what I'm going to do is, this is the latest version. You can check here, 5.7.2. Okay. Now what if I'm writing console.log hello everyone? You know what is hello world? Let's write hello world only. Hello world is a program that gives hopes to student that coding is very easy. How many are from BTech CSE? So I think you might have started with C language, right? Generally, we start with C language only. That Turbo C, Blue compiler, right? That hello world there. That gives hope. Now let's say what it is saying. This particular part is written in TypeScript and it is converted to JavaScript like this. Both are same, right? Both are same. This is .js. .js means .javascript. Let's try to run this particular thing. It is printing hello world. Okay. How to transfer the files from VS Code to GitHub? Explain me at the end of class. How to add the file? You guys don't know about GitHub pages deployment? How many live websites you have till now? No, not a single one. Are you sure? Okay, not an issue. Now they are same. Now this particular background is telling you that if you are writing your code in TypeScript, it will be converted to JavaScript. Now let's say if I'm creating an object here, let's say I will create constant of student, const of in student, and I will create an object in a way. Don't talk, girls. Yes. Am I audible? Then don't talk. Let's say student is having name. Name is, let's say I will write Shivam. And then we will write age. No. Yes, we will write. What's your name? Abhishek. Your name, guys, don't talk. Name is Abhishek. Age is, what's your age? 20? 23. Okay. Hey, why to laugh? Simple, I'm asking age. Now let's say this is how it is getting converted to JavaScript. Same way. Now, if I'm trying to print console.log student.age. Same way, it is getting printed to JavaScript. Now, what is student.age? 23. When I'm running this program, it should return 23, and yes, it is returning. What if I'm trying to check that what is student's mobile number? And now this particular mobile number is not available in object. JavaScript is not showing any error, but TypeScript is showing you the error now. That boss, there is some particular error in your code. JavaScript is not showing you the error, but it is showing you the error. Okay, it is showing you the error. If I'm running this particular thing, it is saying undefined. It's not defined. And that's how it works similarly as, yes, hello, come here. Come fast. Come here. What is this way of entering into the class? Like Bahubali kind of entry? It is a class, right? And what's the time now? Don't know time. It's 11:51. What is the class time I'm asking? So if you are late, you have to ask for permission, right? If I'm not allowing you to enter in the class, right? Okay, now what I'm trying to do is, let's say I'm saying that let num1 equals to 5. Okay, num1 equals to 5. And then I'm saying let num2 equals to 56, but as a string, not as a number. After that, what I'm doing is console.log. I'm trying to say that num1 plus num2. Num1 plus num2. Now, even TypeScript is not showing any error to you, but it should show some error because num1 is a number, int number, and this is a string. And what will be the answer? 556 because it is appending. Okay, let me play with you today. Yes. I want to show you the dumbness of JavaScript, and even we are not that much good to understand internal working. Okay, so let's say I will write here console.log 5 plus 45 like this, and no, not everyone will answer. JavaScript completed. What will be the answer, Abhishek? Hey, you are Abhishek. Guys, have some common sense. 545. Okay, it's a correct answer only. Now, if I'm writing here plus 5, what will be the answer now? And this will be the answer now. 545 5. And if I'm changing this particular 5 like this, 5 plus string of 41. Now, what will be the answer? Now, what will be the answer? 1041. Why? Because JavaScript will work dynamically here. Okay, now let's say again, if I'm writing something like, let's say I'm declaring these three as a variable. So I will say that let a equals to 5, let b equals to 10, and let c equals to, let's say, shi. Simple I'm writing. Now if I'm saying that a plus b plus c, what will be the answer? 15 shi? Sure. If I'm changing the position like this, c plus b plus a. Now tell me what will be the answer? SHI? SHI 15. Wrong. It is SHI 105. Now it is not adding 10 plus 5. That is the problem with JavaScript. What we are doing is we are saying our JavaScript that SHI plus 10 plus 5. It is supposed to give the answer as SHI 15, but it is not giving because there's no type safety. Because it will check that who was the last parameter, and last parameter was a string. Everything is a string now. Everything is a string now. Okay. If I'm changing the particular two values like this, let's say I'm declaring one particular d also, let d equals to 1. And I am adding the word d also. Now tell me what will be the answer. So just decode the code. C means SHI, B means 10 plus 5 plus 1. Now, as if it is taking a string, it can say SHI 10, 5, 1. But why it is not taking these particular two as integer? Because both are integer and the previous one was also integer. Because the starting of the particular code happens with a string and the priority of a string is bigger here. So it's very confusing. I want you to confuse more here. Let's say if I am saying something like this, that 5 is equals to 5, what it will print? True, because 5 is equals to 5, right? It will print true. Okay, very good. What if I'm saying that something like this, 0.2 plus 0.4 is equals to 0.6? What it will be? True only, right? Very good. It's giving a false. It's giving us false. What if I'm changing this particular value that 0.2, 0.3 will return 0.5? It will be true. It is true now. Now, what is the actual reason behind it? Any one of you who is answering it correctly without Googling will get a virtual coffee. Means we will develop a coffee website for you. You can have that. Yes. Different object. Dhanush, you are giving answer as strict checking and all. But case is very simple. For 0.2 plus 0.3 equals to 0.5 is true, which is actually true. That 0.2 plus 0.3 will be 0.5. But it is treated as 1. How it can be treated as 1? If I am writing 0.4, it should be equal to 0.6. But it is not. It is false. If I am writing 0.2 plus 0.2 equals to 0.4, it means it is again true. Now if I am writing 0.2 plus 0.1 equals to 0.3, it is false. Yes. Even. Now this is odd. You can, I know that you are about to say this thing that sir, even it is giving false, true it is giving. So I written this. Now there's nothing. This is all right. And this is 0.2 plus 0.4 as 0.6. It is again false. Why? There are very hidden facts about any particular language. And that's how I teach. Everybody knows tag console.log. What we can teach in that? So we teach something that will make you a different developer, right? That will make you different developer. See, before going into anything, just know the reality using round off. We are not rounding off the value, guys. Why are you not understanding this thing? We are not rounding off. Okay, I'm changing the particular. I'm saying you that why it is returning false here. If you are trying to check that what is 0.2 plus 0.4, it should return 0.6. But let's say I'm saying 0.2 plus 0.3, it should return 0.5, and definitely it will return. And that's why it was running true. But if you are saying it to add 0.2 and 0.4 for you, it will say 0.66607. At last, it will be 1. That's why it is saying false. For JavaScript, 0.2 plus 0.4 means this particular number, and this number is not equal to 0.6 because it has 1 in the end. Why this particular 1 is there in the end? Yes. What happened? Big int. 0.2 plus 0.3 is not big int. Guys, if you just want to listen anything or understand anything, just make sure that first thing is to accept that, okay, we don't have information about it. If you are just result is big int. Again, why the result is not big int now? If I'm writing something like this is a bigger number, right? Big int should come like this. Why it's special case with 0.2 plus 0.4? Make sure that you are not answering randomly just to make your appearance. I don't want that. If you have good information and good knowledge on that, then only you can answer. Okay, I'm not kind of that person that I will force you to answer something. Now just search it and tell me tomorrow. You have entire 24 hours, 23 hours. Search it and tell me tomorrow that how it actually works. Can we see this thing in TypeScript now? Okay, let's go to TypeScript. So here, what I'm going to do is I will try to print console.log 0.2 plus 0.3 is equals to 0.5. And let's check the equivalent JavaScript. Same. Let's run it and it is returning true. What if I'm changing the values? Float is not maintaining insert order. No comments from my side. Okay, now if I'm taking this particular value and if I'm running this now, it is also saying false. It is also saying false. That's why we need TypeScript. Now we are not adding anything to the TypeScript related to TypeScript. That's why it is again using JavaScript only. But you have to understand two things. First thing is, what we have to understand first thing, the TypeScript code will be converted to JavaScript before runtime. Before running, the code will convert to JavaScript. Second thing is the TypeScript does not add, because we are saying superset, so you should not get that particular thing that okay, it will add something. The TypeScript does not add any module or class in JavaScript. It just adds the type safety. It just adds the, or you can say it just extends the type safety. It just extends the type safety. Okay, understood? See, whenever you are talking about operators, so don't just read them that okay, this is double equals to means value will be checked, triple equals to means type will be checked. No, it should not be like that. Once you are dealing with the internal working of something, then only you can get some particular idea. Okay, now I will write a code. You just tell me the answer. Based on binary values, will add to 1. Let's say if I'm writing that console.log 2 is equals to 2. Is it correct? Means true or false? It's true. So don't just read the operators. Just actually check that what is happening inside them. Whenever you are dealing with JavaScript, don't just read it. Just try to check how we can build something using JavaScript. And for me, coding is fun. It's not my passion. It is my lifestyle. It's not a part of my life. It is my life. That's why I feel it very easy. I can code anytime, anywhere, at any place. Even if I'm sleeping, I can write the code. So make sure that you are adapting the coding in your life before going to the complex development, and try to build some cozy things. That only you can get some particular interest in coding. If coding is becoming difficult for you, there are only two possible reasons. First is you are sleeping in class, or second is you are not trying to change this particular thing in your lifestyle. Now, when I'm saying that, you have to adapt the coding in your lifestyle. So, you know, my younger brother is there. So he told me one day that, I want to do I want to join cricket academy. I said, okay, go join it. Because whatever he asked for me, I just say yes. So he went to the academy, and after 2-3 days, I noticed a change in him. And the change is, whenever he's going to academy and coming back, and now if he's even walking, he will walk in the style that he's hitting a 6 like this. Then I thought that he's trying to adapt the cricket in his lifestyle now. Even if he's walking simple, he will use his mobile as a bat and just hitting something, just to enact in that way. That's how you adapt something in your lifestyle. If the coding or any particular profession is not in your lifestyle, then definitely you are not doing it with full of heart. So, is anyone there from my front end batch except her? Okay, so she's from my front end batch. Arey, you are also there. Okay, ask them. I always focus that you should adapt coding in your lifestyle. Means you should develop something which should represent yourself. Develop a website for your family members. Even this was a project that they did by developing their family tree, like displaying all the family members with their pictures and then text. And now it's a live website. Live, not on localhost. All our websites are live. In their batch, I think around 10 to 12 websites are live now on some particular link because they are adapting it. And once you're adapting it, you're ready to make the change. That's how we actually work with coding. Coding is not something like, okay, it's a skill. Okay, it is a skill. But this skill is worthful when you are trying to adapt in your lifestyle. Okay? Adapt in your lifestyle. Build something. Once the course is starting, I will show you very funny project that I developed that I will not show now. Okay, I will show it, but definitely. Because it is just for the entertainment purpose. Once you are, okay, I always say that if you have any idea in your mind, build a website for it. So one student is there who has some shop, I don't know about something related to electrical shop, and he developed a website for that. I will show you his website now. So they are just adapting the coding and lifestyle now. Let me show you the website that he developed. This one. And it's been around only 15 to 16 classes. And now I have one habit actually that I always say that I never flex myself. See, this was my project. This is my project. What I flex is my students. And this is a student from Naresh IT itself. And he developed, it is his actual shop in Delhi, and he developed a website for that. Simple thing. Adapting the coding and lifestyle. So something like this. That's it. What he does is adapt. I have one more website, but that definitely I can't show here. Means one of my students don't, but definitely we'll show you some good websites. So I will hardly show you my work. Okay, this is my work. This is what I have developed. Okay, let me show you one or two, but I generally don't do it. Whatever I will show you here will be websites of my students only. And I will show you one more thing that till now I have mentored around 10,000 plus students. I don't know what is the success rate, but I know more than 1,000 of my students who are placed in very good positions. Some of them are team leader now within those 2-3 years of span. Because for being a team leader, you don't need experience. You need something that others don't have. Right? You know who was the captain of Indian cricket team in 2007 T20 World Cup? MS Dhoni. And there were many senior players at that time. Sachin Tendulkar was there, Sehwag was there, Gambhir was there, and Yuvraj was there. And they were more good than Dhoni at that time. But he was selected as the leader. Why? Why? Because he was having something inside that no one else can. That's how the thing works. Okay? Now, I think we got one question that how to put the files on website. Okay, let me tell you that how to put some particular files. So I will not only put the file, I will show you by creating a link that how to live your website. So for that, what I will do is I will upload this bulb website. Okay. And let's check whether it's working or not. Okay. So for that, what you have to do is you just have to go to GitHub. Okay. You just have to go to github.com. Those who don't know GitHub, these things, we will tell it later. Complete description. If you don't have account, create a one, or else you can sign in. So let me sign in from my website, means my particular account. Or if any one of you wants to come, that okay, sir, let me use my account. Anyone wants to come? You guys had breakfast? Then where is the energy? Then where is the energy? Anyone come? We'll create your account if you don't have, because as you want to come? Yes, anyone wants to come? Out of a class of around 150 people, share your GitHub account ID, sir. Sir, you can search Shivam1919 or Shivu1919. Both are my ID. Anyone wants to come, we will create your account so that we can show the account creation step also. Then let me call someone. Then you have to come. Again, anyone wants to come? It's for your benefit. Create mine, Sujata. Okay, Sujata, drop your email ID in the... Okay, don't drop your email ID in the chat box. Privacy issue. Because we have to paste the password also and all those things. Or if you're comfortable with it, change your password later. Just drop your email ID in the chat box. Sujata, drop your email ID. Arey wah. 1 minute of talking with friends. Okay, so we got the email ID. So what I'm doing is just copy and sign up. Guys, don't talk. After that, enter your email ID. So just paste the email ID, not AH. Means someone is saying call Abhishek. Why we should call Abhishek? When Abhishek don't have guts to come here. So I am creating a password. And definitely, I think you can't create your password by your name. I don't know, even I forgot. So this is your password, Sujata at the rate of like 40. You can change it later, okay? It's not account password for Instagram or bank account. So it is Sujata at the rate of in email ID. Oh, AH is not there. So what is there? SUJATA or THA? Okay, THA. Okay, is it correct now? Sujata Vemi Reddy. Okay, so let me change the password also. It is Sujata. You can change it later. Okay, after that, continue. Username. And once you are creating the username, make sure that you are not creating username like Instagram, Papa's Princess, Mama's Boy. Okay, you are not creating username like this. It is a professional thing. Wow, what a nice joke, right? Then it was a short joke. So 2 minutes, 2 seconds laugh is enough. So your username should represent your name. So let's say at first I will try Sujata itself. So definitely Sujata it's not available. So let's say Sujata457 and it is available because same email ID is there. Generally, what you do is try with your initials. My initials are 1919 because S starts from 19. So 1919. Like that you can check. So let me check here also Sujata19. It is available but not available. So 457 is available. It should have your name. That's it. Continue and verify the account. So Sujata, open your mailbox. You will get a mail. After that, you will get something like this. Wherever the hand is pointing, the object should be pointing in the same direction. Okay? Like this. And submit. Done. Okay, wrong. Where it is mouth? Don't know. Correct or not. Every time it will increase 1 1 for you. Okay, finally. Done. She's clapping. Sujata, you got a code on your email ID. Paste it in the chat box. And make sure that you are changing your account password because there are very enough smart peoples. 7810062. 7810062. Okay, after that, it is done. Now I will sign up. Don't talk. Even I forgot the password. Just now I created. Correct only, right? 5 zeros. Oh. After that, it will ask you that who are you? Select student there because you will get more benefits. Just me. Continue. Start a new project. Continue. Free plan. Just go with the free plan. Continue for free. After that, it will open something like this for you and this one. First time it will look like this to you. After that, just create a new repository. Okay, new repository. After that, write the repository name. So here I will write bulb because we are getting a website for bulb. Create the repository and that's it. Done. After that, you will get one particular option as upload an existing file. Getting this one? Click on this and choose your files from your particular folder. So particular folder is desktop, Angular, I think. Yes. And select all the file, images, audio, video, whatever you have. And make sure that the HTML file name is index.html. First file name should be index.html because it is the mother of browser. Because whenever we are going back to home, who is the first person that we are searching? Mother. If she's not there, where is mummy? So this index.html is the mother of browser. Browser will search this file in any website. So all these files are done. After that, you can commit changes. Changes are committed. So now this particular things are uploaded in the here. You can check. Now how to create live link for this. If you want to record a video for this, you can record because there are bit steps. And even recording is there and it will be uploaded to YouTube also. So you can check there. Okay, so after this particular thing, let's say it's not coming like this for you. So go to the home page and you will be coming on the home page. And there is one repository now as bulb. So you can click on this bulb. Again, that page will open. You can check the settings section. You can check settings. Go there. After that, go on particular pages section. After pages section, you can see this particular thing, none and save. Drop down none should be selected to main. It can be master also in your branch. Either main or master. If master is there, select master. If main is there, select main. It should not be like that, oh, it is coming master in mine. No, both are same. Then click on save. After clicking on save, go back to this particular code. After this code, you will see a dot coming here. Click on this dot and click on details and take the developer's feel for 1 minute. It is deploying your website now, deploying on a link and it is free. You can create hundreds of websites like this, live websites. Take the developer's feel for 1 minute now. So once all these three things are green in color, means your project is deployed successfully and your project will not run if your first file name is not index.html. It will only run when the first file is, now it is deployed. Just go on to top, again go to settings, pages, and this is the link now. On, off. And you can check this link in your mobile also. Now this is a live website. Just type this particular thing in your mobile fast. Sujata457.github.io/bulb. Type it fast and tell me what's coming. Just open Google and type everything as it is. Coming? Hey, your typing is very slow. Type it like that you type it on Instagram and Snapchat. It is coming. Okay, very good. Check the working also, whether it's working or not. Working? On, off, working? Now this is a live website. Whatever HTML files you have, upload it on GitHub, create live website and share it with your friends. See, this is my live website now. You should also join Naresh IT for these kind of things. Okay, it's working fine. That's how you deploy your project on GitHub pages. And this is not the only method. There are multiple methods. We will talk about all. So now let me log out of Sujata's account. And Sujata, please change your GitHub password now. Okay? Very good. So I have signed out from your account and credentials. You can check. You can change your credentials. This is how you upload the files on GitHub and deploy there. Okay? Simple thing. Whatever first file name should be index.html. Otherwise, it will not work. It will show you GitHub 404 not found. Understood? Sure. Okay. Any questions for the day? My classroom is simple. If you don't have any question, then I get hundreds of questions. Either you will ask or else I will ask. Now it's up to you. You can ask questions for half an hour. I will answer. Once you stop, I will ask. Okay, anyone those? What about class notes, sir? Sir, it will be uploaded on the Google Classroom or the Drive once it is created. It is just the demo going on till Saturday, so just enjoy this. After that, we will upload the notes. All the notes will be there. I don't know why you guys are so much concerned about notes. Don't know. Please send your notes. Sir, I do the online transaction. I don't have any notes. My GitHub ID. I already told it Shivu1919 or Shivam1919. Both are mine. To recap previous classes. You can't find my ID. Okay, let me check. What happened to my ID? Don't talk. How is it possible that you can't find me? Maybe you don't know how to check users there. So after that, you will be seeing this particular thing as users 4. So go to user 4 and at first I am coming there. Okay, this is my ID, just enough. So you can search in the user section. It will come there. It is Shivam1919. Sir, please send your notes of Sir, why should I share notes of HTML, CSS, JavaScript? Total code. What total code? Sir, we can do from VS Code also. Yes, we can do from VS Code also using the terminal. I will show all these things. This is just a starting. Yes, any questions, guys? Whether if you are joining online or offline. If you have any questions, just let me know. Wow, 290 people joining online. One more time GitHub deployment. I already said that you can record a video and now only 4 minutes are there. Okay, not a problem. Not an issue, guys. Just hold on. Okay, anyone else with GitHub? Now we will not create any account. I will upload it to mine only. So for that, you just have to create a new repository and I will create a new repository as bulb and bulb is available because there's no repository. Create repository. After that, just upload an existing file. Choose your files, select all the 3 files in wherever folder they are, click open. After that, all the 3 files are uploaded, commit the changes and processing your files done. Go to settings, go to pages and then select the main here and save. And after that, it will take 1 or 2 minute time depending upon the internet speed, your machine speed. So once this dot is changing from this orange color to green color, your website is deployed. Just keep on refreshing it. Or if you want to take the developer field, click on this, click on details and take the developer field. So once all these 3 are green, so you will see one thing that this particular is a green tick. Go to settings and go to pages, pages section. Then you will see the link coming there. And now, okay, it is the problem with my account, not an issue. On, off, like this. Okay, understood? Very good. Fine, guys. It was nice connecting with you all. Hope you are enjoying the classes and doing good. Just keep on practicing the stuff. If you have any doubt, just let me know tomorrow because today we are closing for the day now. Bye bye, everyone. Take care. Be God, Vankush. Angular will take around 40 days, guys. How many time I should tell this? Is anyone having the first day today? Okay. So let me give a recap about it, that what we have discussed in the last 2 days. So in the last 2 days, we have discussed about Angular. What is Angular? Or is there any difference between Angular and Angular JS? So yes, there is a difference between the two. Both are the frameworks, but they are having different working. As this Angular JS work with JavaScript and this Angular works with TypeScript, and this particular thing is developed by Google. This Angular is developed by Google as a framework, and the TypeScript as a programming language, it was developed by Microsoft. Now, if we talk about Angular, so the free and open source framework of JavaScript, which is used to create single page applications, right? This is what we have discussed till now. And what are the prerequisites of the course? So you should have a better understanding of HTML, CSS, and JavaScript before learning this course. As well as if you talk about the course duration, so it is going to be about 40 to 45 working days along with the project. So we'll develop some cool projects, cool stuff we will develop here. And first 10 classes, 10 to 12 classes will be for TypeScript. Okay. So this is what we have discussed till now. As we are also started TypeScript yesterday. So yesterday what we did is I already told you that the official website of TypeScript is typescriptlang.org. This one. So once you are going to this website, you will see this particular option that try TypeScript now. So once you click this, so yesterday we worked on this particular thing. So what we were doing that we were writing TypeScript in our, we were writing the TypeScript here, right? But now what we are going to do is we will install TypeScript in our system to use it globally. Okay. So once you go back, and again, it will show you that two particular options that either you can use TypeScript in your browser or else you can use in your computer via NPM. Now, a topic came NPM. So if you have worked with JavaScript or something, so you might have a better understanding of NPM. If you don't know, this is Node Package Manager. Node Package Manager. Okay, package we can understand. Manager we can understand. Now, what is this node? So for that, we have to talk about Node.js. Node.js. Okay. Now, this Node.js is the runtime environment of JavaScript. So I have to write Node.js is the runtime environment of JavaScript. Runtime environment means it will provide a particular environment to run what? JavaScript code. So if you are from Java, JDK is there, right? Or JRE is there. If you are from Python, the Python's particular environment is there, right? We have to download Python, right? And then we have to set up it using IDE and IDE. So that is what we need. If you want to run JavaScript, as the browser is already compatible with JavaScript, so there or directly you can run. Let's say you are not even going to any website, you are simply opening your browser and a new tab, you can just go to the console. Means inspect, first you have to go and then the console. So this is the console. Here directly you can write your code. So let's say I will write here console.log hello world. As it is already compatible with JavaScript, so even your browser is a runtime environment of JavaScript or TypeScript. But because it's not a good practice to do here, that's why we are installing TypeScript now. So for that, we have to understand these two things, that what exactly is Node.js. So we are saying that Node.js is the runtime environment of JavaScript, which is used to run the server side code. Run the server side code. Now, what is the server side? Yes, what is the server side? Guys, first listen everything, then I will come to your questions. First, make sure that you are not missing out these concepts. Now, what is server side? Okay, let's change the question. I think you are already completed with HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. So we used to say that there are two types of website: static website and dynamic website. Now, what is a static website and what is dynamic website? Anyone, no group answers, please, because I can't understand anything if you're answering in group. What is a static website and what is dynamic website? What is static website and what is dynamic website? Whatever definition you know, just tell me. I'll correct it. Static website is changes. It doesn't change. Dynamic website change. Static means constant. Yeah, very nice answer. So if I want to say, you just give me an example. What example you will give for it? Right? If we are writing something's definition, it might have example also. So what is the example of static website? Login page. Login page is a static website. No. For everyone. No. Before going into the definition, you have to understand the missing concept here. And the missing concept is this is the half thing. When we are talking about dynamic websites, it is a half thing. How? There are two type of dynamic website, and one is client side dynamic. Client side dynamic, and other one is also dynamic website, but it will be server side dynamic. Server side dynamic. Okay. Now we have to understand that what exactly this static website. I will show you one website. Just tell me whether it is static or dynamic. Okay. I'm showing you one website. Just tell me whether it is static or dynamic. So this is a particular website. I think. Okay. Now it is having homepage, about page, our academics, corporate trainings, and all these things. If I'm going on about page, so about page will open, and this is what content we have in about page. So like this, all the pages are there. Now tell me whether this website is static or dynamic. Static. How you can say that this is static? For everyone, it's same. And is it a definition of static? That if a website is same for everyone. Okay, now then tell me one dynamic website. Example of one dynamic website. YouTube. So, okay, inbox of Gmail, live game score. Okay, let me show you one more website. Now tell me, is it dynamic or static? Dynamic. Static. This is also static. Dynamic. Now it will look same to everyone. Open it in your system. 110%. Same. So this is not a definition that if it is looking same for everyone, then it is static and dynamic. No. Just understand the working of the things here. And what is the working? If a particular website can interact with the user. Static means, I will tell you one thing. This particular remote is there on my desk. Now it is a static thing. Once you are not forcing it to turn off this projector, it can't. So website will become dynamic if they are able to interact with user. They are not static or dynamic on based off their property of being visible to same or different. No, not at all. They will be static or dynamic on the basis of interaction with the user. Interaction with the user. Now, if I want this particular website to interact, let's say this particular match between Bangladesh and West Indies is going on, and now I want to check the complete detail about this match. So I will just click. So click means is not I'm clicking here. It means it's a command to open, right? Click means a command to open. So what I've done is, because it's a machine, so I cannot say open this match. I have to click here. Now this is dynamic. But again, client side dynamic or server side dynamic? It is client side dynamic, not server side. So client side dynamic means you are the client here. Means if I'm using this website, I am the client here, right? And this particular website will interact to me, but to the client side only. Means only the external part, front end part. Let's say this particular match is going on. Now what I want is, here it is written as Bangladesh 1 by 101 run. I want to change it. Can I change it? Yes, I can. Yes. Can I go to inspect and change? I can change it. I can change it or not? No. No, not possible. How you can say that it's not possible? Like, let's say I want to make this particular match as between India and Australia. How you can say that I can't change it? But the problem is, this is the client side change only. This is the client side change. It means that it will be reflected to me only. I can change anything on this website, any picture, video, audio, anything. But once you are hitting the refresh button, same. Because we are not able to change the content in DOM. Okay. So this is called client side dynamic. This website is client side dynamic. Now let's come to Instagram. So what I will do is, let's say if I'm opening Instagram. Now this is, you can customize here, right? You can customize themes, you can customize, and lots of things you can customize, and which will be permanent change, right? That will be a permanent change, and the changes will go to the server side. So the website is dynamic to server side now. Now is it clear? Static and dynamic. Okay, if you are still having confusion, I'll tell you one more thing. Do we really have static websites nowadays? No. We have static web pages, not website. If there is only one page and we are not making use of any hyperlink or anchor tag or button tag there, means content only we are showing. Okay, let's change the question. If I'm asking that what is the full form of HTML, so you will say hypertext markup language. This only you will say. What is hyper? Because this is the only new word here. Language means a particular language. Markup means positioning. Text means text. What is this? Hyper. Exactly. Hyper means you can navigate between the pages. Means you can go from one page to another page. Link navigate. What's the good name? Anan. Very good. So what is the case with the HTML is that you can navigate here. What was the markup language before HTML? GML and SGML, right? GML and SGML, generalized markup language, standard generalized markup language. They were the markup language for documents. Now see, this notepad is also a document. Now let's say if I'm writing one button here, that button href equals to let's say data.txt. I have one file in my particular system, that data.txt. Can I go to that file by clicking here? No, not possible. It means that in GML and in HTML, there was no option to navigate. If you want to open any other page, you have to either close this page or minimize this page, then only you can open the other files. So there was a lot of wastage of time. Not visible. Come and sit here, all the chairs are free. Why to sit there only specifically? Hold on a minute, guys. Stop talking. Stop talking, guys. Wait, hold. Okay, fine. So now this is what we talk about static website and dynamic website. Even now, if you're having any confusion, so hyper means, okay, we were discussing about that. Hyper means you can navigate between the pages. Means there is no need to cut this document and open another one. You can directly, you will be having one link or hyperlink. You can click on that. It will take you to another page. And if you have a document which can navigate from one particular file to another file, that is dynamic, but client side, not server side. And another type where you can modify the change where it will be forever server side dynamic. Okay, understood? Cool. So this is what we talk about, like this npm and other things. Understood? Or if you have any doubt, I can explain it again. Divyan, check your internet connection. Yes, is it clear? Okay, now let's come down to this particular node. So as how to do the setup, I'll explain it after the class, guys. Just do the setup first. So now as we need node.js first, so just write download node.js and just click on this particular website, this one, node.js. And after that, select your version. Like we want the latest version 23. And as we are on the Windows operating system, so I will select Windows. If you are on Mac, you can select Mac. As of now, Linux is not supported by Node.js, but we can install it using scripts. So as I am on Windows, so simply I will download it and it will be downloaded like this. So I think Node is already installed there. Let me check first. Yes, so Node is already installed there, but the very latest version is not there. So what I will do, I will install it again. So I will install the 23 version. So after the downloading, so what you have to do is open the file. Okay. And as we are doing from our childhood, next, without even reading the things, we'll do here also. Okay. Now this npm, this node.js will provide a runtime environment for TypeScript. That's it. It will not do anything. And this node.js will include the npm inside it. npm is node package manager, means it is the package manager of node. Now you know how we can best define the npm. So whatever things are there in your home, who has the complete information? Mother. That your particular shoes is there, socks are there, like that. So this particular npm will manage all the resources or the packages that, okay, let's say you want to use one package as React. So this npm will say, okay, this is the latest version of React, this is the latest version of Angular, this is the latest version of TypeScript. So everything will be available there in npm, so you can use them. Okay, I'll show you itself now. So I think the installation part is done. Yes, finish. After that, you have to check whether your particular things are installed or not. Okay, so for that, type cmd in the search bar. So you will see the command prompt. Open the command prompt and here type node space -v. You can say -v. So it is returning the version as 23.3.0 that I recently installed. After that, check the version of npm also. So same thing, npm space -v, and it is returning the version of npm 10.9.0. Now this is how we installed it. But if you are installing it in the local system, but we will use VS Code, so it is possible that it will not work in VS Code. Okay. It is showing bad option. Where it is showing bad option? So we created one folder as ANG yesterday. Now what I'm going to do is, let me delete all these files because we'll create new one. Now you know how to create live links. Anybody created yesterday? Yes, anybody created live link yesterday? If you have any web page for that? No? So after that, come to VS Code and type the, like open the terminal here and check the same thing here also, whether node and npm are running here or not. So generally it throws an error for npm, but as of now, okay, like this. Okay, so this error will come in your VS Code also 99% if you have not configured it earlier. So after that, what you have to do is just copy this particular thing that running scripts is disabled on the system and paste it inside Stack Overflow. You know what is Stack Overflow? What is Stack Overflow? The health hospital of developers. Okay. So after that, once you are coming to Stack Overflow, then you will check this particular line. Set execution policy remote assign. Copy this particular line and open your PowerShell. So window PowerShell I'll open and open it as administrator. Remember the steps, guys. So open the window PowerShell and run it as administrator. And after that, paste the same line that you copied from there. Set hyphen execution policy remote sign means your VS Code can run script. Simple. Hit enter and this will ask you for Y. So just type Y and hit enter. Done. After that, uh, terminate your VS Code. Open it again. Okay. And again, we will do the same thing to check the npm version, whether npm is installed there or not. So now let's say open the terminal. Let me delete these PowerShells and I'll open a new terminal. npm-v. And now it is returning the version of npm. It means that npm is installed. Now we will make use of npm to download TypeScript. See, working with other things is very simple. If you are working with Python, so what you will do is download Python, right? Simple like this. Download Python. Something like this you will type and it will come. Once you're working with Java, you will type download JDK. So these things are similar, simple. But here we need to do a little hard work. So now let's get started with TypeScript. Here, what I will do is I'll go to this particular website. They are only same website. After that, it is just saying that TypeScript in your project via npm. You have to type this thing in your command prompt. But this is not what we have to do. We have to do this one. Globally installing TypeScript. We want to install TypeScript globally. Globally means in any folder, any file I can use. So for that, I'll open the command prompt and I'll copy this particular line. Open the command prompt again and paste this line. Now simply you can paste this line also, that npm install TypeScript. Now I'm saying my npm that npm install the TypeScript. I'm saying to my npm that install TypeScript. But if you are putting -g, it means that globally. So -g is a message that install it globally. So okay. So once you are hitting enter, it will take some time to install. Okay. So what it is saying now, added one package in 4 seconds. Added one package in, and what package is added? TypeScript package in 4 seconds only. Now, if you are downloading anything from internet and installing, it will take time, but not here. Within seconds, it installs the things. And now TypeScript is installed. Can we check it? So if you are typing TSC means TypeScript -v. So it is returning the TypeScript version. TypeScript is installed. Okay. TypeScript is installed. But why we are doing these things? So let's go to VS Code and here I will create a new file. So I will create as in, let's say I will create index.ts. For JavaScript, we write JS, right? So let's say here I will write .ts. TSX you can write for building components while you are working with React. There you write TSX. If you're not working with React, simple TS. It will work. Index.ts. So let's write something here. Okay. So now what I will do is simple JavaScript I will write. Console.log hello world. Okay. Console.log hello world. Now how to run this file? Because there's no HTML file so that we can go live, right? And it's not the online compiler also where we have to just click on run. No, it will not run. For that, just open the terminal again. So I open the terminal again. You can collapse the previous running terminals and open a new one. So now what you have to write is, here you have to write TSC. TSC means TypeScript. then the file name, index.ts. And once you are hitting enter, it created one JavaScript file for you, right? Once you hit the enter, it created one JavaScript file for you. What does it mean? It means that whenever you are working with TypeScript and you are trying to compile the code, it will convert to the JavaScript code. And that's what I said yesterday, that internally it will convert to JavaScript code only. But it's a extra layer of type safety. Okay. Now what I will do is, let's say I'm deleting this particular file, and let's do one thing. I will declare one particular object here. So let's say I will declare one user. So let's say let user equals to, I will create one object. So I will pass the values. Let's say name is ABC, and let's say mobile number is something. Okay. And before that, let's declare one particular variable, that let num equals to 5. Now, what if I want to check the output now? Again, do the same thing. tsc index.js. Run means we are running the file. Again, it will create a JavaScript file for you, and it created. Now check both of the files. Is there any difference between both of the files? Yes, there is a lot of difference. This is the code that I have written, let num equals to 5. And this is the code which is written by JavaScript compiler. Let is changed to where, and all the particular space is also removed. Okay, all the particular space is also removed. But is there any logic why we are doing these things? Yes, there is a logic. JavaScript is not showing any error, but this particular TypeScript is showing error on num and user. Once you are trying to check this particular error, so it will say you that cannot redeclare block scoped variable num. And what is the error on users? Let's check it. So it is saying that cannot redeclare block scoped variable user. It is saying that you cannot redeclare. But where are we redeclaring the things? In JavaScript. Now these two files are connected with each other. And now errors are removed. Not install TypeScript in my system. What's the issue, Nandini? Now it means that these files are connected with each other. Now, if I'm declaring them in JavaScript, can I directly use them in TypeScript? Yes, of course you can use. There's no need to declare them again, right? So what we understood after this one particular line, it means that TypeScript code will be compiled to JavaScript code only. So it will be compiled to JavaScript code only. Understood? Any doubt? Okay. Now let's talk about type safety. This is how you install the terminal issue. So for that, like which terminal issue you are going with, Dhanush? Just paste the entire thing here. Or let me paste that particular command. So I have pasted that particular command in the chat box. What you have to do, open the window PowerShell and run it as administrator, paste this command and type Y. That particular npm error will resolve. Okay, now let's go back to the internal browser compiler and I'll show you one thing. Here also the particular code is getting converted to JavaScript, right? Getting converted, whatever code you will write here, it will convert to JavaScript. What I'm going to do is, I will write the same code here. What I have written in my particular TS file there. So this is the code that I have written. But here, this particular let is not converted to where. But there in VS Code, it is getting converted to where. Now, concept is same everywhere. There is TypeScript and JavaScript here also, but why it's not getting converted? Why it is not getting converted? Okay. Now, every one of you, frankly, tell me how good you are with JavaScript. Because your faces are saying a lot of things now. Yes. How good you are with JavaScript? Comfortable? Frankly. Yes. How good you are with JavaScript? Beginner. So for beginners, it's going to be a little difficult, guys. Because if you don't know the complete working of JavaScript, then it's very tough to be with TypeScript. For how many of you JavaScript is completed? I'm asking something, right? For how many of you JavaScript is already completed? Yes, offline peoples, no one. So what do you think? I cannot get your data? I can. Just asking you. For how many of you JavaScript is completed? Simple question. Only one person. What about girls? Completed? Are you guys like listening to me? Then this is your career. Don't play with it. What about me? I will say the lecture. I'll go. Your interaction is literally zero. I'm simply asking for how many of you JavaScript is completed. This is a simple question. After that, I'm not going to ask any questions out of JavaScript. So this is what we are going to discuss here. And if you don't have knowledge of JavaScript, please don't come to this course. You will not understand anything if JavaScript is not completed. Make sure that your JavaScript is completed already. If it is beginner days there, don't join. You can't understand anything. What is the difference between let and where keywords? What is the difference between let and where keywords? Those who know the answer, just stand up and say. Don't do these group answers things. Difference between let and where. Guys, this is a serious concern now. Like how you are going to cope up with Angular and TypeScript. Just let me know this thing. It's very tough. Complete JavaScript is required. If I'm saying type, I'm saying function, I'm saying let, where. You should understand these things. Otherwise, it's very difficult. Yes, online people are giving good answers, I know, but offline completely silent. Only she is replying every time. And one, Annan, right? Annan, he replied. What about others? Anyone knows? Yes, those you are using mobile, close it off right now. What is the difference between let and where keywords? Not you, you know the things. Anyone else? Those who want to answer, let and where keyword? What is block scope and what is global scope? Very tough. Let keyword we cannot redeclare but update the value. Where possible, the hosting and redefine. Let means we have to assign where we can use globally. Where is used after declaration. Very tough. Yes, last, stand up, please. Yes, you. What? Your JavaScript completed? No? Shut down. Next. Really? Is it going on? JavaScript is going on? So what particular course is going on? Core Java and HTML, CSS not started? Then what are you doing here, man? How many of you are here, those who are not completed with HTML, CSS and JavaScript? First, let me know this thing. You also HTML not started? Then what you are doing here, guys? Your faces are like you are not understanding anything. Please, sensible request or suggestion, whatever you want to take it. If you are not done with your HTML, CSS and JS, then definitely this course is not for you. Because how much basic I will teach? Let where you don't know. Only accept 2-3 peoples. For how many of you HTML is going on? Now at least answer me these questions. For how many of you HTML is going on? Then what are you doing here? CSS? JavaScript? For how many of you JavaScript is just started? Like those operators and all these kind of things going on. This course is not for you then. Because if your JavaScript is about to complete in next 7 to 10 days, because in that meantime, we will complete TypeScript, then only you can join it. If your HTML is started, not started, this course is not for you. Because once you are coming to this course, it will be marked that your Angular is completed. But how much you will understand out of it? Zero. So it's not about to make a hurry here. And even if you want to join that we can cope up, then it's your choice totally. It's not like my forceful decision that no, you have to drop. You can come. It's not an issue. But if your HTML, CSS is not started, please, this is not for you at all. Like both of you. This is not for you. This is a framework. Angular is a framework that we study after having a complete knowledge of HTML, CSS, and JS. It is not a beginner's thing. If I'm asking what is ID, what is class, completely blank. Then what I will teach in Angular? ID classes. He's saying yes. What I will teach in Angular? ID classes. It's not. Think about it. Because when I'm talking about this particular thing, your faces are like completely blank. And that's what I don't want from this class. And my classes are never like this. Like zero response. And it is only possible when you don't know the things. And that's what the case is. Anyone here from 2 p.m. class? 2 p.m., right? So my classes are never like this, that you are completely silent. You are always interacting, always answering the questions. That's how the flow goes, right? Think about it and then come. So what we are going to do is, we are going to learn about TypeScript here. Now in simple JavaScript, we write, let's say let name equals to, let's say any random name I will write. Let's say name equals to Virat. So this is what we have written. Guys, don't talk. Now this particular TypeScript is giving me error, but JavaScript will not give any error. Now you know what is saying you? That cannot read clear block scoped variable name. It means that this particular let is having a block scope. And if you're writing here where, again it will be an error and the error will change. So now that's what I was asking you, that why this let is there, where is there, like why? What is the reason behind it? And that's the thing is, here it is saying that cannot declare variable again. So for that, we have to understand that what is global scope and what is block scope. For that, let's open a JavaScript compiler and there you will understand these things. Now let's say there is particular variable let num1 equals to 12. And there is another variable num2 equals to 13. Simple thing I'm saying. Okay, let num1 equals to 12 and variable num2 equals to 13. Now, is there any difference between them? Yes, there is a difference between them. So what I will do, I will create a function as let's say check. There is a check function. And in this check function, I will just trying to print console.log num2. Okay, in this check function, I'm printing num2. And after that, there is another function. Let's say function detect. There's a detect function. Here I will print num1. Here I will print num1. Okay, if I'm running this, okay, we have to call the function. So first let's call the check function. Now check function is called, and let's say detect function is also called. Now 13 and 12 both are getting printed. Okay, both are getting printed because here we are printing num2, so it is getting printed. Here we are printing num1, it is getting printed. So if you're talking about block scope and global scope, now both of these are having global scope, right? Because we are not initializing them inside the function. But whenever you are using these things, let's say here only, let me delete those two files and we will write the script here. Now see, I will write HTML. Now tell me how many of you understood it. So I will simply write HTML, keeping the boilerplate code and creating two paragraphs where I will show the answers. So there will be having an ID as result1 and there will be another paragraph and whose ID will be result2. Okay. Now let's make use of our script. Okay. Now what I'm going to do in this script is, again, I will do the same thing. Same code I will copy paste. Same code. So this particular code I have written here. Okay. In this my script. And instead of calling these, I will attach these two functions to some button. So let's say there will be a check button. There will be a check button and I will attach one on click event to it. And those who are not able to understand this course is not for you. Again, I'm saying after this particular result2, I will create another button as detect. Detect. And let's attach one on click function to this also. Now, if you are going live, so instead of this console.log, where I will write these things. So here I will write the things in document. Let d equals to document dot get element by id, and id is result1. ID is result1, and then I will append the result. So I will write d dot inner HTML equals to num check is 2 num2. Okay, same thing I will do for this function, and it will print num1, and it will print num2. Now let's go live. So it's a simple HTML web page. So there's one check and detect button. So this check button is appending the value 13 and it is depending 12. Now tell me, what is the global scope and what is the variable scope now? Now we have to reverse the case. What we have to do? Reverse the case. For reversing the case, now what I will do is I will declare this particular function or this particular value inside a bracket. Means inside a bracket. So this particular variable num2 I will declare here. Now the case is this one. Check function will declare num1 and it will print num1 here. Or let's say I will print the num1 outside of function. And here same thing I will print this num2 outside of the function. So no need to call the function. Now we are getting one error. Now if you are just understanding this one particular thing, this one, focus here. This function check is there and inside this function I have declared that let num1 equals to 12. What I have declared? And when I'm printing the num1, it is showing you error. What the error is? Num1 is not defined. Means we have not defined the function, but we have defined the function because we have defined it using a let keyword. So let is having the block scope. Block scope means if you are declaring it within a block, it will work with that block only. It will not work outside of that block. So if you are trying to print this num1 inside the function, right, inside the function, then it will work. Now it is working. But this is not the case with where. If you are declaring, okay, is it a case with where also? Sure. Now what it should print? Yes. Function dot call. Yes. That's why I was saying that if you are not having good knowledge of JavaScript, think again. Because there, how many times I will teach these things? This is simple let and care keyword. Okay, I'm saying one line. How many of you have listened this or worked on it? Just raise your hand. Document dot query selector. How many of you have worked with this line? Document dot query selector in offline class. How many of you worked with that? Only one person is raising it. You guys didn't work with it? Really? JavaScript is completed, right? So you didn't work with document dot query selector? Then how? Okay, online people are saying, okay, good. Stop talking, guys. Okay, how many of you have worked with spread operator? This operator, spread. How many of you have worked with this spread operator? Yes. Worked or not? Worked. What is spread operator? Forgot. Think again. Now let's come down to the things. I'm not wasting any further time. So what we are trying to do is, let's use the type safety now. Okay. If you want to declare one particular string, now we are running into an error. Why? Yes, why we are running into error? If you are running this, you will get no logs. And if you're trying to print this particular thing, let's say you are trying to print it. So console.log is there. What else we have except console.log? How many of you have worked with document.write? What is document.write? Or what is the difference between console.log and document.write? Yes, online people are giving good response. Yes. Difference between console.log and document.write. Okay, let me change the entire question. Let me get a complete idea about the class. What's current course is going on? What classes are going on? Python, HTML, CSS, means front-end batch completed. And JavaScript? JavaScript is stopped right now. Yes. Front-end batch completed. My question is front-end batch completed or not? Completed or not? Yes. Started? What is going on in classes? Front-end classes? Online. Hey, so online some no topic is going on? Which topic is going on? Sit down. Yes. CSS. Very good. Yes. Hey, you are 2 p.m. batch, right? Then why here? I'll see you 2 p.m. Yes. Completed. Have you worked with document.write? Get element by ID, get element by class name, tag name. Completed no front end? Yes, you. No need to stand, just completed. Completed. Then why are you not raising your hand when I'm saying that whose JavaScript is completed? Huh? Is it a joke? Then, yes. Completed or not? Started or not? What topic is going on? Yes, you. Completed. Then why didn't you raise the hand? Is it a like shameful thing to raise the hand if I'm asking something? Yes, sir. Okay. This is your career, not mine. Mine is already set. Yes. Completed. 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 Not completed. Completed. Not completed. Started. What current topic is going on? JavaScript is not yet started. Yes. Now everyone is completed. Completed. Yes. Last. Front end completed. Hey, listen. Yes. Completed. HTML completed. Started. CSS is going on. You're my batch 2 p.m. Okay. Yes. Completed. Yes. Completed. Yes. Last. Completed. Next. Next. Yes. Completed. Now for everyone it is completed. Then what is the issue? It's not a thing to laugh here, guys. Either you are too cool about your career, let it be. Because I really can't get it now. When I'm asking, do you know this thing? Everyone is silent. How can I go with the class with zero interaction? It's not possible. But with your zero interaction, I'll go with the class. Like at least I should know that whether you know this thing or not. Because I got to know with your faces that when I'm talking about NPM and all those things, you are completely blank. And my classes will not be like this. Again, I'm telling you. Make sure that you are answering. And for those who are saying that it's a shame to raise the hand, it's your learning path, right? And if you are having those kind of thought in your learning process, then I'm sure that you are not going to earn. Because it's directly proportional thing. The more you learn, the more you earn. I thought of completing types today. And for that, we should understand this let and where. Everyone is silent. So how the classes will go after this? Yes, how the classes will go after this? How many of you have completed any dynamic project with JavaScript? Any project that you can say that, okay, my project was this, like that. How many of you completed that? No one? Completed or not? Yes. What project you have completed? Ecom? No, no. So what was the role of JavaScript in that? Libraries and APIs. What APIs you were at? Backend. Like what was the exact role of JavaScript? What you write in JavaScript? Okay, this e-commerce I can understand. But what was the exact role of JavaScript there? If I'm typing something in search box, let's say I want to purchase mobile, it will show mobile. It will show. So what you make use of there? What particular function you were using there? Or it was like that sir is typing the code and you are just, it was like that, or you developed it by yourself? Developed by yourself? Then tell me what you used. Let's say in the search box I'm tapping mobiles. It will show the mobiles to me. How it will show? Yes, sir. Forgot. Anyone, those who have completed any kind of dynamic project? You completed any project? JavaScript is running. JavaScript is completed. Completed. Sure. Without any project. Are you guys in sleep today? Anyone? Those who have completed any project with JavaScript? Yes, black shirt. You last completed any project? JavaScript is completed, right? Then how is it possible? I'm not getting this part. How is it possible? What you have? Let's say you will go to interviews. They will ask you what projects you did. What you will show to them? Sir, I'm getting shame in showing my projects. Like that, you will say. Tell me one thing. One. Now perform the AND operation here. 1 and 1 is 1. Hey, 1 and 1 is 1. 1 and 1 is 1. 0 and 1 is 1 and 0 is what is 1 1? That side is returning 3. This is bitwise operator. What it will return now? What is it is supposed to return now? You can check in the same way. Check and tell me. Okay. So this is bitwise operator. Understand these basic things. Fine, guys. We'll connect again tomorrow. You can leave now. Now we are saying that TypeScript increases the type safety. So now we are going to discuss that how it will increase the type safety, or in simple words, we are going to discuss about the type system and type interference in TypeScript. Okay. So we are going to discuss about the type system and the type inference in TypeScript. Okay. So generally we complete what is data type, right? The data type in Java, data type in Python, data type in JavaScript. So same here, the data type. Now the first question arises here is what exactly is data? Before going deep into data types, we should understand what is data. Anyone? What is data? Like how you will define data? So simple words, we say that data are the raw facts. Data are the raw facts. Or simple words, you can say collection of raw data. Collection of raw data. So data is the collection of raw data, or you can say data are the raw facts. Now, why I'm saying this, that data are the raw fact. Raw means, what is raw? We say raw material. So what is that raw? Means something which is not cooked yet, means no particular use. Okay. Now, raw fact means which don't have any meaning. Let's say if I'm writing something like this, IVASAMH. Now tell me, can you infer any meaning from this? There is only one meaning from this, that this particular 6 letters are the letters of English alphabet, but there's no meaning. But after this particular operation, let's say I'm just changing the position of letters, and what I'm doing is I'm writing them like this SHIVAM. Means all the 6 letters I have written in a particular order, and now it became a meaningful thing. And now what is the meaning of this? It can be name of a human being, right? And for you, it's your Angular trainer. Means this particular thing is have value now. So data are the raw facts which don't have any meaning. Once we are doing them, call you after class. Data are the raw facts which don't have any meaning. But when you process this data, process means you are performing some particular operation on this data, you are changing the position and like that, then it become a information. What it become? Information. So for that information, we will write that information can be defined as processed data. Means we have done some processing on the data which had some meaning, or not, you can like it this way, and it had some meaning. Okay. So what is information? Information is the processed data which had some meaning. Now, if you're writing an example here, so example, the same example I will write here, let's say ARM. Does it have any meaning, ARM? No, it doesn't have any meaning, just the raw data. But once you are processing this data, means you are trying to change something here. So what we can say, it is RAM. Now it's the name of someone, right? It is the name of someone. Understood data and information? Any confusion in data and information? Oh, huh? Once again, what? Data? First you throw out this chewing gum. Out. Fast. Go out of the class and throw it. It's a class, not a pub. Class is like a worship place. You should maintain the corrigendum of it. Okay. Data means raw facts. If I'm writing something like this, let's say 0, 2, 2, 4. What is this meaning? 0, 2, 2, 4. It has some meaning. It has some particular meaning that 0, 2, and 4 are the digits of, like the mathematical digits. They belongs to mathematics. Or like we can say they are countings. But if I am writing in this way, 2024, now we can say, yes, this is the current year. I can say that this is the current year. Did I do something with the digits? No. All the 4 digits I'm using, but I'm just processing that data. Processing a data means something like this. Let me show you. A processing can be anything: addition, subtraction, ascending, descending, changing position. So in this particular way, what we are doing, changing the position. We are just changing the position of this 0 to here and removing all the white spaces. Now it became the current year. So data will be the raw fact. Data will be the raw fact. Okay, let's understand it with something that we use. So generally, the very famous thing in Hyderabad is biryani, right? Now rice are the main ingredients that we need for biryani, right? Except other things also. Now if I'm giving you rice in the raw form, can you eat it? No. You can eat it, but no taste, nothing is there. But when you are processing that particular rice, you are soaking them in water, and then you are pressurizing it, then you are boiling the rice, and lots of processes are there. So that is called processing that rice to cook biryani. Now biryani is something which is meaningful, right? Rice in the raw form does not have any meaning except that it is a raw fact. So data are the raw fact and information are the processed data which has some meaning. So here you can write that data are the raw facts or collection of raw data which does not have any meaning, which does not have any meaning. Okay. Example, ARM. ARM does have any meaning? No, it does not have any meaning. Any other example? Yes, you can write. Let's say if I'm writing something like this, 4220. These are simple mathematical digits. But here in information, once you're processing this particular data, they will become 2024, which is the current year that is going on, right? Which is the current year. Understood now? Hmm. Now, once we are coming to data, types of data, right? Data can be of many type, right? So if you are saying that types of data can be of multiple type. Now, how many types of data that we generally see nowadays? So very famous first is text data. Means some text is written either in English language or in Hindi, Telugu or any particular language or any mathematical statement. That is text. Second is multimedia data, or if you specify it, audio and video. Audio and this is also a data, audio, video. Third one is, yes, third one, image data, right? Image data. Like general way I'm talking, Bhushan is saying binary data. Yeah, binary will be text only, 0, 1. Okay. So out of these, what we generally use is this text data. Now in text data, see if I'm writing 2024, 2024, this is a number. If I'm writing current, or let's say December, current month, this is text or particularly string data. If I'm writing true, this is the Boolean data, right? So now this is a type of data, means text data will be having multiple types. So what data types you generally study in your programming languages are text data. Text is written. We don't study image data, audio, video. Why? We will discuss in the upcoming classes. Now, first, let's come down to data types in TypeScript. Data types in TypeScript. Now, there are many particular statements here that there are 3 primitive data types. I think you understand the primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Let me discuss it. So, data types are of 2 types. In the starting level, they are of 2 types. Data types are of 2 types. So, the first one is primitive data type. Primitive. And second one is non-primitive data type. If you are writing it down, no need, because I will upload these things in notes. So try to focus here instead of writing. Primitive data types and non-primitive data types. Anyone wants to define primitive and non-primitive? Yes. Primitive like int, float, bool. Okay, Arshad, these are the correct thing actually that you are saying. But I am asking for definition. Like how you will define the primitive and non-primitive. Basic types. Primitive, store, single value. All the answers are correct, but we need some particular specific definition so that we can understand it. Yes. So primitive data types are the data types that does not depend on anyone. They are independent data types and they will store only one value. They will store only one value. Let me give you an example for that. For that, we'll go to online compiler. Let's say in JavaScript only I'll show you, then we'll turn out to. Now, if you're writing primitive data types, so primitive data type means very simple. They will store only one value. What they will do? They will store only one value. Let's say I will say that let num equals to 5. Now, can I store like this 5, 3? No, it's an error now. It's a error now. We cannot store. Understood or not? Understood? So primitive data types does not depend on anyone. They are the independent data types. Now let's say if you're writing an array. So here I will write let array equals to. Now this particular array will depend on the type of data, whether it is int, float. But in generally JavaScript, we don't have int, float. We directly have number. Okay, we directly have number. So for primitive data types, I will write something like this. That they are the basic unit of data types. They are the basic unit of data types that does not depend on anyone. That does not depend on anyone. And they will store only one value. They will store only one value. Understood? Very simple. Now, example in JavaScript or TypeScript, we are talking about. So they are number, string, and Boolean. But the thing is, these are the main primitive data types. But after this, we have others also. That is num, undefined, symbol, big int. These are also the primitive data types in JavaScript or TypeScript. Okay. But if you check what number data type will store, number something like 2024, 8630. What string will store? Particular characters and text. Like Shivam is my name, this is a string. I'm taking an Angular batch, this is a string. What Boolean will store? True and. These are the main thing and everything is finished here. What null will store? Null value. Do we need it? Undefined will store? Undefined. But you can give me the data. What symbol will store? Symbol data. What big int will store? Very large integer number. So again, number, string, and Boolean are the 3 primitive data types, but we will discuss all. Okay. So let's first discuss about these particular things in TypeScript. So now at first we are talking about numbers. So here I will write, unlike Java and other programming languages, TypeScript does not have specific category for int and float. Int and float. So generally int is for the numbers that don't have decimal point. Float is for the number where we have decimal point. But in JavaScript, both are number. So example will be like this. So let's say let a equals to 34. This is also number data type. And if you are writing something like this, let b equals to 34.45. This is also number data type. Okay, this is also number data type. So this is what JavaScript is. Okay, after that we have our string. How you will best define the string? String is the collection of numbers, alphabets, and characters. Number can also be there in string. We can write number also. So string is the collection of, at first let's write alphabets, numbers, and special characters. What are special characters? Special symbols that have some particular meaning. Okay, now these are the same data types as like our JavaScript. So what is the actual differences? Now let's go back, or let me write the syntax also. Syntax for writing number type in TypeScript. Like how we will define it, right? How we will define it. Number type in TypeScript means I'm trying to tell my TypeScript that this is a number. So for that you have to write let num, or let's say let a colon number equals to 34. Now this is how you will write the types in TypeScript to increase the type safety. Let's try it. So the problem with JavaScript was that it was not having type safety. Why I'm saying that JavaScript don't have type safety? The reason is very simple. If you're writing let a equals to 23, let s equals to HYD. Okay, but first one is number, second one is number is a keyword. Yes, sir. Number is a keyword, sir. Now, if I'm declaring that let sum equals to a plus s means I'm trying to add a and s, which is mathematically not possible. If you're trying to add 23 with HYD, it is not possible, but it is JavaScript. Okay, 23 HYD. But you cannot do these things in TypeScript. TypeScript will give you the runtime error. What is runtime error and compile time error? Let me do the same thing here also. So what I'm going to do is I will write let a colon number equals to 23. Okay, this is how you define the data types. Let a is a variable, colon number. Now you have specified that this particular a is a number type. Now I will declare one string, let s colon string equals to HYD. Okay, till now there's no error. After that, if I'm writing let sum equals to, or I will declare my sum as number, that sum colon number equals to a plus s. Now we are running into one error. Now TypeScript is showing you error. Now if you check the error will say you that type string is not assignable to type number. Means how you can assign a string value to a number? You cannot assign it. Okay, understood? Now what if I'm trying to say that let sum is string? Then we will not get the error. Okay, we will not get the error, because for particular string, what the definition that I have written, then string can be the collection of alphabets, numbers, and special characters, right? It can be. Now I will write one particular string, something like this. Let's say I will say that PT Nehru was one. Okay, not this. Let's say I will write that Jaiswal is first ranked test cricketer. Now this is a string which is making use of digits. So numbers can be easily converted to string, but string cannot be converted to numbers. Okay, so that is the case. Now what if we are trying to run this in this particular case? Happen. So if you are writing that directly a plus s, it will print you 23 HYD, because by default it will convert them to string. But if you are assigning them to a variable by saying that this sum will be a number, this sum will be a number. Then you cannot add a and s because it will not be a number. 23 HYD will not be a number. But if you are saying that it will be a string, so yes, 23 HYD can be a string. That's why we are not getting any error. So now there's a thing to note here. So how to declare strings? So for that syntax I will write. The syntax for declaring the string is let str colon string equals to this is a string. So this is how TypeScript increase the type safety. Okay, because if we are getting the errors while we are writing the code, that is easy to fix. But let's say if we are getting the error after creating the application, then it is not good thing. So once we are getting the errors in the starting only, that's fine. We can solve that. Okay, understood or not? Okay. Now what is the thing to note here? There's a note. Numbers, or we can say pure strings cannot be converted into numbers, but vice versa is possible. What is vice versa? If I'm writing vice versa, what does it mean? Anyone? No group answers, please. Yes, who was answering from girls? Yes. Vice versa means the reverse condition of first that you have written. If you're writing pure strings cannot be converted into number, it means that what will be the vice versa of it? Number into string is possible. Means you can convert number to strings. Okay. The third type is Boolean data type, and which is also a primitive data type. Boolean means true or false. So generally it will hold the true and false only. Now, if I'm saying it, so now you can check that 23 HYD is getting printed. Okay, because we are adding one and a and s. Now let's say there will be a variable let b. Now I want to say that this is a Boolean type. So just colon Boolean equals to true. Okay, let b colon Boolean equals to true or false, you can write. Okay, if you are trying to assign it any other value, let's say I'm trying to assign it something like this, ABC. Now this is a error. This is a error. In JavaScript also it will become an error, but in a different way. So if you are, let me copy the same thing to JavaScript, and here I'll remove it. So generally I'm saying that let b, now this will be treated as a string here. So generally there's no error because ABC can be string, but in TypeScript if we are defining that let b colon Boolean equals to ABC, means specifically we are saying that this is a Boolean, and Boolean can store true false, or not only true false, it can store low high 0 1, means two particular values, either 0 1, either low high, top bottom, true false. But generally we works on true and false only. So if you are assigning the value as true here, it will work. Okay, now let's try to write something. So here I will write if b console.log this block is executed. Now what I said is this block is executed. Yes, Arsha, true is treated as 1 and 0 is treated as false. Now if I am writing something like this, tell me, will this execute? I think you might have studied about if else, else if, switch in JavaScript. Tell me, will it execute? If I'm running, this is printing, right? This block executed, but we are not writing any condition here. There's no checking condition. Then why it is getting printed? And if I'm writing false here, now tell me, will it be printed? No. So I can write the corresponding else statement to it. So I will write console.log, and here I will write else is executed. Else is executed. Now tell me, will it, this block is executed? Or instead of this, I will write if block is executed. Now tell me, either if block will execute or else block. Else block. Why? Because the particular thing B is having the value as false. Now the case is we are not writing any condition into if and else. Generally we write something like this. Let's say if number is less than or greater than 2, something like that we write. Something like that we write. But here we are just simply writing B. So generally if you have known the internal working of if else, they just return the true or false. That if condition is true, run this. If condition is false, then run this. Let's have an example for this. So the condition, I will write something like this. If tomorrow it is not raining, or let's say simple, I will write tomorrow no rain. If it is not raining, so it will execute class is there. Means we will take class. Else we will take class. Class is there. Whether rain is there or not, doesn't matter. So all the if and else block returns true or false. So on the basis of true and false, we execute our statements. That's the only work of if and else. Now we will generate dynamically. Now let's say if we are writing if B. Now what B is having? False. It means that directly this particular if is not going to execute. Then else will execute, or you can directly write true. You can directly write true. This will also work. But Now you can get that we are having error here. But this thing will not be an error in JavaScript. Now I will tell you the reason of error. But before that, paste the same thing in JavaScript and run it. So if block is executed without any error, right? But in TypeScript, we are getting one error. And the reason for this error is it will say you that if you are directly passing the true value to the if, means you are not passing any variable. Directly you are writing true. Every time it will be true only. So there is no need of else. Because every time if will execute, if you are directly writing true there, means the value of any variable will not change. If the value is not changing, every time this if will run, so there is no need of else. Check the error now. It is saying that unreachable code detected, means we will not reach to this particular code anyhow. Simple thing, because this is directly true. But if you're writing any variable here, then you can execute. Because let's say here, if you're writing b equals to false, now the value of b is changed. Again, you are keeping that in loop. So means if else can execute. Okay, now let's check our things with the other values of boolean. If I'm writing here if 1, and 1 means true, if block is executed. And if I'm writing 0 here, else is executed. So that is what true and false is. 1 as true, 0 as understood. Clearly understood? Any issue in boolean now? Completely? Okay. So for boolean, I will write now what can be the definition of boolean. So for that, at first I will write that boolean is the primitive data type in TypeScript which can hold either true or false, and 0 or 1, So mentioning that specifically 1 means true and 0 means false, and that's how it will work. But there is a thing to note here, and the thing is, when I pass the true here, this particular block is giving error. So it is saying that every time this code will execute, so there is no need of else. But if I'm writing 1 here, there's no error. Again, this only will execute, right? If I'm writing 1, means I'm passing true, means this block will execute, means there's no need of this block. But we are not getting any error now. What's the reason behind it? Yes, what is the reason behind it? This is a thing to note, right? Because 1 means true itself. When we are writing true, we are getting one error. But when we are 1 is a true, that's what I'm saying. Neha, that's what I'm saying, that 1 holds true and it will always be true because this is a static value that we will not change. Then why this particular, you can run it any n time. It will always give you if block is executed. You can run it n times. It will never execute this else statement. Then how? One should give the error in TypeScript, but it is not giving. Check. Search it and tell me. It's just a very normal thing. Okay. No need to mention line 1. If give 1. Yes, there is no. I'm just writing something there. This B is not related to this particular line. Okay. We are just passing the value. I know that there is no need, but just an example I'm showing you. Now let's discuss about other data types. So that is null. Okay. So let me first write the syntax for this. So what is the syntax for this particular boolean? So you have to write let b colon boolean equals to true. Now I think you understood that how, yes, what happened? Now you understood that how we attach the data types, and with attaching the data types, we can get the errors in our particular writing time only when you are writing the program. Okay. Now let's discuss about null data type. What is null? Empty, right? Empty data means there's nothing. So its syntax will be simple like that only. So if you are writing something like this, that let a colon null, and it will hold the value as null itself. A colon null equals to null. Null means empty, means void. Now if you are passing the value as empty to it, it will be an error. Yes, null means empty, but empty will be an error here. If you are writing void, void is also empty, but now we have error in A, that void is a keyword, you cannot use it. Okay. Now the thing is there any difference between null and empty? Null and empty. Okay, let's say I have this one particular bottle on my desk. Okay. If I'm saying that bottle is empty, what does it mean? And other sentence I'm writing bottle is null. Bottle is null. What does these two things mean? Are they same? No, they are not. So is physical thing, bottle is physical thing. Vijay, what you want to say about it? There is bottle. No, I'm saying bottle is empty and bottle is null. Null and empty. Okay. See, whenever we are talking about something called as, okay, we are getting some good answers. Let's read all. Null means there's no bottle. This is the right answer actually. Null means nothing is there, and null means bottle does not exist. Yes, very good. Arshad, null is data type. Arshad, very good. And Gopesh, very good. If I'm saying that bottle is empty, so I'm trying to say that there is nothing inside bottle. Water is not there, or let's say milk is not there, tea is not there. But if I'm saying that bottle is a null, means there is no bottle itself. Bottle is null. There's nothing called as bottle. So if I'm writing that A colon null equals to null, I'm saying that A does not have anything, or A is not anything. If I'm printing A, what it will print here? If I'm writing something like this, that console.log A, what it will print? If I'm saying console.log A, what it should print? Null. Nothing is there. Okay? Understood the difference between empty and null? So this is the syntax for that. Now, then we have undefined. One more is there that is called any. We'll discuss about that also. Undefined is there, which is not defined. Okay, which is not defined. Now, how many values we can pass is to undefined? If I'm saying that it is undefined, so I will say that let u colon undefined equals to, let's say I'm writing some string here, or not a string, let's say ABC I'm writing. So now what is the actual need of these data types? Undefined, null. Have you used them anywhere in your development? If you are developing any website, or if you are developing something using JavaScript, have you ever used them? No. But we use them in place in JavaScript. Guys, I think you have to listen to the question properly. I'm saying that yes, instead of learning, because we are learning now, so we are reading them, where we actually use them in the development, in the production level development. If you are developing any website and you said, no, we have to make use of null and undefined, otherwise we cannot work. Is it like this? That have you ever used null and undefined? No. But we use them in the complex development. Sometimes we have to return null and undefined to the user. Null and if we don't know the data particular value, we use define. Okay, I will tell you one thing, one practical use I will tell. How many of you have boarded the metro? Everyone, I think in our life we have boarded the metro or train particularly. So there is one display on the platforms so that generally show that it will go towards Miapur, it will go towards Raidor, it will go towards LB Nagar, something like that. It will show in particular Hyderabad, and it will show the count of counter also, that it will, the metro is coming in 2 minutes, 1 minute, something like that. Now let's say metro just came on the platform, the passenger boarded the train and it left. So there's a blank screen. Now how particular coding they are holding? Now is there someone sitting in the office switching off the screen? That okay, metro went, let's switch off the screen. It should not display anything. There is coding only, right? Because every 2 minutes, let's talk about Amirpet, there are 4 platforms. So every minute there is something is coming and going. So there's no one standing or sitting there to switch off and on that screen. It is the null only that will say that, okay, now it's null. Nothing is there. So we return a null after a counter. So what we say, let counter equals to 1. Or generally, that means we know the frequency of trains, right? It is by default. So generally, if you're traveling on blue line, so it is 2 minutes. That every 2 minutes you will have one metro in office hours. So if you talk about red line, it will be like 4 to 5 minutes. Not remember completely. But after that, let's write a program for that. So if I'm writing something like this, so let counter equals to counter colon number equals to 4, or let's say 2 only. So I am saying that counter is 2, means every 2 minutes we will have one train. Every 2 minutes. Now there is a function of display, and it will display something. So let's say it is printing the counter and train direction, that it will go towards Miapur, it will go towards LB Nagar, it will go towards something like that. So once the counter is 0, so after that we will check that if counter is equals to 0, counter is 0, means exact 2 minutes done. Metro came, stayed and left. Now counter is 0. So again, what we have to do, for some 10 seconds, 20 seconds, we have to blank the display. Notice this today. You do one thing, just spend at least 10 minutes on the any platform. Just notice that display board. So there you will see that display is blank for a particular second of time every time. Metro went, let's say for 10 seconds, it will be blank. Metro came again, for next 10 seconds, it will be blank. So there is some coding behind it. The coding is this one only. So there we make use of this null. Now our display should display none. Because if you are saying that display is an electronic device, right? If you are not displaying anything onto that, so what will come? The company logo will come generally. Let's say you have a television in your home and you are turning it on. Let's say in my home, I have LG TV. Okay, means LG is a company, right? Life's good. So when we are turning it on, the LG logo will come for like half a millisecond or some second. So if you are not displaying anything on the screen, the company logo will come. So again, there will be advertisement. So we have to display something, but we don't have anything to display. Display the Don't use mobile. Display the null. Okay. That is the actual use of null. Just notice it on the metro today that the screen will blank for exact number of seconds every time. You can notice it today. There will not even a single millisecond difference. You can count it. That is the use of null. Means now on the display, we need to display something, but we don't have anything to display. That's why we display null. Understood? There we make use of these things. Should I give another example? Is there any time we give? Yes, I think you might have studied about set timeout, right? Set timeout. So we will set timeout for 10 seconds and then we will display the null. We make use of set timeout or simply asynchronous JavaScript in that. Set timeout. In that particular timeout, we will display null and then again the main function. For 2 minutes, counter, 0, null. That's it. Repeating the same thing again and again. Another particular example is the traffic lights, right? So there are how many traffic lights? 4. Like if let's say what we call it, 4-way. I'm not getting that one particular word. Let's say there's a circle and in that circle 4 are the connecting roads. Now there might be or there will be 4 traffic lights. Now at a time, one chaurasta. Yeah. You understood chaurasta? Okay, fine. So let's say intersection. English word. So let's say on that particular, there will be 4 traffic lights and at, let's say for 30 seconds, generally for 30 seconds only, if it is the peak hours, on peak hours, one lane will be running for 30 seconds. Other 3 lanes will be having a delay. Okay. Other 3 lanes will be having a delay. Now for them, counter will display that you have 90 seconds because 4 lanes, 30 seconds means your turn will come after 90 seconds. So for one lane, the counter will be 90, 89, 88. For one particular lane, it will be 60, 59. For one, it will be 30, 29, like that. And there is a 10 millisecond delay. Let's say I will show you on graph. Just try to understand that this is a road. Let's say there is a line here and these are the connecting roads. Okay. And this is your chaurasta here. Now let's say this particular line is currently running now. And after this line, this particular line is supposed to run. Means once this is completed, again this will start. So once this is about to 0, means its timer is about to 0. And its timer is about to become null. That no, you have to stop now. Means yellow signal is coming. Yellow signal means wait here now. So people are stopping here. There will be a delay. That delay is null now. So this particular signal, yellow is null. Yellow is null. Generally, it starts with 5 seconds. Wait 5, wait 4, wait 3, wait 2, wait 1, 0, and that red light again started. So that is the use of null. Okay. Let's come down to undefined. Now it's your work to find where we use undefined. Okay. Now let's talk about big int. Big int. Big int means very big number. Very big. Okay. Very big number. So let's say in TypeScript here, if I'm writing something like this, let's say let big number, yes, like double, let big number colon big int equals to this very big number. Okay. Now there's an error. Phone number is big int. No, phone number is not big int. Okay, which precision is followed by JavaScript? Yes, phone number is a big int. Which precision is followed by JavaScript? Precision. Let's say HTML follow Unicode 8. Java also follow Unicode. C language follow ASCII code. So which particular thing is followed by JavaScript? It is IEEE 64-bit double floating point. 64-bit. 64-bit. 64-bit means 8 bytes. Do you understand bits and bytes? Understand? What is 1 bit? Anyone? No group answers, please. Okay, how many bits are there in 1 byte? 8. Okay. So there is a like very big confusion between bits and bytes. And 1 character equals to 1 bit. Okay. 0 or 1. Yes. Bit either 0 or either 1. See, generally, it's a internet era. Means we are living in a world of internet. Now everything is online. Shopping, eating, everything is online nowadays. So generally, internet is a crucial thing. Now let's check the internet speed here that we are getting. And I have to tell you something in that. So the internet speed that I'm currently using, I think it's a LAN connection. So let's stop it around 90 Mbps. Now my internet speed is showing as 90 Mbps. It means that if there is a file of 90 MB, it should be downloaded in 1 second, right? But it will not be downloaded in 1 second. And yes, there is a trick behind it. The trick is all the companies are scamming us and we are not even looking towards it. So I like when I got installed Wi-Fi at my home, like around, I don't remember the year, it's like very few years back. So I purchased a plan of 60 Mbps. So I supposed that because I started working, it's for my work from home. So for that, when I downloaded something, it was not downloading on the full speed. Means 60 MB you should take, right? but it was not downloading with the speed of 60. And when I was checking the speed, it was 60, 65, 70. You can also check. Then I got to know that you can check here. It is Mbps, megabits per second, not megabyte. It is small b here. So generally, if you are taking a plan of 40 Mbps, the basic plan that we have in our home, 40 Mbps, it means that it is 40 megabits per second. You have to divide it by 8. Means the actual your Wi-Fi speed is 5 Mbps. Means if you are downloading something, it will be downloaded at a speed of 5 megabyte per second. It means that if there is a file of 90 MB and your internet speed is 40 m small bps, so your journal speed is 5 megabyte. It will take 18 seconds for you to download. But what we see, 90 MB file size, 40 MB speed, 2 seconds. No, it will be 8 seconds. This is Mbps, megabits per second, not megabytes. Okay? Try it. You will see. Or you want me to do it here? Okay. So I will show you, let's say there's one particular ID, Android Studio. Because the size is 1 GB here, so you can check. So what I will do is I will download it, but I will stop just to show you the speed. So once then why mega? Mega is same, right? Let's say, now just check the speed. So for that, installing and what is the download speed here? 5 Mbps, 6 Mbps, or maximum it is going till 7. 7 is 56. So it will show 56, 60 there, 7, like 8, 9 it is going. Maximum 8 and 9 it is going. It means that it is 64. So there it is showing you 60, 70, but actual speed is 7 Mbps, 8 Mbps only, right? Trick. So your companies are scamming you. Do one thing, beat your Wi-Fi provider today. So these kind of things we have to understand. Now, understood where we use the null? Let's quickly discuss all the data types. So big int is there. Yes, we are getting one particular error on the big number. Now let's check the number. So it is saying you that type number is not assignable to type big int. So it is saying you that you are trying to assign a number value to a big number or big int, but this is big int, right? Or let's increase the number. Now I think it should be a big int, but once you check it, again we are running into one particular error. But you can check that we are getting something on 8 also. The 8 is saying that numeric literals with absolute values equals to 2 to the power 53 or greater are too large to be represented accurately as integer. Means this particular number is greater than 2 to the power 53 and you cannot represent them journal way. This is the journal way we are writing numbers. For that, we should make use of something. Is anyone here from Java? No? Okay. .NET? Who is from .NET? You're from .NET? Completed? Started? What is going on in .NET now? ADO. So you discussed about types there. How to represent the big numbers there? Yes, how to represent the big numbers? Long in Java. Yes, double is also there. How to represent numbers there? No, big numbers. Double is there. So what we write for double? Anyone? Like, you got the problem? Yes. No talking, please. Just listen here. Double. Double is in Java. In Python, we use scientific notation e mentisa. Yes, we can. But generally, if we are working with a non-integer number, then what is the case? It is saying you something that you can write any big number. So it is saying you that this is a journal number. This is a journal number. If you are typecasting it to number, no error. But again, it is giving you something that you cannot. This 2 to the power 53. Let's first check what is 2 to the power 53. 2 to the power. So it is 90 this one. 1. Now it is saying you that 2 to the power 53 is this number. So if your number is 2 to the less than 2 to the power 53, so what I will do, I will simply write 1 here. That particular 3 dot is removed now. That till here you can write your numbers. Till here. After this, you have to use the big int. But you can use and it will work fine. It will work fine. But now do one thing, I'm typecasting it to big int. What I'm doing is this is a big int now. And now we are getting error. So now TypeScript is saying you that you were using the same method for numbers also. Normal numbers. Def, bet, number, and big int. Shahid, write it clearly. I can't get. Then you are saying the same thing to big int. There might be some difference. How we will say or how we can say that this is a number now or this is a big int now? How we can say that this is particular smaller number or this is a big int? Difference between number and big int. Difference between number and big int. You are asking this question or you are about to say this thing? Like I can't get it. You want me to answer this question? Asking, okay, number is the, like if your number is in the range of 2 to the power 53 minus 1, means 0 to particular this number. Till now, here you can write your number. If your number is larger than this, you have to use big int. Now, when we are typecasting it to big int, we are running into an particular error. Yes. What is casting? If I'm saying that, what is casting? What you will say? Sorry, say it loudly. One, changing one data type to another data type. Like an example, boxing, unboxing. You are particularly talking about your .NET only. C# you are using? Float to int in Python. Exactly. Int to float in Java, float to int in Python, Java, all are same. But here, what we have to do is, we have to do something which it should take, means which it should accept the value. As it is not accepting. Okay, let's say here I will add num only because this variable is too long. So let num big int. Now, if I'm trying to print the num, so let's run this program and it will say you that I'm printing the number for you. Means the error is actually a warning here. That at least define something. At least define something. It will not produce a runtime error for you. It will produce a compile time error. When we are, let's write very big number here and then run. Now the number is getting printed in the form of e. Okay, like e to the power like that. Window size is not correct here, so something like that. But the thing is, if we are writing our number in terms of e, what is e? Exponent. Let's say what I'm saying something like this, that 44, like 45 e 10. What is this 45 e 10? 45 multiplied 10 to the power 10, and you will see the number here getting printed. Again, we are running into this particular issue. So now you should know that it is actually taking e also into normal number. It is taking this particular e into normal numbers. Think, open your brain here. Anyone from the online class? Like how we can actually remove this particular compile time error also. If I want to remove this compile time error, what I should write here? Yes. An exact answer. You have to keep a n at the end of the number. But now that error is removed. Now we are getting one error here, that big int letters are not available when targeting lower than ES 2020. What is ES 2020? What is ES 2020? That's why I was saying you that you should have a decent knowledge of JavaScript. Now it is showing you something like this, that big int literals are not available, that you cannot use big int when you are using version as ES 2020. What is ES 2020 here? It should be GS 2020 or something like that. But what is this ES now? ECMAScript. What is ECMAScript? What is ECMAScript? European Council's European Computer Manufacturers Association, ECMA, ECMA, European Computers Manufacturers Association. Now I have to teach you this ECMAScript also, but I will not teach. Okay, that's how we can use this big int. But what the version here and all those things? That's why I was saying you one thing, that in our particular TypeScript, these three are the main: primitive, number, and string. After that, what we will be having? Some problem in everything, very large number, and the syntax for this is let num colon big int equals to some number and then n at the last. Okay, n at the last. Okay, now understood the data types in TypeScript. Now we are going to discuss about type inference. Type inference. Type inference means in TypeScript, there is a particular power to detect the data type by itself. Inference means infer to something. Infer to something. Now, what I'm going to do is we are going to see the type inference. So here I will write let num colon number and I will pass one number value. After that, I will say that let str colon string equals to some particular string I will write here. After that, I will say that let b colon boolean and I will write true here. But this is the proper method that I'm using. So now let's check console.log type of num. Like what is the type of particular num variable? At the same way, I will check it for str variable also and b variable. So first one is number, second one is string, and third one is boolean because even I have myself declared it number, string, and boolean. Okay. What if I am not writing this particular type safety here and then I'm trying to check it? So it has a little power to check that first one is number, second one is string, and third one is boolean. So that is called type inference. So it's a simple theoretical topic here itself and stating, let me write directly in WordPad. I'll upload that file. I will write type inference. TypeScript has the ability to check the type of any variable by detecting its value. By detecting its value. Okay, now what I'm going to do is in my JavaScript, I will write something like this. Let num equals to Google Classroom is created. No, guys, as the demo is going on, so Google Classroom is not there. Once the demo classes are completed, after that, we will have the Google Classroom. Now, what if I'm checking the type of num? What it should return? Number or string? If I'm checking the type of num, what it should return? String. Why? Because we have written inside in a double quotes, but it's a number. So here it does not have the ability to do it. But up to some extent, it can. Okay, up to some extent, it can. So TypeScript has the ability to check the type of any variable by detecting its value. So after that example, I will write let str equals to we are in Hyderabad. We are in Hyderabad. TypeScript will automatically detect. TypeScript will automatically detect the type of str as string. Type of str as string. Now you tell me, did you guys understood the type system and type inference? Is there any doubt in this particular thing? If you have any doubt, just let me know. Okay. Yes. Understood it completely? Tomorrow we'll see functions in TypeScript and objects in TypeScript. Yes. Non-primitive. Yes, we will discuss non-primitive data types with functions only. So tomorrow we will discuss about non-primitive data types. Non-primitive data types, functions, functions, and object type. Because object is a non-primitive data type in JavaScript, right? Object, because it can hold multiple values like arrays there, right? So we'll see that. In big int after adding and also showing error. Why? Bhushan, you have to check it. If everything I am teaching, what you will do? You just try to search it, send notes. Guys, notes will be available once the actual classes are starting. These demo classes are going on for this week. I think from Monday onwards, we will be having the main classes, right? Because as you can check the strength today. So yesterday I said that if your HTML, Java is not completed, then don't join. So I don't see any people here from those. So it will be like that. So once we are having the actual classes by confirming the number of students, then we will add those students in the Google Classroom and the notes will be available there. Okay. So till then you can use. So you are just mixing two definition and then A to B, B to A. How you will best define the object? Collection of key and value pair. Okay. So is this mouse object? What are the key and value pairs of this? Yes, that is the thing here. Key is a Say it loudly, please. Type. Type of the key. Akhil, you can't hear anything, then do one thing. Either check your internet connection, or if you are connecting your headsets, just try to reconnect it. Am I audible to all? Guys, just ping me if I'm audible properly. So this is the answer given by Siva, that it is a real-time entity, and that is the actual answer for it. Okay. So let me discuss about it. We are not going into the programming world. In real life, what is object? Object is something which exists in real world. And if something is existing in real world, it had some properties, right? Now let's say there is a mouse on my desk. Okay. Now this mouse is existing in the world. It is a physical thing, or it had some existence. Now, how many properties it can have? Manufacturer, company it can have. Company it can have, right? Type it can have, like what is the type? Is it wired mouse or wireless mouse? It may be having its working also. If it is wireless, it will directly work with the CPU. If it is wireless, then it will work with batteries, right? So these are the properties of mouse. So how we best define the objects is, objects are the entities. Objects are the entities that exists in real world. That exists in real world. Now we, for classes, we say that classes are the group of objects or the collection of objects, and then we reverse the definition. Object is the instance of class. Is it not confusing? Right? So now let me tell you one thing. What is object actually? Object means something that is existing in real world. Now let's suppose a case, you are sitting in your home and your father said to you that go to market and buy me fruits. At the same time, your mother said that go to market and buy vegetables. Now how many objects you have? Two objects. First object is to buy fruits, and another object is to buy vegetables. Now this is also a real time thing because it's existence, right? It is existing. Now the case is, if that particular object is existing in the world, what are their properties? Properties are the type of fruit, like what you want to buy, apple, banana, papaya, date, what you want. Then price of that particular fruit, this is also property. Then it comes to quantity. Let's say you are buying 1 kg of apple, you are buying 1 kg of potato, that is called property. Now object are the entities that exist in real world. Example is that particular thing. Now why we are saying that classes are the group of objects? Because what is the best way to go to market and buy fruits and vegetables? One says you can check the hierarchy. Hierarchy means father said it first. So at first I will go to market, buy fruits, come back, give it to father, then again go to market, buy vegetables, and then give to mom. And that's not a good thing to do, right? That's why we introduce the classes world. Let's say I will give an example for non-physical thing, training, or let's say Angular JS. Is it a physical thing, Angular JS? No, it's not. But it is something that existing in real world. So what properties will have? Type. Type means either it will be a library or it will be a framework. So what it is? Framework. Angular is a framework. Very good. And what it will have? Supported language. Supported, or simple I will write SPL. Supported language. Understand it just. So what is the supported language for it? TypeScript. Either JavaScript or TypeScript. So here it is supporting TypeScript. Now as Angular is not a physical entity, you cannot touch it, you cannot see it, but you can use it. So it is something that is existent in the real world, and it also has certain properties. Now understood objects? What are objects? Is it clear? Okay. Now when we are talking about objects in JavaScript, so let me go there in the programming. Guys, those who were asking for the recordings, so they are in the chat box now, you can check. YouTube video links are there, you can check those. Now the thing is, this is JavaScript compiler. Now what I will do is, I will create an object, constant of object, and I will write certain properties to it. Let's say I will write name. Let's say ABC is the name. Then I will pass the age. Let's say age is 10, and mobile number. Let's say I will pass something mobile number I have passed. Now this is an object, right? It is an object or not? Yes, of course, it's an object. Object of means not name I'm giving. Let's say constant of student. There is a student. If the age is 10 and the student will be, I think, of fourth or third, fourth class, fourth, fifth class. Let's say there's a student of fourth class and whose name is ABC, age is 10, and mobile number, parent mobile number is this one. This particular student is an object now, right? It's an object. Okay. Now, if I'm saying that console.log student means I am directly printing the student. This is, I'm talking about JavaScript, not TypeScript. So it's printing the student, right? What if I want some particular detail? Let's say I just want to check the age. So I will write student.age, right? This is what I will write, and it is returning 10. Now, what if I am checking the type of student? So it should return object, right? Type of student means it's an object. Okay. What if I'm trying to check the type of student.name? Now, what it is supposed to return? If I'm checking the type of student.name, what it is? Name. String. Name is a string, right? But this is not the case with TypeScript. This is not the case with TypeScript. There we will run into some error. Now, beforehand, that will also print the string, but we will run into an error. I'll show you. Now, I think if you have done with JavaScript, this const means you cannot change the value or you cannot add something, right? It is like that. We cannot add anything. Okay. But here, let me write this. Let me write student dot class equals to fourth. Student dot class equals to fourth. And after that, what I will do is simply I'll print this particular student. And now you can check that we change the value of const. Yes, we change the value of const, but const means we cannot change its value, right? It is constant, but how we are able to add something to it? Or let's add the student's surname also. So I will write student dot surname equals to, let's say, Kumar, and then run it. So we are actually able to write the values, and directly you can print them. Student dot surname. So it should print Kumar, and it is printing. If I'm checking the type of student dot surname, it should be string. Yes, of course, it's a string without any error. So that's how we work with the object. Now, note down a question. Just try to find it. The question is, if we are creating an object with const parameter, how I can change its value? Because that's not the definition of const. We generally don't do this thing, right? Right or wrong? Yes. Now let me show you something. So if I'm writing that const num equals to 34, and after that I will print this particular number, console.log number, and after that I will say that num equals to 45. Now, will it throw error? Of course, it will throw error. At first it is printing 34, then it is saying error. Now it is saying that assignment to constant variable, that you cannot change the value of a const. But how we are able to change there? We have to see this. Or let me answer you this. No need. You search it and tell me tomorrow. Okay. Okay. So now let's go to TypeScript. So I have told you the official website is typescriptlang.org. And who developed TypeScript? Forgot. First day only I told. It was developed by Microsoft, and this is a free and open source programming language which acts as a superset of JavaScript. Superset means it adds the type safety. Now what I will do is same code. Let me go back. This particular same code I will write in my TypeScript. So let me write it. Same code I'm writing here, but as surname is not available, so I'll remove it. Type of student. Okay, same thing. That there is a constant of student, name, ABC, age, mobile number, this, that. Run it. So object. Okay. When I'm checking the student dot name, running string, but we are not adding the type safety here. It is the same JavaScript code, because how to add the type safety, yesterday we discussed it, right? Let's say if you want to add a string, so we will write let str colon string, means we have to add this type safety. But here, as of now, we are not adding the type safety. So for that, let's first add the type safety. So this particular student is a object. So I will write colon object. And the moment I changed this to the TypeScript object, we are getting the error here. We are getting the error. Now TypeScript is saying you something, but it will return. If you are checking the age, there also we will get error, but it will say you the answer that it is a number, but it will show you compile time error. Now this error is saying you what? This error is saying you that property age does not exist on type object. It means that it is saying you that boss object does not have anything as age, but we have. So that's not the case with TypeScript. Here we have to create its interface. What do we have to create? Interface. Means the objects in TypeScript are a bit confusing. They will work fine, as now we can check that it's returning the answer. If you are checking student.age, they are saying number. But when you are using them in development, this will be the problem, and your complete thing will not be working. Now, what is the actual error here? Or even if, let's say, I'm saying that just print student.age, what I will say is just print student.age. I'll say like this. When I'm trying to print student.age, it's again error. Once you are running it, answer it is giving for now, but with error. Now, when I'm simply trying to print student.age, what's the issue? The issue is property age does not exist on type object. It is again saying you the same thing, that this particular property age does not exist here. It does not exist. Like how? We are going good, right? For that, we have to create the type of object. We have to create the type of objects. And for that, I will create an interface. What I will create? A interface of student. And then I will declare its value. How I will declare the value? That name will be string. Okay, name will be string. Age will be number. And mobile number will be number. And this is what we are expected to do here. But again, we are running into any issue. Now, this particular student STU, it should take its value from here. So it will not be typecast to object. It will be typecasted to student. And once you are typecasting it to student, now we are getting the error here because this is the stu variable. So I will return stu.age, and that's how we are good to go with the objects. Okay, I will explain this again. Just check it's working. So yes, 10 we are checking. Now let's check the type of this. So I will write type of student.age. Type of student.age, and we are not running into any error, and it's working fine. But why do we need to create this interface? Cannot we directly cast our student to object? Yes, we can. But if we are casting our objects directly, it means that we are still using the JavaScript object, and which does not have any type. Then it's not the TypeScript objects. So for creating TypeScript object, we have to create the interface for each and every object. Interface for each and every object. Now let's say I'm not giving the object for mobile number here. Okay, I'm not giving the interface for mobile number. Then you can check that we are getting error on mobile number, and it is saying you that object literal may only specify known property and mob does not exist in type, because it is saying you that you are not creating a type for it. Okay, why we change to instead of student? Because both were same, right? That's why. Or you might have a confusion. That's why I changed. If both are students, you will have confusion here. So this object name is student, and which is extending this particular interface. What is interface, guys? You studied it or not? Yes. .NET. Who was from .NET? Yesterday there was some from interface. Interface. Python also has interface. Then first, why you said Python student? I'm saying that Python also has interface. Just like function. No, you are seeing it here, then answering. Function them and calling them. Creating instance object. Rajesh Kumar is saying, I think Angular is JavaScript framework. Sir, there are two frameworks. One is Angular and another one is Angular JS. So that Angular JS uses JavaScript and this Angular uses TypeScript. And this is a course for Angular, not Angular JS. Both are different. If it is React, then React and React JS both are same. Let me show you this thing also. Let me clear out this. So once you are going to github.com, and there, if you search Angular JS, if you search there Angular JS, so you will see the repository for Angular JS, this one. Just open it and check what it is using. So it is using 98% JavaScript. Once you change it to simple Angular, not Angular JS. So Angular JS, this is particular Angular, and which makes use of 87% of TypeScript. So Rajesh Kumar, Angular and Angular JS both are different frameworks. Okay, don't think like that after this. Yes. So now okay, we were discussing about interface. So interface, how we will best define the interface. So now just see the working of interface here. What interface is doing? Online and offline mode. For offline people, it is this mic. I'm making use of this mic to interact with you. So this mic is also an interface. And we are using WebEx software to interact with the online peoples. So Akash Reddy, I have discussed about framework in the first class. Go and check that video. And that WebEx is working as an interface for online people. So interface is something which helps you to interact. See here also. So interface is this particular interface of student is helping this student object to interact with the compiler efficiently. How? Because in the starting, let me draw a diagram for it, then you will understand. So in the starting, there was a STU object. What was there? A STU object, and which was having name and age. There was name and age. Now, let's say this is the program's server, or you can say compiler. Now, as we are in TypeScript, so TypeScript generally expect that you will be having a type, right? TypeScript will expect this, that you must have some type. Once this STU is going there, compiler will say, okay, your type is object. Understood. You can come inside. But when I'm trying to pass student.name, then it is saying me that name, you don't have any type. You are inside an object, but without any type. but I will not allow you. But as it is a superset of JavaScript, then this name will say, yes, I am from JavaScript. It will allow to work, but with an error that this is not a correct method, but I am allowing you. Let me show you. This is, I am not creating any interface, and this is not extending anything. Simple object it is extending. So once I am returning the type of student, it will return without any error. What it will return? Object. Because yes, I'm casting my stu to object. But if you are checking the type of student dot name, it will say you that yes, the type is string, but this is not a right method. This is an error. So once this particular student dot name is going to compiler will say name, you don't have any type, but I'm expecting some type from you. For now, what we are doing by creating an interface here, so what we are actually doing is we are creating an interface between here, a interface. So whatever value is going through this particular student, this will give a provisional type to everything. Let's say this student is going to compiler. Now everything will go through this. So now this interface will type, means it will provide the type to as student as object. And if you are passing name, then interface will say, oh, you already declared in the starting that name will be string. We are declaring in the interface that name will be string. So this interface will say to the compiler, yes, this is a string. Do it. Then your compiler will say, okay. Because now you have an interface between them. Understood? Understood now? Completely? Okay, very good. Now what I'm trying to do is, let's say here, age I will say as string. Our age can be string or not? No. Just think broader. Our age can be string, right? Let's say, what's your age? 22. Is it not a string? Yes, of course it is a string. The age can be string also, right? Think broader, guys. Now what I'm doing is, to my interface, I am saying that boss age will be string, but I am providing an integer value. Then also it will be a error, because interface is saying you that what you are doing. You said me that age is string, but you are providing a number value. Now once you are checking the type, what it will print, string or number? Because interface knows that age is string, but value is integer. Then what it will print, string or number? Number. You know why it is printing number? Again, same logic. Your age will go to interface. Interface will give the error that what you are doing. You said me that you are string, but why you are having a number value? Then age don't have any answer. So this interface will give the same value to compiler that it is a number. So now interface is already not an independent function. It is dependent on the value that you are passing, right? Now I will give you a like very funny example. It is just for your reference purpose. Now let's say I will be your trainer for Angular. Okay. And let's say there is something called, let's say, scope. I taught you something called as a scope, and I totally taught it wrong way, right? I gave some wrong information to you. Generally it won't happen, but let's suppose that I'm giving you some wrong information. As of now, half of people will be searching it somewhere, then they can get it that, okay, that particular word was wrong there. But half of the people will go with this knowledge, and they are ready to fight with others that no, this is right. And that's the case with the interface, because you are completely dependent on the data that I'm giving you, on the content that I am giving you, except some people's. But same thing is with the interface. So interface is totally dependent on the object. So object will extend the student object. This particular student object is not depend on this interface. No, it doesn't depend on this. It can work without it. Sir, when the notes are uploaded, guys, I think from Monday onwards, the Google Classroom will be created, and after that I'll upload the notes. I think I'm writing everything here, and very in short way I'm writing. So notes are not that much needed here. But even though we will upload all the notes, I think from Monday onwards we'll upload. Now the case is, this student object is known by that age is a string, but we are providing the number values. It is saying that yes, number will go there, not the string. So who is the independent here? Student or student object? STU or student? STU is independent because we are providing the value here, right? Understood? So that is what we talks about objects. Okay. Now let's write something about this. So here I will write that for giving the type to the properties of objects, we make use of interface. What is interface? Just a layer between the object and the compiler. That's it. It is just a layer. It's nothing, just a layer which will add the type safety. Understood? So for giving the type to the properties of object, we make use of interface, and the example is the same code that we have written till now. This one. So first we are creating an interface, and then constant is we are providing these two values. So age I will convert to number, not a string. Guys, don't talk. This is what we are doing. Understood the objects? Sure? Or if you have any doubt, just let me know. Again, I'm saying yes, then it will give a string. Don't talk. Okay, let's talk about function also. Then we will upload the same. So now we are going to talk about functions. Don't talk, guys. What is a function? What is a function? No group answers, please. How many times I should say this? A function is a small program which will perform some operation. It is a block level of code. Why we need functions? See, as listen to me, guys. Listen to me. Hold on. Whatever we can do by using functions, we can do without using functions also. Right? Can we do or not? Yes, of course we can do, because JavaScript is a scripting language. Okay. Okay. Now I got something. What are the scripting languages? For future purpose and reusable. Yes, that's the right answer. We'll discuss about it. Use of modularity. So if you are from the Java background or C, C++, C Sharp, or let's say Python also, so there is an entry point of program, right? There's a main function, right? Which is the entry point that, okay, your compiler will start executing from here. That's not the case with JavaScript. You can call any function from anywhere. Okay. You can call any function from anywhere. It's the global thing. Now, why we need functions? So first, let's write the definition that you are saying, and that's the correct. So functions are the block of code which will perform certain operation, which will perform certain operations, which will perform certain operation. But this is again the half definition. Okay, we understood that our function will perform some particular operation, but we can perform same operation without functions also. What's the big deal in that? The big deal is their reusability. There, let's say, first talk about in JavaScript only. So here, what I'm doing is I will create a function of print. There is a print function. Okay. Let me change the name of function. So I will write show. There is a show function. So there's a function as show. Now, what I want to do for this particular show function, I will print console.log. At first, I will print today is Friday. At first, I'm printing the day. After that, yes, what happened? Any issue? Okay. After that, what I'm saying is I will print the today is 6th December date. Today is 6th December. After that, I will print year. That 2024 is running. 2024 is running. Okay. Now let's run this. Let's call this function show. Okay. So it will print these three things. And yes, it's printing. What if I am not using any function, then printing them? Then also it will print. Then what's the big deal here? The big deal is if you want to print it 3 times consecutively, then you have to do like this. Then only it will print. But once you are binding it inside a function, what you are doing? Now you can call this function many times and it will do the same operation. So the complete definition is functions are the block of code which will perform certain operation. The main advantage is that we can call them multiple time to reuse. We can reuse them. We can reuse them. So let me write something here. So I'll do that functions are the block of code which will perform certain operations. The main advantage of using functions is that we can call them multiple time and reuse them, right? That's the main advantage of them. Now I have a question. Answer it genuinely. Have you developed any dynamic project using functions or not? Yes. If not, then we can develop something. Then we will come to other things. Tell me, frankly. Okay, there is one game, Tic Tac Toe. How many of you know Tic Tac Toe? Zero and cross game. So that is Tic Tac Toe. No? Really? Okay. Not an issue. I'll show you. Okay. Let me show you a Tic Tac Toe game that is developed by me only. Like in the trainings only, and I'll show them of some of my students also, but as of now, I'll show you mine only. I forgot the repository, but let me check it. Wait, let me check the repository. You should understand the working of functions first. Then it may ease out the JavaScript also for you. Tic Tac Toe. So this is Tic Tac Toe, where what you have to do is one player will write 0, other will write cross, and those who are able to match 3 consecutive zeros, they are the winners. Okay. So let's say 0 cross like that. So here, once after keeping X, it is saying that X wins the game. Okay. So because X has 3 consecutive, so this is Tic Tac Toe. Now the question is, this is the easiest topic in JavaScript. How many of you can develop this? Easiest. So before going deep into the functions of TypeScript, shall we develop this using JavaScript? Right? And with that, you can understand. See, I already told you that how you can upload the things to GitHub and create a links. So create your link there and you can enjoy it. Now, I will tell you the thing also that how the flow of work is there in companies. It's not like the local host and all those. So let's go to desktop and I'll create a new folder there as Tic Tac Toe first. Tic Tac Toe. Okay. Now let's open VS Code and I'll open that particular folder of Tic Tac Toe. Okay. Now this particular application will have index.html file, right? And then it will have style.css file and script.js file. Done? Let's start writing. So the title I will give it as Tic Tac Toe. And I will try to make it very simple for you. Very simple. Very simple. Just wherever you are getting some problem, ask that time itself. Okay, now just have a look at this. What we need to do is, at first we have to display one heading and everything is in center. So simple, I will keep one center tag. Okay, so center tag I'll keep here, and at first there is a heading H1. So I will write Tic Tac Toe. And yes, I'm just teaching it for the reference purpose so that you can check how we will reuse the functions. Okay, how we will reuse the functions. So they will make use of JavaScript functions. Hope that you will not have any problem in JavaScript after that. Okay, and you can add this project in your resume after developing, as it is a dynamic application from client side. So Tic Tac Toe is there. For now, let me link my CSS file. Okay, linking is done. Now what I will do is, to my body, let's give a background color. So background color of, let's say, this aquamarine I'll give. And now let's check it's working. What we are doing till now. Coming, Tic Tac Toe is coming. The next thing is, what we need to do, we need to create these particular boxes. Now, in how many ways you can create them? We can create grid, 3x3 grid. We can create, or else we can create 9 divs, right? We can create flex also. Anything you can use, anything. So for that, there will be a parent div, right? Whose class will be container, main container. Or as this is a Tic Tac Toe game, so you can write board here, complete board, or any container you can write. I think these things are clear till now. Now what it will have? It will have 9 divs. Okay, 9 divs it will have. Let's create. Now there is a short trick that if I want to create 9 divs at the same time, so I can write like this only. That div multiply 9, so it will create 9 divs for you. Now this particular container is as a class, so I will write dot container. I will display grid or flex. Which one you are comfortable with? Grid? Okay, not an issue. It's just a design. You can do it by anyone. Now what I will do is, for this particular div, just look at here. What I'm doing is, there are 9 divs, and for the first div, I will give ID as cell 0. Cell 0 means indexing. I'm giving 0, 1, 2, 3, 4 like that. You can give cell 1 or cell 0, whatever. Now let's write something for it. So I will write has cell 0. Let's give it height and width of 100 pixel. Height as 100 pixel. Width as 100 pixel again. Background color as white. Okay. And simple. So this is what we are getting now. Right? This is what we are getting now. So what I will do is, for second div, I will give a ID as cell 1. Just go with the process. We are not doing anything fancy. Just go with the process. Okay. Now this particular cell 0, I will give to cell 1 also. Same property. Right? Same 2 divs are there because we are not adding any gap between them. So we will add it. So this property will be applicable to cell 2 also. Give color for cell. It is looking nice. The designing you can do. I'm just, as this is not the front end class. Okay, just cope up. So cell 8 will be there, 0 to 8, 9 cells, right? Cell 6, cell 7, and then we will have cell 8. Now what I will do is same property I'll give to all the divs. Development process is actually very easy. You just have to cope up. Now what I will do is I'll change them. So it is cell 2, cell 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. One is left, right? What happened? Okay, 1 or 2 times, no problem. Cell 8, okay? Sahil, for everyone I am audible. So what you need to do is you have to check it from your side only. Now what I need to do is let's check the design. Like this they are coming. What if I want them? Now I want them in the 3x3 grid. So what I have to do is grid, template, column. What I need to do? Anyone and say it loudly. Yes, you are saying 3.4 FR. Simple 1 FR, 1 FR I have to write, right? Now what it will do? It will be working there? Yes, it is working there. There are now what we need to do is attaching the row and column gap. So what we have to write? Row gap of let's say 10 pixel and column gap of again 10 pixel. Now this is what we are getting. Now if I want them to come a little, what I need to give? See, as of now, padding. Yeah, padding we can give, but this particular grid is using the entire width. So just reduce. It will use only 40% width. That's it. Okay. Now the case is one thing left, that is called restart button. Right? Restart button is there. You will restart. So after that, just create the restart button. So there will be a button which will restart the game and it will perform an on click function of restart. Okay. It will perform a function of restart. So now let's do one thing. What I will do is I'll embed my script file here, script src equals to script.js. Sir, you can use, why did you do for coming that box to center? Nothing, just displaying the grid and I'm decreasing the width of container to 40%. So it will take 40% from the center. And as I'm using the center tag, so it will come in center. Now, as first function, I will write for restart button. Now my case is whatever is written here, it should, let's just give some BR tag here. What is BR tag? Break tag. Line break. Space. Next line. Now what I want is when I'm clicking on this restart, this particular thing should restart. How you will do it? See, I'm writing the function restart. And once you are restarting, what you need to do is just refresh the window. That's called restart. So how to refresh the window? Or how to open something, how to open a new file from your JavaScript. So for that we use window.location. So window.location equals to, just write the file name index.html. That's it, written. Now this is the function for this restart button. Check every time it is refreshing the page. Now you can call this function 1,000 times. It will restart the game. Refreshing the page means everything is lost because we are not saving the values anywhere, right? Simple. Now that one line function will work 1,000 times. That's called function. Okay. Now this particular button is working. Now what I want is when I'm clicking to this cell, it should change to that hand button. This arrow is not looking good. What we use for that? Guys, let's say this running is, if this running is clickable, it is changing to hand pointer, right? So what we need for that? What you said? Hover. Cursor pointer to all the cells. So cursor will be pointer there. So once you are coming there, changing to cursor. Now my task is when I'm clicking here, it should add something. What it should add? It should add something, either 0 or either X. First is if I'm clicking everywhere, it should add something. Okay, let's do it. So for that, it will be a function, click function. So I will write very long function here, not an issue. For this cell 0, I will write a on click function as On click equals to cell 0 only I will write. On click as cell 0. Now let's write the cell 0 function in script. Don't talk, guys. Function cell 0 and the cell 0. Now if cell 0 is called there, what I want is it should add there something. What it should add? So for that, the ID is cell 0. I will say that let d equals to document dot get element by ID. And what is the ID there? Cell 0. So wherever the cell 0 is there, take it and d dot inner HTML equals to 0. Just write the O there. Okay. It is 0 or O. Anything you can write. Write the O there. And it is the function for cell 0. Let's check whether it's working or not. Center we can do, right? Justify the content in center. So what you need to do is for all these cells, let's display flex and aligning items in center. Aligning items in center. So, okay. Justify the content in center. What do you have writing 0? Now let's check whether this particular button is working or not. Because it will reload the file, so it will work. So now we can write 0 here. Okay. Let's attach the same function to all the cells. But we will change their ID. We will change their ID. Development process is very easy. So once you are developing something, don't see that it is a big thing. See how you can break down one single thing in multiple components. Okay. Is anyone here from Bangalore? Online or offline? No one? Okay. So this will perform cell 1, this will perform cell 2, this will perform cell 3. So I'll tell you a throwback story from Bangalore. So I was staying in Bangalore at that time and one of my friend came to meet me. So I took him to a restaurant and we ordered a dosa there. So that was a very big dosa in size. Bahubali dosa that time. So he said, how you will eat it? I said, are you planning to eat it in one bite? No, obviously. Eat in bite by bite. So that's how we do these things. We don't say that you have to eat it in the one game. Break down everything in smaller component. Okay. So now what I will do is I will attach the same function to 8 times. For content will be same. This is cell 0, cell 1, and here ID will be cell 1. That's it. Here ID will be function will be cell 2 for cell 2 ID. 3. This is the hardest way of writing function. We don't write functions like this. We will pass the argument and one function is enough. Okay, one function is enough. 4, 4, 5, 5, 6, 6, and 7, 7. And let's attach it for 8 also. This is for 8 and 8. Let's check whether they are working or not. So all these cells are working and restart button is also working. Now our case is if 1 is 0, next one we should write X, right? If 0 is already written there, we should write X. So for that, what I will do is I will declare one variable at the top that who is the current player. So I will say that let player equals to O. Means we are saying that our current player is O. Current player is O. This is capital O. Now for every function, before writing this value, I will check something. What I will check? That who is the current player now. So I will check that if CP or a player, if player is equals to 0, means 0 is the current player. Okay. So if 0 is the current player, what we need to do? D dot inner HTML equals to. Now if the current player is O, so O should write. So here O will be written and player will be changed to, if O is written, now who is the player? X. O is already written. Who is the player now? X. So player is equals to X. And what will be the else condition? This was a condition when player was 0. Then else condition will be player is X. So here you write the X and here you write the O. And now this is the if else condition. So what you need to do is attach all these if else condition to all the functions, right? So what I will do is I will attach all these condition to all the players. Hold on, guys. Just let me copy paste it. Now condition I'm writing only one time and using it everywhere. Simple. Now let's check. Let's say first one is 0. So which will be next one? But again it is saying 0. 0, 0, 0, 0, 0, 0 everywhere. Now we have already attached the function, right? Then what is the issue now? Yes, what is the issue? Everywhere what we are getting is 0, 0, 0. Means it is not typing X anywhere. Not an issue. Just go back to the code and look at here, cell 0. First function you just check. Player is equals to X. Player X also give global scope. No, not an issue. Else block inner HTML equals to X. Okay, this one we need to change. But we already changed it, right? Now, if the player is 0, then print 0 and change the player to X. Or else player is X, then print X and change the player to 0. So this was a condition mismatch. Wait. So let's first check it for the first 3 cells only. So 0, X. It is printing now, so I will give the same property to all other functions. Done? Now let's check 0, X, 0, X, 0, X, 0, X, and 0. It's working fine? Simple thing. It's working fine. Now what we need to do? We just need to check who is the winner. We just need to check who is the winner. Now winning alert message. We will not give alert message. We will display here that yes, it is the winner. Now what we need to do? We have to check the winning function. Now how we will check? So let me show it. So there are 9 cells. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9. Output tag. Array bhai. So they have indexing from 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. How many winning conditions are there? If some player has 0, 1, 2. If any player is have 0, 1, 2 here. So 0, 1, 2 is a winning condition. Means if all 3 are there. Right? Understood this particular thing or not? If 0, 1, 2, let's say you have x, x, x here or 0, 0, 0, it's a winning condition. Means that 0, 1, 2 is a winning condition. 3, 4, 5 is a winning condition. 6, 7, 8 is a winning condition. 0, 3, 6 is a winning condition. 1, 4, 7 is a winning condition. 2, 5, 8 is a winning condition. 0, 4, 8 is a winning condition. And 2, 4, 6 is a winning. There are 8 winning possibilities out of this game. Arshad Mohammed, 11 possibilities are not there. 8 possibilities are there only for 3x3 game. Now, just define it. Now, what I am doing is, for this particular cell 0, I will write the thing here. Okay? We have written the player. After that, let's say who will be the current player. Means who will be the winner. Who will be the... Guys, I don't have any problem in sharing the source code, but I don't want you to check someone's source code. Why don't you just write it by your cell phone? What will happen? You will waste 1 hour, but you will get knowledge that how to write functions. I don't have any problem in sharing source code. What I will do with it? Entire GitHub repository is filled of mine, right? But once you are not writing code by yourself, just you are... If you stuck somewhere, what you will do? Quickly open the no code, check it. Once you don't have the code, you will think there. And once you are thinking, means you will develop your logic building skills. How we did till now? Is it difficult? What we did? No. But yes, logic is built there. 0x, 0x. Now, we just have to check the winner. That's it. Game is completed. We started at, I think, 12 to 10. In 15 minutes, this is the thing we are doing. If I was not teaching you, means I have to teach everything. I could have write this in 10 minutes, 10 or 15 minutes. That's it. So logic building is not tough. We just need to think in that way, that how these things are working. Okay? Understood, guys? So this is the CSS file and this is the JavaScript file if you want to check. And the thing is, we have to write the same function for all the cells, right? There are many short tricks. Okay, there are many short tricks. But what the case is, if I'm writing it with the short tricks, you can't understand. So what I will do it, so I'll do it by the way. So now let me copy this function. So 2 cells are already there. So this is for 3rd, 4th, 5th, 6th, 7th, 8th, and 9th. Because 9 cells are there. And at finally, I will change their value. So this is for cell 2, means the 3rd cell. This is for cell 3. You just have to change the IDs now and everything will work. Cell 4, and it is going to be cell 5. It is going to be cell 5. It is cell 6. This will also be cell 6. Function is same. We are just changing the values there. And this is going to be cell 8. Cell 8, and this is also will be cell 8. Now what we have done is we have written the function for all the cells. Now it means that wherever you are clicking, it will take 0 and consecutively x. So 0, x, 0, x, 0, x, 0, x, 0. Everywhere it is clicking fine. Now in this game, this particular 0 is there. Okay, this particular 0 or this x is the winner. Now for the winner, we have already decided that there will be winning conditions. And yesterday also we have discussed that particular thing. Let's discuss it again. So what I'm going to do is, let's say this is a 3x3 game, and I will write the index values here. What I will write? Index values of each cell, so that we can check the winner. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, and 8. Now, how many winning conditions are there? How many winning conditions are there? 8. 0, 1, 2 is a winning condition. 3, 4, 5 is a winning condition. 6, 7, 8 is a winning condition. 0, 3, 6 is a winning condition. 1, 4, 7 is a winning condition. 2, 5, 8 is a winning condition. And 0, 4, 8 is a winning condition. 2, 4, 6 is a winning condition. Or else, if you are indexing the starting from 1, then you can change accordingly. It's because I am starting my indexing from 0. Now, what the case is, where we will check the winner. Let's first go back to the game. Now, let's say you started playing the game. So someone 0 kept here, x kept here, 0 kept here, x kept here, and then 0 kept here. So technically, 0 is the winner now. It means that we have to check the winner on click only. That once you are writing a value, that time only someone will be winner, right? Once you are writing the value, that time only someone will be winner. So for that, once you are writing the value, just after that we have to check. Just after that. Okay? Just after that we have to check. And now how we will check it? Okay? So what I will do is, for the first cell, now I will tell you that how we will use the functions to reuse, like reusing of function. At first, I will write very long code, and at last, I'll change it to very short code. Okay? So here I'm writing the value. Technically, if someone is winning, it will win here only for first cell. So after this, means current player I will change later. What I will do is, I will write one condition that if, and two brackets I'll keep, if cell 0's value, like what are the values on all the 9 cells. So I will call them outside here. So I will say that let C1 is equals to document.getElement by ID, and ID is cell 0 dot inner HTML. Means what is the value in first cell? Okay. All winning condition I have to put. Yes, Shahid, you have to put all the winning condition. So this is how we will get the C1's value. And now there are C0 actually, because the first cell is C0. So after that, we have to give it 9 times. Okay. Because there are 9 cells. Done. So this will be C1. This will also be C1. This will be C2. And same it will be C2. C3. C3. C4. This will be C4. C5. This is going to be C5. This will be C6. This will be C6. This will be C7 and this will be C7 again. And it is going to be C8 and the same it will be C8. Now all the values are there. Now what just I have to check is if C1 is equals to current player, means if current player is available on C0. If it is available on C0 and C, what were the C1, right? How many winning condition is there? 0, 1, 2. So you have to write the condition. So C1 is equals to current player and C2 equals to current player. Okay. What I'm doing is C0 is equals to current player, means the value is there on C0, C1, C2, means all the 3 places are done by this particular thing. After that, what I will do one thing, and let's declare one variable as let winner, or no need to declare there. So I will say something, or let's do it. So where I will show the result, here only I will create one paragraph, and in this paragraph, I will give it an ID as winner. And now I'll call it inside JavaScript. So I will say that let w or let winner equals to document.getElement by ID, and ID is going to be winner. So if current player is, this is the winner, so I will say that winner dot inner HTML equals to current player is the winner. So I will say current player plus is the winner, and this particular function is written only for the first cell. So I will copy this if else to the else condition also. Now let's check. This is for the first cell only till now. Means if you are clicking last time here and this is the person only the winner. So let's say 0, x, 0, x and 0. Okay. So now on the cell 0, I have written this thing, but it is not writing the winner. It is not writing the winner. Now we just have to check something there only, that what is the possible problem. So this is the case that the current player was 0, so it has it in the 0, and after that it was saying that if C0 means cell 0 is having the value as current player, C1 is also having the value as current player, and C2 is also having the value as current player, then we are saying that winner dot inner HTML equals to current player is the winner. Now the case is it really getting the values of C0? Is it getting the values of C0? So we have to check that thing. So as of now, what I will do, I'll keep this condition outside. I'll remove it. So in the last cell, what I will do is I will print something. I will say that winner dot inner HTML equals to C0. That is it writing the values or not? So for that, what I will do is let's check 0, 0, 0. Okay. So basically it is not writing the thing. So just check it is inside. So there's a paragraph whose ID is winner, and in script, what we are doing, let winner equals to, let's say let's w equals to document dot get element by id winner. Okay. So it will be w dot inner html, and same thing I will give it to else also. Now let's check what is the problem. Okay, let's go to inspect. So now we have to debug this code, and in console, if you are checking console.log C0, so it is saying undefined. Okay, and if means C0 is not working. Okay, this is what we are writing. Got it. So now when I'm writing 0 here, it is saying that object HTML div element. It is returning the element now. What if I want to check the value from here? Sorry? Winner. No, no. Dot value works for input text, guys. If you're writing dot value here, it works for particular input tags, not for this. Okay, so you can check it is coming undefined here. Yes, now we have to use the particular HTML logic. The logic is simple. What I want is in this C0, I want to check what is written inside this C0 cell. What is written inside. So what is the possible problem when you are writing the inner HTML here? That C0 will have the value of inner HTML. Okay, inner text. Okay, we'll check that. So once you are keeping the 0 here, it's not writing anything. And what is the difference between these inner text, inner HTML, and these kind of things? Yes. What is the difference? What is the difference between inner text, inner HTML? I'm asking, what is the difference? What is the difference between inner HTML and inner text? Dot in inner text not rendering the HTML text. What I'm simply asking is, what is the difference between particular inner text and inner HTML? Yes, the case is very simple. We got the problem, but what I want is this particular inner HTML rate security issues. Now say how we are writing the value. We are writing the value by inner HTML only. So this particular C0 should take the value. Okay, this should take the value or not? It should take, right? But it's not taking. Why? Once you are writing your values by inner text, return all text content by an element and child element, inner all text and HTML tag. Okay, you're not getting me. I think let's say if I'm writing 0. So now it is saying that object HTML div element, because we are returning it. And if you check it in console, same thing it will return there also, right? Same thing it will return there also. So if you're writing console.log C0, so it is supposed to return something and is returning the entire div. What I want is I want this particular 0 value, this one. I want it to return this 0. How it will return? How it will return this particular 0? This one. Question is very simple, right? I want that particular d dot value. Value works for, if you're writing something like this, it works for your particular input elements. Okay, if you're writing 0 here, it will say undefined. And if you check it, so this is what you will get. Console.log C0, and your C0 is undefined now because it's not defined. Value dot value works for input text. Yes, case is simple. This is a simple HTML question. You have to get the 0 value out of it. You have to get the zero value out of it. How you will get it? Inner text will not work, guys. Okay, leave it, not an issue. What I will do is here, I will write the C1. And what the C1 is? C1 is simply the second cell. See, now it is undefined. Why it is undefined? Okay, we are not right changing it here. So here also I will say C1. Now, as it is inner HTML is not returning anything. But what we can do is, you can check it is in console now whether the paragraph is having something or not. So once you go to the code, your paragraph is not having anything. Your paragraph is empty. It's not having anything. But if you check it like this, that console.log, what is inside W? So W is the take value. What value I should take, Shahid? This is a simple question. Now you have to answer it. If you are writing the value, and how you will retrieve this value now? Yes, how you will retrieve this value? Show code. Okay, this is the code. Because we need to check the value written there, right? In the HTML, query selector, cell 0, what you are saying? Inner text, Gopesh. Okay, let's try what Gopesh is saying. But my question is still the same. What is the difference between this particular 3-4 things? Okay, Gopesh, this is the what we are writing, and it's same like inner HTML. It's not working. If you check the paragraph also, paragraph is still empty. It's not writing anything there. Yes. Anyone else? Okay. There is a open thing for you. You have 2 minutes. Search it anywhere you want and give me the answer. Use your ChatGPT, Google, YouTube, whatever you want. Search it and tell me the answer. Don't waste your time. Timer started. 120 seconds you have. You can use any resource you want. Anybody got the answer? Yes. Yes. Anybody got the answer, guys? Inner HTML, inner text. That's it. Yes. Anyone done? No. Document.body.inner HTML. No, Samar. Okay, what you are searching, just let me know this thing. What is the difference between inner HTML and inner text? This is what you are searching. No? You're searching this. Okay. Now, this is the case. What we want is we are able to write the inner HTML sets or HTML content, including text. Okay. So this is what we are actually doing up here. This one. And now what I want is the code is working fine, right? Up to now, whatever modules that we have developed, they are working fine. They are writing consecutively. And now for checking the winner, we will be checking their particular values, right? We will be checking their particular values, but this particular thing is not working. This particular thing is not working, and I want it to work. Okay, I want this particular thing to work. C0 equals to document dot get element by ID, and ID is cell 0 dot inner HTML. See, once you are writing the values using inner HTML, okay, if you are writing your values using inner HTML, the value will be coming from inner HTML. That you have to notice. But if I search in ChatGPT, full code showing, can I send? Full code showing, can I send? ChatGPT code, guys, don't use, because that is the dummy things. And my logic is very simple. If ChatGPT can write code for you, the same ChatGPT can write code for your company also. So your company don't need you, right? If your ChatGPT can write code for you, it can write for your company also, right? So that's a very simple. Have something that ChatGPT don't have, then only companies will hire you. Okay. Now after writing this particular thing, what I want is, let's say this if else completed, and after this I will write. What I will write is, let's call the paragraph that we are already calling into W. So here I will say, let's set the static value. So I will say that W dot inner HTML equals to the value is working fine. The value is working fine. I'm just showing you everything. It's coming. Means W is working. Just try to set the current player to W now. Just try to set the current player. Current means we have written the 0. So current player is X now. This is also returning. But what is the problem when you are trying to return the C0? So let's check the C0 now. This is not working now. Means there is something in that C0 itself. So what I will do is, and if I'm removing this dot inner HTML, and it will be same. That now it will return C0. And now it is returning div element. And now if you check it in inspect, and if you check what is written inside paragraph, so paragraph is having HTML dot text content. Okay. That's why the basics are necessary. Now if you are writing a C0 again it's not returning anything. Okay. That's why basics are necessary. Our game is fine. There's no problem in game. Game is working fine. Correctly, it's working. But why it's not, what is not working here is the value that you are retrieving. The values that you are retrieving. Or else, let's do one thing, and I will create a function for it. I will remove everything from there. And at last, let's create a check win function. Okay. Let's create a check win function. So function of check win. And now let's call something like this, that let a equals to document dot get element by ID. And what is the ID? ID is cell 0. Cell 0 dot inner HTML. After this, let's try to set the values to W. So I will say that W dot inner HTML equals to A. Now it should show the value, and let's call the check win function on the last cell, cell 8. So after writing the current player value, I will call the check win function. This is how we call the function, and I will call the check win function on else also. Again, we are not getting anything. But if you are removing this dot inner HTML, okay, this is for last cell, right? Then we have to get the ID from cell 8. My bad. Same thing again. If you're writing dot inner HTML, now it is returning the value. So what is the thing that changed when you shifted to function? Now it is returning the value. Capital O is returning, right? Sir, Neha is actually fixed now. So something changed when you are writing the function. And what if I'm changing it to again C0? Something like this, C0. And here I will call this particular C0 thing. Let's check again. It's working fine. It means that this particular thing was holding your values at the starting of the JavaScript. So what is defer? In JavaScript, what is defer? If I'm writing something like this, script src script.js defer. What is this defer? What do you mean by this defer? Guys, serious concern it is. Now what we need to do is, let's write the entire function check-win here. So okay, now C0 is returning and C0 will take its value from C0. Okay, let's check. So we're writing the values here, working fine. Now what we will do is, miss, you are getting some issue, so let's keep this particular thing in C, this one. Call the check-win function here, check-win, and call the check-win function here also. Okay, on the cell 0. And cell 0 is taking its value from function check-win is taking cell 0, and after that it will write the value as w dot inner html equals to C0. Okay, returning, done. So now what we will do is, at first we will call all the values. We will call all the values. You can use the query selector here or query selector all, but you have to think it in a long way first. So I will, same thing I will write again, because this is the value I'm taking from the first cell. Same way I will take the value from second, third, fourth, fifth, sixth, seventh, and eighth and ninth cell. And again I'll change their value. So this is 1 and this is again 1. This will be 2 and this will be 2. This is going to be 3. Same, it will be 3. This will be 4. This will be 4. This will be 5 and this will be 5. This is going to be 6 and this is going to be 6. This is 7 and this is 7. This is 8 cell and this is 8 cell. Now all the values we have called. What we will check? Now we will check the condition that if C0 is equals to current player, C0 is equals to current player, and C1 is equals to current player, and what do you mean by and? This is a logical operator, right? What is meant by this particular thing? And what is meant by this particular operator? All are true. All are true, nahi, all should be true. So I will write w.html equals to current player plus is the winner. Is the winner. So let's check. So we are calling the check win function on the first cell. So now let's check. So 0x 0x and 0. So 0 is the winner. 0 is the winner. 0 is the winner. Okay. Let's check it in a different way. So I will write 0x 0x 0x. So okay, we are not writing the functions on all the cells. So 0x 0x 0x. X is the winner. It's returning. Now we have to write the other conditions also. So this is for the first set of value. This particular function is for the first set of value. There is another set also. So or there are other condition also, right? And what is that particular condition? If, again, same way I will write C, next set 0, 1, 2 is done, 3, 4, 5. So C3 is equals to current player, and C4 is equals to current player, and C5 equals to current player. Now I'm just checking all the things. Now two conditions I have written. After that, again a or condition. Now winner can be from the second row also. Winner can be from the second row also. Okay. And then again I will write what is the next set? 6, 7, 8. So I will write C6 is equals to current player, and C7 is equals to current player, C8 equals to current player. Once we write 0x, then the current player, but we are calling the check win function before changing the value. So I got your question. See here, I am calling the check win function before changing the current player. So it will have the previous value only. Okay, so this is the set reason. After that, again, I will keep or. And next condition is 0, 3, 6. So same, C0 is equals to current player, and C3 equals to current player, and C6 equals to the current player. Again, this condition is done. Now, what is the next condition? C1, 5, and 7. So I will write C1 equals to current player, and C4 equals to current player, double equals to we keep, so current player, and C7 equals to current player. And this much long condition we don't have to write. It is just because I'm taking everything from basics. So then again our condition, then again last C2, 2, 5, 8, right? So C2 equals to current player, and C5 equals to current player, and C8 equals to current player, right? After that, one more or condition, and at last they will be diagonals 0, 4, 8. So C0 is equals to current player, and C4 equals to current player, and C8 equals to current player. This is done. And at last, there is one more condition where I will check C2, 4, 6. Okay. 2, 4, 6 only, right? C2 equals to current player, C2 equals to current player, and C4 equals to current player, C, wait, C2, C4, and C6. C6 equals to current player. And after that, we declare the current player is the winner. Now, this check win function, we are calling in each and every cell click in both if and else condition before changing the player. So here I will call this function. Now, one function is reused in all the cells. This is what the function is. Check win here. Same function will work everywhere. Before changing the current player, I will call it here. And here I'll check it the same way. It's the same way. And this is the same way. In all the if else condition before changing the player. Now let's check 0x0x0. So now we got 3 zeros. So it is saying that 0 is the winner. So let me do some particular changes here. And for this particular paragraph, I will increase something, its property. So font size, I'll keep it as like 28 pixel. Okay. Now just check 0x0x0. 0 is the winner because 3 is consecutive 0 we got. Game is done. Now you can check it on any cell. It will work. So anyone here who knows how to play it? If you know how to play it, you know? Okay, this is my move. Tell me yours. Wait. This is my move. Tell me yours. Top. Here. You lost the game. Yes, this is my move. Now you say. Here. This is my move. There. And this is my move at last. I already the winner, man. So now this is how game is done. But there are two bugs. The game is fully working fine. But there are two bugs in this application. And the bugs are, I know the bugs already. Bugs means they are not the error. There is some working issue. So now game is over. Okay, but once the game is over, what's the name? Arun. Rahul. To true. If status is equals to true, what it is saying? The declaration of a mask. Okay, status is a variable. So I will write let any variable. Let game. So let game equals to true. And here I will write game. So if game is true, then only these things will work. Otherwise, they will not work. Okay, same here also. I will declare the same thing that if game is equals to true, then only these things will work. Means writing the values. But game we have declared as true at the top. How it will become false? We'll show you. This is a one bug that I'm fixing. Then I will tell you the next bug that you have to fix. So game is equals to true. And this is what you can show. So working with JavaScript is very easy. You just have to go step by step. So if game is equals to true, and after that, just do it for every cell. Or this is the same condition, so I will copy paste it every time. Why to write it again and again? Okay, so now this is the case. Let's first check it's working, that it is working fine or not. So no one will be the winner here actually. So it's a draw. Now 0 is the winner, means it's working fine. But after that, I can click because we are not changing the game mode. So in the check win function, just go to the check win function. After this check win is done, you just say that game is equals to false. Once check win function is going on, game is false. But when this game will be false? Inside of the bracket, not outside. Because condition should be matched for winning. Now let's check it's working. So 0x0x0. Now 0 is the winner. And I'm not able to click on any particular cell now. Okay? Done? Now, there are two more bugs, not one actually. Bugs are, now work game is fine. But once you are going deep, let me show you one bug. So here I will add 0x0x0x0x0. Now no one is the winner, but it's not showing that it's a draw. Now you have to write the draw condition. Means if no one is the winner, it should show draw. It's a draw. Second thing is, once you are clicking on any cell, let's say here, it will change the value. Let me do it again. And now it is saying that 0 is the winner. Double click is allowed here. But once you have already written the value, the value should not change. But here we can change the value n number of times. So there are two bugs in this application. Okay, there are two bugs. First bug is, what is Jira? Jira? What is Jira? Huh? Yeah, it's a testing tool actually. And It's a kitchen ingredient also, right? It's a kitchen ingredient. I forgot its English meaning. Let me show you. And it's in kitchen also, right? But it's a testing tool. So this is our Jira that we use, and kitchen Jira is not coming here. But there's Hindi term actually. I don't know the Telugu. I forgot English term. Cumin seed. Sure. Ah, this one. Very good. I forgot. So Jira is there also actually. But you know, in Jira we raise the tickets. So now there will be a tester in the company. So he will test your application that winning condition is working or not on all the cells. That is working fine. So after the game is like winner is declared, it's not allowing you to click anywhere. That is fine. And then the tester will raise two bugs. So he will raise the bug one is double click is allowed. That you can double click on the cells. Double click is allowed, which should not be permissible. Which should not be permissible. Then he will raise the ticket. So generally we works on the tickets. So ticket 1 will be like this, and then there will be ticket 2. How many of you know this? We works on tickets. No, I will explain it. Then ticket 2 will be that there is no, it's not displaying anything on the draw condition. It is not displaying anything on the draw. So like this it is saying that it is not displaying anything on the draw. Okay. So there will be two tickets. Tester will raise. Now you have to solve these tickets. So generally work happens in the terms of tickets. Now, not getting, sir. Sir, watch the recordings now. Okay, so now someone asked yesterday how to push upload the code to GitHub. So see that also. So now there is a Tic Tac. For that, first thing you have to go to github.com. So once you are going to github.com, upload an existing file. Click on this, choose your files, and go to that particular folder where you have your files. So we have our files in Tic Tac Toe. Select all the 3 files, all the files. If you are adding the images also you have to upload, video, audio, whatever you have to upload. After that, click on open and just do all the 3 files are uploaded. After that, just commit the changes. And now it's coming here. After that, if you want to deploy it, deploy means creating the live links. So just go on settings and pages, select the main here and save. So it will take around 1 or 2 minute times depending upon your internet speed and all things. And you can come back to this particular code section and then this link, check on details. There will be 3 sections. So one section will be of build, deploy, and check. All 3 should be green. So this build is going on right now. So take developer field for a minute. So build is green now. Then it will build status and then at last deploy. So once all 3 are green, your link is created. And how we will find the link? In the same way, settings and pages. So this third one is about to done. Then all green means no problem. Go to settings, then go to pages, and here is your live link. So as this is my repository is getting some virus, so but it's fine. It's opening, okay? It's opening on the live links, and you can play the game here itself without any problem. So X0, so 0 is the winner. 0 is the winner. Now you can check the designing. If you want to display some particular animation after the winner, you can show. That's a simple thing, okay? So this is what the work of functions. Now you might remember one thing that we types. So now can we deploy the Django application in GitHub and run? No, Akash, Django application cannot be deployed on GitHub. You can deploy it to Vercel, Netlify, or Docker. Docker is a little bit hard because there you have to get container and all things, but you can deploy it on Vercel and Netlify. Understood, Tic Tac Toe? Okay. Now what you have to do is, okay, so Gopesh has already done the Tic Tac Toe game. Wow. So let's check his work. So this is the Gopesh Tic Tac Toe. The designing part you can do. I'm not onto that. So X wins. Very good. Very good, Gopesh. Really happy to see you think that you are working with me currently. Yeah, it's very happy. Okay. You are running it and now it will print. And now there is one more benefit that functions are we can call them. So we say them, they are callable, right? So now again, you can mention something in their definition. Definition is the practical approach in English language. That's the definition. So no need to learn the definition. Just try to match the practical values. So what we are doing, that functions are the block of code. They are used to perform a certain task. Functions are generally callable. Not every time, but generally. Functions are generally callable. We can call them. We can also reuse the function. And this particular example we have seen in our Tic Tac Toe that one function was used 18 times. It means that you have to write code only once. You can use it thousands of times if it is required. So this is the definition now for functions. That functions are the block of code. They are used to perform a certain task. And functions are generally callable. We can call them. Callable means we can call them. we can also reuse the function. That's it. That's the definition now. Is there any doubt in the definition? No? Okay. Now, as TypeScript adds the type, TypeScript adds the type. So this is the same function I will check in TypeScript now. Okay, same function I'll check in TypeScript now. And what if I'm pasting the same function to my TypeScript? So this is how it is getting converted. And if you run this, it is printing that it is a hello function. But the case is where we are adding the type into this. We are not adding into the type. This is a simple JavaScript function. Okay, not an issue. So what I will do is same thing. Same thing I will do here, that colon, and then I will say that the particular function hello is a number function. Okay, number function. And now once you are seeing it, that when I created it number, okay, when I'm saying that my hello function is a number function, what does it mean? Or I think we generally start with the C language in our BTech. So there some statement are like this, return 0. What do you mean by this return 0? How many of you have ever talked in C language? Like have just seen it, C language? Those who are from BTech CSE, they are definitely done C language. And here also, if you are enrolled in some programs, they taught C language. So what is that return 0? Anyone? No? See, in programming, everything has its logic. If there's a semicolon, there will be a logic behind it. There will be a logic behind it, definitely. And now if I'm saying that return 0, thank you. If I'm saying that return 0, what does it mean? If I'm saying return 1, what does it mean? It's not true or false, something like that. Don't go that much deep. Now if you exit gracefully, return. Now I'll tell you one thing. This particular number is showing you error now, right? Why it is showing error? Now this function is saying you that, boss, you have typecasted the hello function to be a number function and you are not returning any number, right? You are not returning any number. You should return a number now. Otherwise, this will be a error. This is what meant by return 0 or all those statements. Now, what if simply I'm saying that return 0? Error is removed. Now my function is returning 0. Now, what is this return 0? Or as of now, what I will do is simply I will remove this line. And now this is my function, that there is a hello function and whose data type is number. And I have said that it will return 0. And I am not executing the function. If I'm running it, it will not print anything. This is from the previous one, right? This is from the previous one. Now, what if you're calling the function hello? Will it print 0 now? No, it will not print. Because return statement means that it will return the value. It will return the value. What is the return value? Or what exactly is return? So now let's say there are two friends. There are two friends, A and B, right? So one day this A has taken the mobile of B for some work. And after completing that work, A is saying that now I will return the mobile. And now if B is not there, B went his home. Now to whom A should return the mobile? To no one. It means that for returning something, we need someone to accept it. If you are returning something to anyone, we need someone to accept it, right? It's not like that you can throw it on the road and say, oh, I have returned your mobile, check it on road. No, it's not like that. Once you are returning something, it requires someone to accept. Agree? If you are returning something, it generally requires someone to accept. So what I will do is, I will say like this, that whatever this function is returning, directly print that in a statement. So console.log hello. So now it is printing the hello function. And this is what we are getting now. Now to whom I assign this value? This print statement, that you can print this value. Or else you can say that let num equals to hello. Let num equals to hello. Now who is accepting the value 0? Num. Because I am returning to num. This is what the return statement is. And now what if I print the value of num? It should print 0. And definitely it is printing 0. Now the case is if I'm trying to check the type of num. If I'm trying to check the type of num. What is the type of num? Number. But we are not declaring it number. But after all, it will say number. Because we have seen one thing as type inference. Because it will infer from the automatically. TypeScript will check its that from where it is coming. Screen is showing in small size. Okay. It is what you mean by return statement. And this return statement will not work only on the number. It can work on anything. Let's say if I'm saying that my hello function is a string. Now return is showing you error. You know what return is saying? Return is saying that your function is a string. Why you are trying to return a number value. So simple thing I'll do is, that's it. Now this 0 is a string. That's what you mean by return statements. Okay. That's what you, by return statement, we can execute multiple operation. How, Arshad? How we can execute multiple operation? Understood the return statement? Now, if I'm writing here void, void, I think I have told you void and undefined. If I'm writing here void, and now on void return is showing me error. Now this is saying that you are trying to return a string, but your function is void. Now what if I remove this particular thing? There is no error. There is no error. Why? It is like if you are typecasting your function to some data type, you should return something, right? If you are typecasting it to number, you have to return a number. If you are typecasting it to string, you have to return a string. Okay. Now let's see. What I will say here is console.log. This is a normal function. This is a normal function. And at last, just execute the function directly. Execute the function directly. Now, it is supposed to print this function. This is a normal function. And it is printing actually. Why it is printing? Because we are not returning the things. Okay, we are not returning anything to this function. What exactly we are doing? We are just directly printing. And why we are not returning anything? Because it's a void. Now, can we return something to void also? Like this? It will be error now. See, void, I think I have already told you, when there is nothing, the error is saying you that it is expressing something, it is expressing error. But the case is, the void will work without any return statement. Okay? Understood the functions now? Now, let's see it from the starting again. What we will do is, let's create a general calculator. Any problem? Let's create a general calculator. So what I will do is function of add. Function of add. And if it is a function, it should have small brackets. It's very common. And this is what I'm doing. Function of add. Now the case is, this add will be a number. So typecast it to number. Done. I have typecasted it to number. But if you are typecasting it to number, you should return a number now. You should return a number now. So what I will do is, I will declare one variable here that let sum. So it is a variable sum, and I will typecast the sum to number. I think now you understood that how to add types, colon, and what type you want to add, just write that thing. So colon number. Okay. Understood? Now, as I want to create a calculator, simple calculator, the user, is it necessary to return a typecasted number? Yes, of course it is necessary. Now, let's say if user is trying to enter some value. So what I will do is, one calculator will be like this also. Let's say here I will write let a colon number. Then I will say b colon number. Let a colon number, and then I will say b colon number. So there are two numbers a and b, and then I will say let sum colon number equals to a plus b. And after that, I will return the value of sum. See, sum is also a number, right? Sum is also a number. Sum is also a number. Understood or not? And that's why we can use. But as of now, we are not doing like this. What I will simply say, I'll say like this. Let's say let a equals to 4. And then I will say let b equals to 5. And then I will say let sum equals to a plus b. And then I will say return sum. Okay, simple thing I have done. Add sum is a number now, but we are not declaring it. Are we declaring anywhere? No. Again, it's taking as a number because it is using inference. Sometime it will try to detect also. Use the brain. Now, if I am calling the add function, is it supposed to print 9? Will it print? Will it print or not? No. It's not printing anything. Why it's not printing anything? Again, the same thing. Because here in the function, we are not printing anything. We are returning it. And for returning, we need someone to accept this value. So here directly you can write either console.log. You can write like this. Console.log. Now it will print 9 and it is printing. Or else you can give this particular value to someone. Let's say let n equals to add. And then you can print and both will work. Understood the return statement now? But before return statement, if I'm directly writing like this, console.log sum, means I am printing the value of sum directly and then returning the sum. Now, as we don't need this return sum, because before that only we are printing the value of sum. So add, if you're calling the function, it is printing 9. Because here only we are printing it. That's why it's also printing. But the case is I am giving the static values. Means I am writing the values by myself. So it's not a calculator, right? Let's say you open the mobile calculator and it is saying that 4 plus 5 equals to 9. It's not a calculator then, right? It's just a normal unit. But for making it a calculator, we should accept the value from user. right? We should accept the value from, sir, why number? Colon number, because we are saying that this particular add function will work on number. That's why typecasting to number. Now I think in JavaScript you might have discussed about arguments. What are arguments? What are arguments? Yes, last, near to the pillar. What are arguments? Past. Next. So do you think that in which pace you are speaking I can hear this? Then speak loudly. Or else I'll call you here. Speak loudly. What are arguments? Which holds values or data. Okay, what is the general meaning of argument? Fight, right? Argue. You are doing argue with me. Why are you arguing with me? And now we are using that same thing in our programming, arguments. So generally, when we are arguing with someone, what we are saying? We are just representing our facts, right? Now let's say you and your brother is arguing with who ate the chocolate. Now he will say, no, at that time I was outside of the house. You will say, I was also outside of the home. So now in the argument, you are actually giving some facts. Okay. So now how to add the arguments? So this add function, I will say that you will use two arguments. There will be a argument, which will be a number. And there will be b argument, which will be a number. Okay. Understood? Understood? A will be a number, b will be a number. Yes, guys, you will get the notes. Don't worry about notes. Try to learn here. Now, what is the case here? Now, user can enter the values to the function. So now, simple thing, I will say that let sum equals to a plus b, and then we will print the value of sum, console.log sum, and then as we have typecasted it to a number, so just return 0 or some whatever, but you should return a number. Okay. Now, this is the program that I have written. Now, what I will do is simply I will call this function that add. Now, you tell me what value you want to add. 100 with 108. There is nothing called as 108. 108. It's nothing. You know the difference between not and 0? Anyone knows? No it. Okay, now once you are running the program, it is printing 208. How? This 100 value is going to A. The way in which you have described them in the function, the values will go in the same way. And this 108 will go to B. Now, let's make another thing. So add, yes, any number? I'm asking only two numbers. Say any random two numbers. 20, 24, 20, 40. Very easy number you are giving to JavaScript. 60 is the answer. Who will use 20 and 40 for calculator? Who will use calculator for 20 and 40? Oh, someone is giving very good numbers in chat box. These kind of numbers we use calculator, right? Here are you declaring add number function return type? Monu, what is this question like? Here are you declaring add number? Of course, you can see this number we are declaring, right? Now let's check this answer. So yes, it is printing this one number. Now this add function is written with the arguments. You can use it multiple times. Okay. But we are passing the arguments, means we will not have the static values. Now arguments are the parameters that will be given to the functions when function is called. We don't need to give the static value, right? Values will come to the function when someone is calling them. Now what I will do is simply I will call the function without writing any value. What is going to say? Not a number. Because we are NaN, you understand? NaN. What is NaN? Not a number. It is saying that it's not a number. And even you are getting an error here. So now it is saying that expected 2 arguments. This function is saying you that I am expecting 2 arguments, but got 0. But you are not giving a single one also. So what I will do, 1 argument I will give to it. Now check the error. It is saying that I am expecting 2 arguments, but got 1. Now let's say what are the arguments. These are the parameters that are given to a function when a function is called. When a function is called. Okay. Understood arguments? Now, same way I will create the function of all addition, multiplication, subtraction, and division. So same function I will copy paste. Now there are 4 functions. Okay. Now what I will do is I will say sub, means subtract, and it will also take a and b 2 numbers, but here it will sum to sub and a minus b, and here it will print sub and it will return also sub. done. And this is a multiply function, so simple I will write mul, and this will also be mul, right? And it will return the mul. Okay. And this is going to be a division function, so I will write div. Okay, done. Here I have to change the sign, and here also I have to change the sign. Okay. Now what we are going to do is let's give the values to our calculator. So now let's call the add function, and to the add function I will say 45 plus this one's number. Okay. We are getting some error on addition, comma. Where? Listen. What happened? Wait. What's expected? Okay, plus is not given. Okay. Then what I will do, calling the sub function. So now what I will do, 45, comma 50. Now it is supposed to give -5 answer because this is the A and this is the B, and we are printing A minus B. Now I will give some particular value to the mul function. Let's say 45, comma 15. And to the diff also I'll give something 56, comma 28. Okay, now I have called all the functions. Understood? And now this is what we are getting. This is the sum, subtract, multiply, and divide. Simple thing. Okay, understood? Fine. That's how you work with the functions. Now tell me if you have any doubt in these functions, arguments, and typecasting it to them, either number, either string, either boolean, or something else. Tell me. Or else if you want to write this code, you can. Because you have to do this task, building a simple calculator interface with functions. Those who are not writing, I'll delete this code in 1 minute. You have 1 minute to write. Yes, written, guys. Now what we are going to do is we will try to build a calculator that is actually a calculator. Okay, that is actually a calculator, means we will make use of our HTML also here so that we can build that. First to write same concept we will use there, same, a little bit different. Okay, we will not pass the argument, just write it fast, and if you have not written, time is completed. Okay, now let's go to VS Code. I want to make sure that you are comfortable with the functions and everything. So now let's write calculator here, and I'll open the same folder in VS Code. Okay, so as our tradition, index.html, style.css, not needed, I will simply create a script.js. Okay, let's keep the boilerplate code. You know this boilerplate code, what we write for this? Very good. Now what I will do is I will create two input box in which user will write the value, because in TypeScript or this is general way, we are calling the functions. What I want is user should write the value somewhere, and then you should get the answer. Let's do it now. Simple thing I will do. So let's keep the center tag first. What center tag will do? What center tag will do? So input type equals to tell. What is tell? What is input type equals to tell? Huh? Anyone? Telephone. Is there any difference between telephone and number? Is there any difference? You know this or not? If you don't know, just say no, I will tell it now. If you're writing that input type equals to number and then you are checking it, so that will come with increment and decrement button, this one. And that we don't like. So if you want to remove this, just use input type as telephone. So it will not come now. Okay? That's simple thing. So there will be two input box where user will write its value. So I will say input type equals to tel again, and its ID will be INP2. Okay? After that, what I will do is I will create 4 buttons for addition, multiplication, subtraction, and division. So first button will be for addition. Okay. And now let's create. So second one is subtraction, and third one will be for multiplication, and the final one will be for division. Now this is how they are supposed to come. So let's keep a line break tag here. So like this they are coming now. Okay. And do one thing, keep the line break tag there also. Okay. Like this. Now simple case, user will able to type the value here, and this answer should be here. That's it. Now we will display our answer somewhere. So let's create a h1 for that, and blank h1, and I will give it ID as result. That here I will display the result. Now what I will do is I'll go to my script.js file. So let's link it. So I will say script src equals to script.js. Okay. Now what I will do is at first I will check the value from these two input box. So here I will say that let a equals to document.getElement by ID. And what is the ID there? INP1 dot value means I want the value of this box. So if you are trying to take the value out of an input box, call it by ID and pass dot value. Okay. Same way I will use here let b equals to document.getElement by ID. And here the ID will be INP2. Very good. INP2 here also. INP1. Here also I will write dot value. And now I will attach 4 functions to these buttons. So same, this will perform a on-click function as add. This will perform the add function. Okay, this minus button will perform subtract function, right? This particular button will perform the multiple function. So simple, I will write on-click mul, right? And at last, this will perform the division function. Now this is like attaching the functions. Let's write the functions in JavaScript now. We can use TypeScript also because you are not comfortable with that as of now. So now first function is add function. Okay. Add function. Now what we will do? Simple, let sum equals to a plus b because we are calling the values here in a and b. After that, just write the value there. So hey, there I will say that let r equals to document.getElement by ID. And what is the ID of that heading? Result. Now that heading comes here, then you can write r.inner HTML equals to sum. That's it. Let's check. So here I will say that 12 and okay, we missed something. INP1 ID, here INP2 ID, function is add. So add may be a particular number. So what I will do, add num. Document INP2 dot value 2 dot value result r.inner to sum. We are missing something here. Give me a minute. Particular input box is giving some value to your script. So what it will return by default? Add num AB. No guys, not like that. Here we were using Bhushan, we were using those things in like a static way. Now what I want is user will write the values in this particular box and he should be able to check the answer here. Now what it will return by default? What it will return by default? You have worked with input box? Worked or not? Worked or not? Then what it will text? So what will be the data type of the text? What will be the data type of the text? String. Now we are trying to add the particular string here. Okay, that's what we want. Now let's say from A, I will remove this particular dot value, and simple thing I will say here, parse int. Yeah. So now what I will do is let function I will write later. Just first write let document.getElement by ID, and ID is result. And there what I will say r.inner HTML equals to A. I'm not checking the value, and this is what I will say here. Let's say 12. and it is returning object HTML input element. Means it is returning an element, but what I want, it should return the value. It should return the value. And this is, if you're writing something here, and now it's not returning the value. It should print the value also, right? It should print the value. Then why it's not printing? Okay, you might say that JavaScript is working first, defer. So what we will do, we will merge these things into a function. Let's say function of add num, and I'll keep these things inside the function. Now this particular button of add should show the value here. Now even if you're checking it, that whether it is getting or not the value, so just type here console.log a undefined. It's not there. Now you can check the code also, that maybe it is writing the value to HTML. So scroll body, and to this H1, nothing is there. Okay, nothing is there. Understood? Now what I will do is, let's remove this line and remove this line also. Function I'm removing, directly I will set the value and without the parameter. So here I will say r dot inner HTML equals to a object HTML input element. And now if you check that what is a, just go to console and type there console.log a. It is saying that it is a input box type equals to tell whose ID is input 1 and it's returning. Now on a it is returning. If you are casting its value, what you are saying that the value of this input box. And again, if you are going there, just check. Now what I will do, first I will write some particular value. So let's say I have written the value. Now go to console and check console.log a. Now nothing is there. Now let's change the entire scenario. What I will do, this particular input type equals is returning a text value. Okay, it's returning the text value. Dhanush, entire ChatGPT code, don't paste here. So now what I have done is type is text. Now let's write some text here and try to check whether it is giving us the text or not. So I will say console.log a. Again, means actually the problem is we are not able to get the value from input box. That's the problem. See, if I'm writing answer in 1 second, you can't understand anything. First, you should understand the problem. Or what I want is, let's remove the entire thing, and I will say to you that there is a input box, input type equals to text, and what I will do is simple thing. I will say that there is one h1 tag whose ID is result. Whatever thing you are writing in this input box should display in the heading. Means whatever you are writing here, there will be a button check me. So we will attach some function. Okay, we will attach some particular function to that. So let's say there is a button. So here I will say click me, and I will attach a one particular function on click as show num or show text. So I will write the show text. Now in a script, what I will do, same I will take it from inp1. So let's give it ID, where its ID is inp1, and now attach the function show text. Function of show text. Okay. So now let r equals to document dot get element by ID. ID is result, where we will pass the value, and r dot inner HTML equals to a. This is what we want. Now it's not giving the value. Means this input box is not giving the value. Why? Why it is not giving the value? Now there are the unit tests. Now we don't know. There are two things. There is one input box and there is one button. Now we don't know that which one is not working, right? We don't understand. So for that, what I will do is, for this function, I will write some normal things. So I will say that let a equals to 4, let b equals to 5, and then I will print console.log a plus b. Now it should print 9. Once you are going there and refreshing, okay, I refreshed it. Click me. Not, but once you are going to its console, you can see 9 there. Means button is working fine. 9 is printing there. Once you're clicking it again, 9, 9, 4, 5, 6, 7. Means every time it is increasing the counter. That this much time you have printed. Let's refresh it. 9, 2 times, 3 times, 4 times, 6 times. Means button is working fine. There's no problem with the button. There's no problem. Then who is creating the problem here? Now this is the case we want. Okay, this is the case what we want. Now if I'm writing something here, again, now you check its console again. And now just try to check what is there in R. So I will say console.log R. So it is saying that R is not defined. But what we are doing here is we are defining the R. This error, I intentionally actually, this is an error now, not a bug. This is a complete error. And what is the error here that I want you to check here? This is very basic. Simple case, whatever text I'm writing in the input box, after clicking the button, I want to show it to a heading. That's it. Okay, tell me one thing. If I'm writing my JavaScript here and if I'm writing it here, is it the same thing or different thing? Same. Different. So what is the difference? What is the difference? Same. No, Dhanush, they are different. But what is the difference here? Will it create any difference in my particular code? See, this is the case when you are keeping the script file at the top. And now this is the case when you are keeping the file at bottom. Now console is not giving you any error. But if you are writing it at top, you were getting an error. Right? So this is different where you are keeping your script file. And now let me change the question. If you are starting your live server extension, which file will be loaded first? HTML, CSS or JavaScript? HTML. Sure. Which file will be loading first? HTML or script? CSS is different. It can't run at first. HTML. Why? Why HTML will run first? You have supporting answer for it? That if you are saying that HTML will run first, can you support your answer also? It is the structure of the page. So what? Script is the brain of page. Right? Script is the brain of page. Yes. Learn it and then tell me. But now the question is again same. There is an input box which will accept the value type as text. Actually, it can accept anything. If it is text, it can accept number also. It's not like that. We have to use JavaScript for that. Now its ID is INP1. There is a button who will perform an on-click operation as show text. On click me, and then in show text, what we will do is this particular thing. Now what I want to do is I will take this let a inside this function. Will it create any impact? Tell me, will it create any impact or not? No. If I'm taking the input box inside, and now it's returning the value. That's why I asked you, tell me, what will render first, HTML or JavaScript? Simple logic, very simple. What is the case when you are keeping this let inside the function? It's in the definition of the functions are the block of code, and that value was outside of the block. Right? So how you can expect it? But it will work. It will work on checking the values in Tic Tac Toe, like that checking is working there. Okay. Now what we are going to do is we got the error. Let's go back to the previous code and we will build the calculator. Okay. So they are the functions now, and let's check how they will look. So they are looking like this. But now in a script, once you are writing their function, so function of add. So add function will accept the values inside only. So let a equals to document dot get element by id, and id is inp1, right? Inp1, and here I will say that let b equals to document dot get element by id, and id is inp2. After that, I will say that let sum equals to a plus b, right? And then let r equals to where you have to write the value. So document dot get element by id, and id is result. And at last, I will say that r dot inner HTML equals to sum. This is what I want to say. Now let's check whether it's working or not. So it will not. Means it will work with a problem. And this is the problem. That object HTML input element, because we have to write dot value here. So write dot value, and here also I will write dot value. Again, there will be a problem. It will not work fine now also. Now what it is doing, it is adding two strings. Right? Because input box by default will give the string values. So what we have to do, we have to pass them to integer. So what is the case there? You have to parse it. So here a equals to parse int a. Parse int a. Same with the b. So here I will add b equals to parse int b. Now the things are called, these two are integer value. Now let's check. Yes. Now I think we might, okay, this is the error here. So we have to capital I. Sometimes it's like that. It's working fine. That's it. Now what we have to do is just copy paste the same function again 4 times. because working will be almost same. Now this is going to be a divide function. So write div here and everything will be same. Here I have to write div and a divided by v. And here I have to write div. That's it. And here I will write multiply function mul. And here I will write mul. And it is multiply. It is going to be subtract function. And it will be subtract function. It will be subtract and it will be a minus b. Okay, done. Now let's check. So here I will write 12 and 13. Addition is 25, working fine. Subtraction is -1. Same values. Multiplication is 156. Divided this one. Working fine. Simple calculator by using functions. Okay. So that's how you can use your functions along with your HTML. Along with your HTML. Understood the function? Function inference. So in TypeScript, if sometime you are not writing the functions type, it can accept the values. So now your task is to create this simple kind of calculator. And this is a simple calculator. I will show you one calculator built by my student. This is a simple thing, like it's not good also, but I'll show you one good working calculator. Give me a minute, I'll check it. Don't talk, just guys. I said don't talk. Guys, can you hear me? Then why are you talking? I said it thrice. So this is a calculator. Exact how a calculator looks like. There you can, this is input box will not work. Here you have to just type the values like this. And this is what we will get. So I think those who are from Python, they better know this double asterisk. What does it mean? Power. So this is the power. As it's a big number, so I will check 2 to the power 3. See. So this kind of calculator, all those stuff, we can build same way. Just writing same function. Okay? Understood? I think functions are clear now. Or you have any doubt? Functions are clear? Okay, let's have a quick recap to the functions. That functions are the block of code. They are used to perform a certain task. Functions are generally callable. Callable means we can call them. We can also reuse the functions. Now, what are arguments? These are the parameters that are given to a function when a function is called. Now, in how many ways you can define your function? So, syntax I will write here. And syntax is function hello. Either you can say that it is a number, function hello, or else you can say that it is a string. Then you can say function hello. You can say that it is boolean, means it will return true or false. Then there will be a function which will be void. And whenever you are writing these three, while writing these three, return statement is mandatory. You have to return something. If your function is a number function, you have to return number. If it is a string, you have to return a string. Okay. Understood now? Functions. If you have any questions, just let me know now. Yes. Do you have any questions, guys? Mul automatically parsing here. We don't need any. Yes, multi, because see, for addition, we don't, we need to parse because addition works on string also, concatenate operator. Yes. Any questions, guys, from your side? No questions? Okay. So did the feedback to you? Feedback? No? Okay. So as I think only draw condition logic. Just think a little, you can do it. Okay, I'm giving you a hint for that. There are 9 cells. So you declare one counter, and once one cell is clicked, increase the counter value to by 1. So once 9 clicks are done and no check when function is included, then it's a draw. So just handle the clicks. If the click is 9 times, then it's a draw condition. So as 1 week of your classes are completed, 1 week completed, right? And now we are heading towards the second week. And now we are just going on with the things. Now what I want is I will display one form here. And in this form, whatever the good things of your class that you really like about class, you can write those things that, okay, these are the good things in class. And because if you're writing those, we will continue those things. And what problems you are facing, that also you can write that I am facing this, but because generally I know that you guys have fear and lots of things. You will not never ask. But what I want is you should not compromise with the learning. So it's better to write the things. It's gonna be private. No one is gonna see. I'll read your message and this simply. Okay? Understood? And whatever your real thoughts about the classes, about me, content, or the whatever, write it. Okay? And just give me a minute. I'll display a form here. Whatever your actual things are, just write those only. Because it will help us to run your classes smoothly. Around 2010 to 2015, everyone was on Facebook. Everyone, even me also. But later on, around 2015, our parents started coming to Facebook. So what we did, everyone shifted to Instagram. And this is a complete evolution. At that time, Facebook user declined and all the young people shifted to Instagram. And around 2020, parents came to Instagram and now everyone is on Snapchat. You know why is this so? And this is the reality also, right? Your parents may be on Facebook and Instagram, but they will not be on Snapchat. And once they are coming to Snapchat also, we will go to somewhere else, right? Privacy. And that's the reality. And the case is why they are coming to the social media application late. The case is why they are coming to the social media application late. So there, this particular thing will come into action. Like how? So how many of you have used Facebook and still using? Okay, very less. How many of you have Instagram account? How many of you have Snapchat? The case is very simple. The UI of Facebook was very easy to use. Log in, sign up. You can log in with mobile number, password. That's it. Feed was coming, this, that. And at the time when we were a Facebook user, I am not a Facebook user from around 9-10 years. I have just installed it and never installed back. And I think that was the best decision of my life to stay away from Facebook because I was addicted to it. 6-7 hours I was using Facebook only. Yes. And that time the UI of Facebook was very easy to use. You can scroll and you can like, comment, and all those things. But what our parents see is that, okay, this is something good that we can also do. They also seen at that time the Instagram's UI was not at all good, right? So when parents came to Facebook, what we did, now they are creating account, they will send us a friend request, they will see whatever we are doing, posting. So what we did, we shifted to Instagram with our whole gang, right? With all our friends, we shifted to Instagram. And at that time, now Instagram's UI is also similar like Facebook. Reels are there. Now what they are doing, opening reels and just scroll, 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 scroll. That is a different thing that in our feed, there will be something else. In their feed, it will be related to gods, money, and all those things. Now, they are familiar to the Instagram UI also, but they are not familiar with Snapchat. Even my father has account on Facebook and Instagram, not on Snapchat. Even I don't use these things very frequently as we don't get time after development and all. We are always busy into that. But why I'm giving this example? By keeping these two things in mind. Whatever you are developing, just think about who will use it. So you know how the work happens in companies is there will be features and bugs. Either you are developing a new feature or else you will work on a previous bug. So I told you 2 bugs, right, in Tic Tac Toe. So let's say I am the owner of that company and I hired you as a software developer. Now I will say you that, what's a good name? So I'm saying that, Abhishek, there are 2 bugs in my game. You just have to fix it. Or else, let's say I hired someone else and I'm saying that, Abhishek, this is a feature that I want. Let's say someone wins the game. It should show some firecrackers animation. This is a feature now. So you are not going to develop entire website. Never, unless and until it is a bootstrap startup, which is started this month only. Then only you will develop entire website. Otherwise, no. Either you will work on any bug or you will be working on any feature. Understood? Either you will be working on any bug. That, okay, this is a bug which is in our website from 1 year. And but this website is still working. You think that Google has no bugs? No. You think Flipkart has no bugs? Of course they are. When I was in Flipkart, the total number of bugs in my team was around 10,000. But it is still working. You know why it is still working? It is working because they are keeping the end user in mind. End user means the person who will use the app at the lowest level. Now let's say what I'm doing is I'll show you something. Let's say I went to flipkart.com, and now this is Flipkart. As an end user, what I want, how many things should be working here? This search button should be working fine for me. I don't know what is this scroll. I don't want, right? Let's say I just want to purchase a mobile phone, or let's say a watch or AirDops, anything. Let's say I want to purchase a laptop. So I will search laptop here. I will scroll, let's say this particular laptop. Okay, I like this one laptop. I will click on this. This click should be working, right? And then this buy now button should be working. And after that, login. That's it. I want only 4 or 5 things to be fully working. What I have to do with this Flipkart icon is working or not, become a seller is working or not, right? So you have to give very easy software to the end user. So I was attending one webinar, and the Australian professor was there. Like when I was in Dubai at that time, I'm saying. So he told one thing, that you know that 99% of startup will fail. What is the reason behind it? Please silent it. Whose phone it is? Outside. Okay. So he told that, you know why 99% of startup will fail? Let's say you are developing something and 99% of the startup will fail. Only 1% will work. The reason is, when you are developing some application, some website, you will think about the perfection, design, this, that, complete technology. But what end user want? A simple product that he can easily use. That's what user want, right? The payment interface of Google Pay is how much easy? Very easy, right? You just have to open QR code, click, done. That's it. And now let's say the interface would have been like this. First, you have to enter the number, then you have to detail the particular person's name, then bank name, then you can. So not good. Just remember that your user is not a programmer. Your user will not be a coder or programmer, not at all. Your user will be an illiterate person also, who just have a mobile and he knows that 22. My age is 20, my age is 18. So he will write 18 in any way he want, right? Now, how we will handle multiple types? Now the case is how we will handle the multiple types. This is a full form. You only need one. Have you ever used it? Every 6 months we have to change the password. That is a decent technology. That every 6 months you have to change the password. But I can show you now also. I will show you the interface. Those who are offline, to them I can show. Even I am a SBI user. Not only SBI user, but yes, SBI is one of the bank. Where it went. So this is the interface, and it is very slow also. It will not work fast like Google Pay or something. I'm on 5G and this is the speed it's getting. It will load very late. After that, you have to enter the PIN, then you can log in. And yes, let me enter the PIN. And after that also, UI is very slow. And I know the technology behind it. See, now this is the interface. In this interface, you know, if you are adding some particular user for the first time transaction limit is I think 10,000 only. Now user don't know these things. Just give a simple app to the user to use. And this is, YONO is even better. How many are you from ICICI Bank? Is there anyone? iMobile Pay. Worst application. Worst. Have you used it, iMobile Pay? Very slow and worst application. And I was the developer of that application. Like not completely bootstrapped it was. So my company has a tender for that particular application. Class 12th mathematics, first chapter, sets. Union and intersection, right? What is union and intersection? Okay, let me give an example. No need to discuss. Let's say there are 2 sets, and set 1 is having 1, 2, 3, and there is set B. I love mathematics. I can solve it anytime. I have only 2 things to enjoy: coding and mathematics. Now, if you are saying that A union B, for union I will keep U. Okay. Now, what will be A union B? 1, 2, 3, 4. So union means all the elements from A and B. Either they should be available in only one. That is fine. There will be A intersection B. Now, how should I keep that? Let's say A intersection B. A intersection B will be 2 and 3. Means the common element. Intersection means common element. If it is available in A also and B also, then only they will be written. So A is having 1, but B is not having 1. That's why we have not written 1. And same with the 4. We have not written the 4 also. Now, how we will implement these things? For that, you might have discussed about 2 operators in JavaScript. What is this operator? This one. Or. And what is this? And. Okay. Or and. So this union is or, and means intersection. Let's discuss about it. So what I will do is, I will say that let age be a number, or it can be a string. And this is what I'm creating, a union of data types. What I'm saying that let age be of number or string. Now age, user can enter number or string, both will work fine. So you can check that we are not getting any error. Let's try to print them also. So I will say console.log age. So it should print 23 and it should print console.log age. It should print 23, but in the number and string. What I will do is after printing the age in number, I will check the type of it. So I will say console.log type of age. And same thing I will do here also. So I will say console.log and I will say type of age. Okay, type of. Once you are running it, so at first, when the number was assigned, so now these four are the outputs, last four outputs. So at first it printed the age 23, then it is saying that the type of age is number, and now it printed 23, and it is saying that the type of age is string. That's how you actually work with, this is called union. What it is called? Union. Or union only, right? No? This is intersection or union? Union. Okay, this is how you work with the or operators. Okay, this is how you work with the or operator. Means any one can be true. Either age can be number or either age can be string. Understood? Tell me if you have any issue in this particular part. Do you have any issue in this particular part? No? Shall we move forward then? Okay. Now, let's talk about Abhishek. We are talking about Abhishek. Now, Abhishek has two properties. At first, he is a human being, right? At first, he is a human being, and now he is a trainee in Naresh IT, right? These are the two definition of Abhishek right now. Am I right? And now Abhishek is holding both of these properties, not only one, both. Let's talk about me. If I am saying that yes, I am Shivam, then same with me. At first, I am a human being also, and I am an employee of Naresh IT, right? Okay. Now the case is both of these things are true. Then we will be using the AND operator there. But once you are using the AND operator, that age can be number or string. Once you are changing it to AND string, number and string, we will get the error. The error will be saying that age is not assignable to type never. Once you are writing these things in this way, not gonna work. Because at the same time, it cannot hold two values. So what we will do is, we will create the interface here. What we will create? Interface. What is interface? What is interface? .NET. Who is from .NET? You are from .NET, right? Someone is from .NET here, right? What is interface? You're also from .NET? Python? Interface is there in Python also. What is interface? It's a normal word, interface. Yes, what is interface? It is not like that Naresh IT is giving you names. No. So name is coming from human only. Age is coming from human only. You can say number at first, and then let's create a interface of training. That he's a trainee also. Interface of training. And then what I will say is, being a trainee in Naresh IT, he might be having some course here. So course will be in string. Definitely it will be in string only, right? Java full stack, Python full stack, .NET full stack, UI full stack, or any, or simple Angular also. And he might be having some particular ID also. You got ID cards, there is some ID. So ID will be definitely number or string, anything you can keep. Now Abhishek has these four things: name, age, course, and ID. But this name and age belongs to human interface, and course and ID belongs to trainee interface. Now let's say there is someone as let Abhishek. Spelling is correct. So I will say that let Abhishek, and he can be a human and trainee. He can be a human and trainee. Okay, or let's simple, don't write it like this. Abhishek can be a human and trainee. And once you are writing the values to Abhishek, let's say I will write name. So name should accept the string value. So let's say I'm at 56, I'm writing. And we will get around 56. What the error is saying you? That no, it's a string. Just pass the string here. So I will say that let Abhishek, or let, what I will do is I will change it to student. So there is a student who will be a human and a trainee. So name will, student's name is Abhishek. But now also we are having the error. And now the error is not about the particular values. The error is about using the interfaces. Using the interfaces. Now if you don't, okay, what error is saying you? It is saying you that it is expecting colon implicitly. Okay, leave it, not an issue. Yes, name age Abhishek, and I'm saying, trying to say this. But even if you notice, we are writing the values before that also, we are having some particular error. And it is saying that it is expecting something as comma. Why it is expecting a comma here? The comma should not be here, right? Okay, how many of you know about arrow functions? What are arrow functions? Arrow functions. Simple thing, I use or operator. No, it will be a human and trainee. He is not a human or trainee. He is a human and trainee. So we have to use and operator. Yes. What is less code compared to expressional? What is arrow function? You know how to create arrow functions in JavaScript? How many of you know it? Please raise your hand. Those who know how to create arrow functions. No, you know. Let's first see how the arrow function works. Let's say there is a hello function. So this is a normal function. Okay. And what I will do, I will print console.log hello world. Okay. And then you can call this particular function as hello. And it's working fine. But let's say if there is a arrow function. So what we write there? Constant of, let's say, hi. And then like this, we create arrow functions, right? This is how we create the arrow functions. In this way, let's say you have to write const of hi function equals to parenthesis equals to, and this is how you create the function. Okay, that's how we create. Is there any difference between these two functions? So what I will do, I will print here console.log hello world. Console.log hello world. Now once you're running it, we have to call it again. So hi function we will call, right? And we will get 2 times hello world. Is there any difference between these two functions? No difference. Yes, there is a difference. In programming, there are no two similar things. You cannot say that they are same. They will have something difference in them. So what is the difference between normal functions and the arrow functions? Can you tell me? Anyone? Function keyword. Const is also keyword, right? Not like that. The difference is in their scope. That from where you can use them. You want to check what is the scope? Okay. Not an issue. We can teach anything. Let's say there is a add function. Okay. And this add function will take 2 values, A and B. And it will print the values, means it will print their sum. A and B it will take and it will print the sum. A plus B. Okay, once you are calling the function, just pass the values as 4 and 5. And it should print 9. And it's printing, definitely it's printing. Now I am declaring this particular function here. And if I'm using this function before declaring it, so if you are from .NET and Java, this is a complete error. You cannot use any function before declaring them. In Python also, you have to declare a function first, then you can use it. But I am using a function at first and then I'm declaring. But here in JavaScript, it will not be an error. You can use it. You can use it. Or else what I will do is before print, let's say at first in the same function of add, there is console.log a plus b. Okay. And after that, it will call one subtract function with a and b. Subtract function with a and b. Now what I will do is after this, I will create a subtract function sub, which will take a and b 2 values and it will print their subtraction. So I will say a minus b. Now at first I am calling the function add function with values 4 and 5. So value will go here 4 and 5. It will print 4 plus 5, 9. And it is printing, but it is printing their subtraction also. And I'm using the function here and declaring it last. So function has a global scope. You can access it without any synchronization. If you are declaring it at the very end and you are trying to use it at the top, you can use it. But it's not the case with the normal function or arrow functions. So now what I will do is for this particular add function, I will convert it to a arrow function. So I will say that constant of add, and it will take 2 values, a and b. And let's convert it to an arrow function. Okay. And now it should print 9, but this is what you will get. Error. Okay. This is what we are getting on arrow functions. But add is function for function call for function add. That's how we are using it, right, Arshad? How you can call it this function before using them? Or let's say you are going to Java. Where is Java? Now, let's say this in this particular class main, what I will do is I will try to use a function here. Let's say add function with values 3 and 4. And after that, I will say that public int add, and it will take 2 values, int a and int b, and it will return a plus b. Okay, now this will be a complete error. And the error will say you that error, simple. But in Java, we are calling the function means we are using it, right? Why we call a function to use it? But this is not the case with particular thing. So that is the normal difference, okay, with their scoping. Now, how to create arrow functions you got? But let's say what is this student will be? Is it an object here, or is it a class here, or is it a function here? What it is? Okay, remove your confusion at first. there are two interface. One interface is for human, second interface is for trainee. And simply Abhishek is a human also and a trainee also. So he's both. Last, come here, please. Yes, come with your mobile. Come fast. Come. I'm ignoring you from 3 times. It doesn't mean that I'm not seeing you. Sometimes I don't have to speak. Just look into the eyes and see you are doing something wrong. Otherwise, I'll call your name only, then call you. Then it doesn't look good, right? Now, there are two interface and this student. So there, let's say there is a student. And now this student can be a human, or the student is human and trainee both. Human and trainee both. Okay? Human and trainee both. And if you are saying like this, that its name is, let's say I will write the name as Abhishek. Okay? Name as Abhishek. And age, Abhishek, what is your age? 21. Sure. Age is 21. In which course you are enrolled here? So Python full stack. Python full stack and ID. So what I will do is, as ID is a number, so random ID I will write. And now, once you are seeing it, where there is only one error, and error is on ID. And it is saying that it is expecting something as comma. So once you are removing this semicolon, done. Now, student is having human or trainee, then you have to mark one equals to that. Now just give its values. And you know, if you are not giving a one single value, this will be, let's say what I will do is I will remove the course. Now, student is having a error. So now you can check the error. Error is saying you that type will have name, means type is having name, age and ID, but property course is missing. You have to add the course also. You have to add the course also. Okay. So once I'm adding the course and everything is fine. Now what we will do is, let's try to print student. Console.log student. Okay. Once you are printing the student, this is what we are getting: name, age, course and ID. Okay. This is what we are getting: name, age, course and ID. And if I'm saying that student.name, then it should print the student's name, right? So once you are running it, it is printing Abhishek. Let's print student.name plus student.course. Student. Once you are running it, Abhishek, Python full stack is printing. You can print age also with it. So I will say student.age. This is how you create object which will extend multiple properties. Okay. Let's see another example here. So at first, I don't know, there is a particular bird. Okay. There is a particular bird. And I think you might have discussed, you might have known about it, that there's a animal species that if they are giving eggs, so generally birds used to give eggs, right? All the birds. Then if they are giving the eggs, they will not feed the milk to their baby. And if particular animal or any species is not giving eggs, they will feed the milk to their baby. So let's say cow, buffalo, goat, sheep, all these don't give eggs. That's why they feed the milk to their babies. But all the birds don't. So we will try to do something that, so let's say there is an interface for bird, and interface bird will be having, let's say name. Name will be in string, and there will be something like type. I think type is a keyword, so we cannot use type. So we will be using something like identity, and identity will be in strings. So in identity, we will say that to which you belongs, either you are a bird or animal. And this is the interface for bird. Now let's create an interface for animals. Interface for animals. You know one thing, if I am assigning name to animal also, that it will be a string. Okay, this is what I have done. Now there will be an error. Now let's say there is a something as let object, and we don't know what it is. We just assign some value. So object will have bird and animals, or simple animal. So this object will be a bird and animal. Now once you are writing its value, so name I will write, let's say pigeon. Identity I will write as bird. But there will be an error now, and error will be in the ambiguity. Where will be having the error? Ambiguity, because this animal is also having name value. So once if you are writing it again, that name colon something, let's say goat here I will write. And now we are having error on name. Name is saying that object literal cannot have multiple properties with the same name. So you have to change it here. So what I will do, simple, let's say I will say username here. Okay. Now tell me one bird which is an animal also, means they will give eggs and they will feed the milk to their babies. There is one bird actually, which is an animal also, means they will lay eggs. Bat. Hari Vamsi, very good answer. You know bat? Bat. You know this? Those who always have some digestion problems, so he will hang reverse direction. Bat. Have you seen bat? not flying in real life, standing somewhere. Okay, very dangerous. Okay, so bat is kind of that. So what I will do, bat, and here what I will do, milk, and I will turn that milk to boolean. Boolean means true or. So what I will saying is milk will be boolean. Either it will have true or false. So there is an object which will have bird and animal. Name is bat. But we don't say that bat is an animal. We say that bat is a bird. And yes, of course, milk is true there. Yes, bat feeds milk to their babies even after they're giving eggs. So that's what the interface is. So you can combine two values. Okay. And whatever common things are, you can use them. Okay, it's not like that they will have only the variables. They can have the functions also. So let's say this bird will create a function as fly, and it will be a void function. So this you can do. That bird will have a fly function which will be a void, means it will not return anything. So we will see about these things in the next class. So what we discussed today? Today we have discussed about union of data types, intersection of data types, arrow functions. We have discussed about arrow functions also. Working with interfaces. I'm stopping the class just 15 minutes early because I have to discuss something. Because we discussed a lot about social media. First, to tell me any problem in today's class. Understood clearly? Are you guys practicing it at your home? This is not yes. This should be no. You are not practicing it. Okay, if you are practicing, that is good. It's for your welfare only. So let's say you are dropping a WhatsApp message to someone for the first time. So it will show something like that. The message to this chat are end-to-end encrypted. What does it mean? That means no one is seeing your messages, only you can see. Is it really possible? No. You have any proof for that? Do you have any proof? So what I will do is, I will give you one proof for that. Okay? I'll give you one proof for that. This is an application developed by me only. And that application I developed as a challenge because someone was saying me that no, social media cannot see your messages. But I was saying that no, we can see. So for offline people, I can show there is an app in my mobile. This one, it will open, I think, at this one. And this is developed by me. I will open the backend of this application to you. So it's simple like this. Okay, simple like Twitter or LinkedIn. Now what I'm going to do is I'll open its backend and I'll show you something. Guys, my screen is visible to you. I'm opening. Okay, fine. Because generally the incognito mode is not shareable. If it is visible, then it's okay. So I will show you the backend of this application. I'll show you some good things there. So the app name is Talkin. So you can see this is hosted here. So I'll just open it. And this is the backend of that particular application. As for offline people, I can show you that, see, I'm having the blue tick. Okay. I'm having the blue tick. You can check it on my name. So for that, what I will do is I will go to this particular section as real-time database and let it load first. So in real-time database, these are the things. I'll show you everything. So now there's an option as chat list, chats and all, but there's a section as users. So these are the users for my application and I'll see which one I am. This one only. This is my ID and all those things. Now in the verified section, it is written verified. Now you know how blue ticks are given? By this way simple. So once you're clicking this, remove the verified tag here, hit enter, and it is removed from here also. Same way, what I will do is I'll write it verified again. Verified. Came. That's how it's easy. But yes, of course, we have to do something here. This is what's about verified only. But if I'm showing you something different thing also. So for that, I want someone to install this application on your mobile. We'll just use it. Anyone wants to come? It's for testing purpose only. I'm not going to hack you. Don't worry. If I want to hack you, I don't need your permission. I'll do it without. Abhishek, come. Sit here. So you have my number. Just write it and drop a message. So I will share this app with you. 8630 444460. So what I'm going to do is you just check the users here. How many users are there? So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 users are there. And we will create the Abhishek's account. So I'm just sharing this particular app with Abhishek. And then we'll see. Hold on a minute, guys. Just sharing it. Voice not coming. I'm not saying anything. How voice will come? 8262. Abhishek, your number. It's coming. Net internet problem. So just hold on a minute. Will do. Yes, nothing is safe on internet. I just want to show you this. Nothing. Whatever you are searching, sharing, clicking, and deleting, it is not even getting deleted. So yes. How many? You know what is pen drive? So I was having a pen drive of 32 GB, and what I was doing is like there are some materials in that related to code and all those things. So I was deleting them, and at last my pen drive got corrupted. So what I was doing is I was checking the data inside that, and you can't believe that I recovered 70 GB of data from that pen drive of 32 GB. Recovered means that I already deleted, but it is still available. Simple pen drive. So yes, nothing is safe. And this is an example of nothing is safe. I'll show you it live. Just getting time. So generally, what we are doing, we are keeping the stories status. And what is the duration for that? 24 hours. For you only. It's for you only, not for us. I'll show you that also. It means incognito also unsafe, sir. Yes, sir, Arshad. Don't use incognito. Nothing is safe, guys. Just I have shared you an application. Just install it. And this application I built in a challenge to the college of my dean. Like he was an old person and like, no, you cannot hack someone. I said, sir, I will develop application. Please use it for 2 days. And dean is still regretting that decision. So you just create an account here, write your phone number and just do it. And it is a fully working application in just a challenge. But do it with email ID. Phone 8 OTP is disabled now. So he's just writing name, username, and all those things. We'll see. Created. Now we'll see something. How many users are there now? He just created the account, and I think this is the user. No, not this one. This one. So this is the thing. His email ID is this one. Name is Abhishek. He's typing to no one. Means he's not typing to anyone now. Typing to means like to whom he's typing a message. Is he verified? No, not verified. So you want blue tick, you have to pay for that. Okay, now what I'm going to do here is this is simple detail, user details. Now you just check one thing here as chats. Now there are these many chats. Okay. So what I'm going to do is I will delete all the chats from there. Okay. Because these are the previous messages, of course. No need. And give me your mobile, Abhishek. Means I will find my username and I will drop a message to myself. What password you created? P capital. Pass at the rate. Don't talk, guys. Firefox browser are safe to use. Is it true? No, nothing like that. The world's most unsafe browser is Chrome. Unsafe. You will never see me using this particular thing. So now you might have done something. Open the lock, please. Okay, already open. Now let's see. So what I have done is I have just dropped a hello message to Abhishek from my mobile, and you can check the hello message. And Abhishek, it is showing seen also because I have seen this message from your mobile. Now I can change the scene status also. Scene is false. Removed. Update. Okay, it's not updating. It will remove. So these things. Now what I will do is let me drop another message here. So I will say that So there is another message added. You can check this message added here. And Abhishek, read the message what I have dropped you. Learn Angular properly. Whatever. Oh, let me drop another message. So now, Abhishek, what is the message that I have dropped you? Laughing emojis. So what do you think? You are safe? No, not at all. This is totally my development. Alone I have developed it, and see, if I can develop these kind of things with the experience of 6 years, Google is there from 20 years, Microsoft is there from 20, 30 years, what they can do with you. And they are actually doing it. Instagram is not free. Facebook is not free. You are the product there. Yes, you are the product. They know about you better than you. Yes, they know. So nothing is safe. And this is about messages only. Let me show you something. So there, this is a story section. And once I scrolling this, and you will not see anything here because this is the text data. So for that, I will go into the storage section. And in storage, let me check story. You can check the dates. The stories were uploaded on 24th of April. We were testing this application at that time. 24th April. How many months? Approx 8-9 months. But I can still watch the story that he has uploaded. I can check this particular photograph. So these stories were uploaded 8-9 months back and still available. So whatever privacy you are keeping, that only share with, not share with close friends, nothing is there. It's just for you. It is a bubble that is telling you that, okay, you are safe, but actually you are not safe. You are not safe. Thank you, Abhishek, for cooperating with us. I really appreciate you for this. So you can delete that application if you want. You are not at all safe. Whatever messages, stories, DPs. Guys, am I properly audible? Guys, speak me fast if your voice is a problem. Hold on a minute. Ping me now, guys. Is it properly audible now? Okay, fine. So generally, whatever we have discussed till now in other programming languages, that arrays are the continuous and homogeneous collection of elements. Guys, now stop talking. Homogeneous collection of elements. Now there are two words, continuous and homogeneous collection elements. These are the common terms. So array means it is going to hold more than one value. Why do we need arrays? Let's discuss it. Let's say we are talking about the students of a class. Is it not like that there will be only one student? There will be 100, 200 students. If now I am deciding their name like this, let S1 colon string equals to Shivam, then another student let S2 colon string equals to Abhishek. Like this, if I am writing, isn't it going to take lots of time, lots of memory, lots of lines of code? Means the code is going to be very lengthy. Now what we are doing is, if we have to store the same value or same type of value, because what is the type of this value? String, right? The type of this value is string. And what we will store in this? Names of students. So why don't we create something that should hold all the students' name? That's why we are creating the arrays. That's what we mean by homogeneous. Homogeneous means same type. Understood? That's why we are saying that arrays are the continuous. And now what do you mean by continuous? That they will store the values in continuous way. Okay? They will store the values in continuous way. Understood the arrays now? Why do we need arrays? Because if we are storing the same type of values, then why to declare multiple variables for it? We can work with the single variable. Okay? We can work with the single one only. Understood? The case is how we declare the arrays in TypeScript. So let me first show you the same thing in JavaScript. Let's say in JavaScript, if you're writing like this, let's say there's an array of students, let students equals to, and now in this brackets, you can pass your array or arrays of name. So first name is Shivam, then comma, then you can write another value, Abhishek, then after comma, next value, Nitin, or anything, like any value you can pass. Okay. So this is how we declare arrays in JavaScript. But when it comes to TypeScript, it is going to be a little bit different. But as we can use the JavaScript here also without any problem. Is it properly visible to everyone? Okay. So if I'm writing let students and then I'm writing their name. So let's say here I will write Shivam, or second value, let's say I will write Nitin here, and anyone's name. It's just like some random names I'm writing. Okay. Now here this array is created. Now benefit. Instead of declaring let S1, S2, S3 for the students, right? There are 3 students in a class, and I have declared an array for all the students so that I can effectively place them at one place only. Place them at one place only. Okay, but how we will print it? The working is similar now. Console.log students. As you are printing all the students, so it is supposed to print all the students, and it is printing all. That's what it is doing. But now the case is, if we are dealing with, let's say there are 3 students in a class and you are declaring them like let S1, S2, and S3. So we can call them by S1, S2, S3. But here, if I want to call this particular Nitin only, how I will call this person only? Indexing. Very good. Now, if you don't know what is indexing, so let me show you this part also, that what is exactly indexing. Now you will say that indexing by default starts from 0. How many of you have answer for that? That why it starts from 0? So let's say this is my array and the first is Shivam. I will write the initials only. Now, what if I was not using array? So it was very simple. Console.log S1, console.log S2, console.log S3. But now as I'm using arrays, so how I will call a particular person? So particular person means their place or their particular cell will be having some particular value. And that value generally starts with 0. So 0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. And that is what we mean by continuous. Right? Arrays are the continuous and homogeneous collection of element. Continuous means it's not like that. Okay, Nitin, you are not going to store on 1, you just store on 3. No, it's not like that. They will be storing in the continuous way. Now, this 1 is the indexing of Nitin. So how I will do? I will simply say that student on first indexing. So I will write student indexing 1. And it is returning Nitin. If I'm saying that indexing 0, so what it will return? Shivam. If I'm saying indexing 3, because there are 3 elements, but the highest indexing is 2 only. So what it will return now? Undefined, because it's not defined. We are not defining it, right? Understood? Okay. So that's how we use. But the case is, why the indexing is starting from 0 by default? How many of you know this answer? It is not by default. First thing. If someone is saying you that this is by default in programming, then ask the developer that why they kept like this. There might be some reason, right? So today we are going to discover that reason. How many of you are from BTech CSE, Computer Science and Engineering? Please raise your hand. I will not ask any question. So there was a subject, data structure and design and analysis of algorithms. So in that we used to discuss a lot about arrays, right? And if you have remembered something, there used to be some formulas like lower bound, upper bound. Remember? 2 words, remember? So what was that lower bound and upper bound? Lower bound and upper bound. Okay, I will tell you, not an issue. Now let's say if I'm storing Shivam, Nitin and Radhika, they will be storing in the memory only. And how our memory looks like? Memory. Memory means that pen drive is a memory, your hard disk is a memory. How does it look like? Continuous cells are there, and those cells are in billions. No, these cells are in billions. So if you open your Excel, it will represent something like memory only. This is what the memory is, where each cell will represent one particular block like this. So lots of cells are there. This is how our memory is. When the data is stored in memory, right? So the memory cell will be having an address, because computer should know that on which memory address it is stored. Or basically, once we are having some photos, videos, we are keeping them in folders, right? So let's say if I'm asking you, show me your photos. So you might have created a folder as mine, my family, something like that you have created. Friends folder you created. So that is the path of those photos. And now these are the indexing of arrays, not the address of memory. So address of memory, let's say this particular cell's address is 1012. It can be anything. It can be a big number also, billions number. But for calculative things, I'm taking small. Now, if you are storing S, so it is 1 byte, right? It means that this cell will take only 1 byte to store. Okay, 1 byte. It will take only 1 byte. I think byte bit are clear to you. So it will take only 1 byte. So the next address will be 1013. If it is taking 2 byte, the next address will be 1014. Okay. So the next one, as I'm supposing that they will take only 1 byte. So it is going to be 1014. Now there was a formula, lower bound and upper bound. Now what they say is, they say something like this. This is my array. Okay, this is. Now what I will say, I will provide the value as lower bound. Lower bound means from which memory address your array is starting. This is the lower bound. Okay. Size. What is the size of one element? That is 1 byte. That is 1 byte. Now we don't know what is the case. I will do a calculation using these two values. That do one thing. Tell me who is stored on the second location. So I will remove all these three. Now this is your array. Now I am saying to you that tell me who is stored on the second indexing. So what you will do? If you remember the formula, so it was first you have to write the starting value plus how much size one element is taking and then multiply by the indexing that you are asking. So 1012 plus 2 and 1014. Now it is saying you that if you want to check that who is stored on the second indexing, go to 1014. But when we are going to 1014, we are seeing that this is the third element. And what we asked? Second element. Right? What we asked? Second element. Do it again. Now what I will do, there is an array of 4 elements and I will store the numbers here. So let's say it is storing 10, it is storing -6, it is storing 5, it is storing 7. Now let's say its location is 848. And now I am assuming that one number is taking 4 bytes to store there. So if you are from Java or .NET, so you know that int take 4 bytes. So 848 it is taking, so next address will be 852, right? 842, 52, sorry, then 856. And then next one will be 816. Now again I will say that your lower bound means from where your array is starting. Your array is starting from 848. So I will write 848 plus, I will say that return the third element. So for that, how much byte one element is taking? 4 multiplied by 3. And once you check, 4 3s are 12 and it will come 816. Okay, now this formula is saying you that if you want to check the third element, go to the location 816. Okay, we went. But what we noticed it, our fourth element is there, right? First, second, third, fourth. So basically, your formula is like that only, that it is starting the indexing from 0. What if we want to start our indexing from 1? Then we have to return -1 from this indexing. Then it will do it. If your indexing is starting from 1, then you have to do -1 in the calculation. So you have to write 848 plus 8, because 3 minus 1, 2, 4 2s are 8. Then it will come as 856. Now you will get the third element. It means that if our array indexing is starting from 1, we have to do an extra calculation by subtracting this -1 every time. Let's say if there are 400 students in a class, and or let's talk about your class only. I think the strength is about 60 in the offline class, and in online it is around 118. So let's say 200 students are there in this class, and if I am accessing all the students, this extra calculation has to done 200 times. Extra calculation. So our program will be slow. It will take more memory. So why don't you go with the basic formula? So that is the reason for removing the extra calculation by subtracting -1. Our array indexing by default starts from 0 only. Understood? Okay. Now let's come down. Understood the indexing? Understood? Completely? Okay. I'll ask it one day, then I'll see if you understood or not. Fine. Now this is how you declare the arrays in JavaScript, but this is not TypeScript because there's no type. So how we are adding the type? Colon string. But once you are adding the type string, it will give you error. You know what? Why this is giving error? You're using mobile? Then if I'm writing the string type to this student, this is giving me error. Now error is saying that you are giving string and you are giving 3 values. How is it possible? So I will say, no, I am giving string array. I am giving string array, and that's how it is done. Array means brackets, right? So you have to give it to string also. So now student belongs to an array of string, and then you can pass the values. Declaring string array in TypeScript. No need to write, I'll upload these notes. Just you understand these things. Writing these things is not important. Understanding is. Okay. Now the case is, here I have declared the array and I am able to access the element also. So it should print Shivam. It is printing by default. What if I want to add one more student into this? Push. Very good. What's the good name? Satya. Very good. Push. So there are 2 functions that actually belongs to stack. What is stack? LIFO technique, last in first out. I'm asking what is stack. I'm not asking that which technique it follows. You know, you guys know things, but you don't know where to answer which thing. So stack is a data structure. First thing, data structure means how you are storing your data. Give me one real life example of a stack. You know the things, but you don't know how to apply those things. Let's say uh, images. Where, Raju, how images can be stacked? Images in gallery. You can sort it in the order. Let's say there are lots of plates stored one over other. What is that? Stack only. So at first, which plate will you pick? Which is at the top? And by default, this is the plate which was kept at last. That's why we say it as it follows LIFO technique. LIFO means last in, first out. Last in, the person who is coming last will go first. Right? So the second thing is Q. Q, U, E, U, E, Q. That follows FIFO. First in, first out. Real life example. Let's say now Pushpa 2 is in the theaters. You are going to watch that movie. You will make a queue to buy the tickets if you are purchasing it offline. So the person who was standing first in the line, he will get the ticket at first. He will leave. First in, first out. So there, people waiting for voting in election. Yeah, any queue. If people are standing by making a queue, so generally it will be first in, first out. Unless and until there is someone done standing in line in prayer school. No, I used to stand at last and used to move at first. Backdoor entry. Now, push means pushing something. Pop means popping out something. Now, what I will say that students dot push, let's say I will write like this, and anything, let's say ABC. If I'm writing students dot push ABC, and once you check it, console.log students, once you run it, ABC is added. Now you can check what is stored in the third indexing. So it should print ABC. Okay. Now let's try to pop. So I will say that students dot pop. Now, if you're writing the pop, who will remove? ABC. Why? Last in, first out. So once you run it, after that, just print console.log students. And this time we will not see. See, these are the answers that we are getting. Student 0 means Shivam. ABC added and then ABC removed from here. And that's how this push pop works. Okay. This is how this push and pop works. Now, understood how to add the elements and how to delete the elements in arrays? Okay. Adding the elements. Adding the elements in the array. For adding the elements, we use push method. We use push method. And what is how we use the push method? In this way. Students.push ABC. Okay, in this way. Same way we can write deleting the elements in the array. But you know one thing, that they will delete the elements from delete or adding will be done at the last. For deleting, what we use? Pop. Understood? Okay. Now this was about the arrays which are string arrays. Can we declare number arrays also? Let's say you are storing the mobile number of students. Yes, it is possible. So I will say that let mobile colon number, and it is an array, so it will come with brackets. Or let's say first you write normal array. So let mobile equals to, now let's write mobile number. Mobile numbers are numbers, so we don't need to write them in double quotes. So simple, I will write them like in this way. Now, how to add the types? So these are numbers. So I will say that let mobile colon number, but we are getting error because it is saying that number you are giving one, that there is only one number, but you are writing 3, 4 values. Not possible. So just done. Now, once you are printing it, so I will print console.log mob, and once you are running it, printing. If I don't want these brackets, so you can do toString method to it. ToString. What is toString? It's from JavaScript. mob.toString. Once you are running it, it will remove the brackets and it will show your output in the way you want. Means your array will convert to a string. ToString means simple saying toString. It will convert to a string. Now, if I want to access one particular element, again indexing we will use mob, and let's say indexing is 3 or 2. So what it should print? This one number. On second indexing, it will return the third number. Let's try push and pop here now. So I will say mob dot push. In push, if I'm writing 999, and then if I want to check whether it is added or not, console.log mob. Run it, and it is added. Let's pop this. So I will say mob dot pop, and then print console.log mob. Once you run it, and now you don't see this 999. Okay, this is how we declare the number arrays. Boolean arrays also you can declare, but we don't use this anywhere. Declaring number arrays in TypeScript. But the case is JavaScript arrays are a little bit more flexible because there is no need of declaring the type, and in single array you can store any value actually. Let's say I will store Shivam here, and then I will store something like this and something like this. Now tell me, it is storing all the three types. String it is storing, number it is storing, and Boolean value it is storing. And you can, if you want to check, so I will say console.log array of 1, and it should print 8630, and it's printing. Let's try to print console.log array 2. Yes, what it will print? Notes, madam. What it will print? True, sir. Only true. Sir, not will not be printed. True, it will print. But if I'm writing the same array into TypeScript, there also it will work fine without any problem. You know where we will face the problem? Once we are adding the type to it. So 8630 is printing and true is printing. Now, what type I should add to this array now? Number, it will be error. String, it will be error. Boolean, it will be error now. Let's say if I'm creating number array, these two values are not good values here. So yesterday, that's why we taught you union and intersection. Okay. So for that, I will say that, okay, this array is going, let's, for now, we can remove this true, or let's say this true is a string because two values will check. So I will say that it will store number or string and then array. That's it. These are called mixed arrays. Mixing arrays of, they can store number or they can store string or they can store Boolean also. So let's say if I'm writing Boolean, they can store Boolean also, and you can provide any Boolean value. And now there is no error. They will work fine without any problem. Understood? Let's try to run all the three now. Console.log array of 0. And let's print in the order only. Console.log array of 0. Printing in the same way. Okay. These are called the mixed arrays. You can mix the data types like union only. In union, we were able to mix the data types. Here also we can. Declaring all codes are you put in notes, sir? All code, why? Mixed arrays. You are from Python, right? Most of you are from Python. So you should better know what are tuples. What are tuples? Tuples are mutable or not? Tuples are immutable. Means we cannot change the value of tuples. What is the substitute of tuple? Like if we want something that we can change. List. Dictionary. Dictionary is mutable or not? Dictionary is mutable. Set. Why tuple is immutable? Why tuple is immutable? Question is why tuple is immutable? Or to end. And now we are getting an error here. We are getting the error. Now I'm trying to create an intersection and values are equally I'm giving, right? But there's an error. Why there's error? So once you check it, the error here is saying you that string is not assignable to type never. Once you are creating an array of intersection, it's going to say that no, never. Okay. What I will do, I will write this 8630 in the starting. Like this, I will keep all the values in the way that they are being used here. So number, string, and Boolean. And as of now, what I will do, let me remove this particular thing and changing this to something like this. Okay. Now, if you have knowledge from Python, how tuples are declared? Parenthesis. Which one? Big and curly? Curly? All are parentheses only. It doesn't like that these are only parentheses. It doesn't like. What is this? Greater than or less than? Greater than. Let num equals to n equals to 6. Now tell me, with respect to n, this is less than. I'm talking about n. Why will I talk about 10? I will say n is less than 10. My n is 6. So I will say that n is less than 10. This is a less than operator. It doesn't matter about the name. It's just about with whom you are using it, right? There are lots of things. Now, let's me do something like this. So I will say that let tuple TPL, just a variable name, and it is going to store number and string. It is going to store number and string. And once you are writing its value, so let's say first value I will write as 111 and second value I will write as ABC. Something like that I will write. So we are running into an error. So if you check the error, that what exactly the error that we are facing. So once you are trying to print TPL, it is saying you that 11 ABC means there is no particular error. But as it is TypeScript, so check the error. It is saying that you are trying to assign string then number, which is not assignable to type, never. But I am assigning number and string. Number and string. And it is saying me that you are trying to assign a string or number. Now, I discussed tuples here because tuples are not there in TypeScript. Objects are there, tuples are not there. Because we will use that concept. The question is why tuples are immutable. I told you the reason that why array indexing starts from 0. Why tuples are immutable. Why tuples are immutable. Immutables, we cannot change them. Search it and then come back to me. It doesn't follow the intersection order. Then what? Have a clear answer. Search it and then come. Not an issue. So what we will do, we'll work on our arrays only. So array will hold number or string, and it is going to be an array. Let's write the values. So I will write ASD and some random numbers like this. If I'm saying console.log array of tuple doesn't perform any operation like append, insert. Why? Tuple is not performing any operation because it is immutable. Why it is immutable? Question is again same. Why tuples are immutable? There are lots of things in programming to discuss. I think I have discussed with your batch also. But I didn't remember. Let's say if I'm saying console.log, and it is in each and every programming language. So let's say you are saying that 0 plus 2, and then it's because it is heterogeneous, that's why. Something half correct answer. 0.3 is equals to 0.5. So generally, as our mathematics, 0.2 plus 0.3, 0.5, right? Once you're running, means it should print true or false. If the condition is same, it should print true. And if it is false, it should print false. Okay, so 0.2 plus 0.4 is 0.6, right? As our mathematics, right? But it is false. In all the programming languages, not in this particular only. You can check in Python also, Java also, anywhere you can check it. Let's go to Java. So here I will say that 0.2 plus 0.3 is equals to 0.5. Once you are running it, true, and 0.2 plus 0.4 is 0.6. It is false. Now, what the reason behind it? This is the reason behind your tuples to be immutable. Find it and answer me. Sorry, sir. Representing constant values. Hold on. 0.2 plus 0.3 is equal to 0.5. It is not constant value. It allows unique values, multiple values. You know what you are saying? I'm saying 0.2 and 0.4 should be 0.6, but it is saying that it is false. Or let's say if I'm saying here that 0.2 and 0.2 is 0.4, I want to remove one confusion from your mind, and it will print true. So don't think that on even it is printing false. On even it will print true. It's not like that. Case is not that. Now it is true because hey, we are reading mathematics from childhood. 0.2, 0.2, 0.4 only. Let's change the value. Here if I'm writing 0.1 and here I will add 0.3. False. Sorry. लास्ट में बनाता है तो false होता है. अब लास्ट में 6 है. We are getting some answers on chat box. They're designed to provide a lightweight and reliable way to group the data. What is this answer, Arshad? To store fixed collection of heterogeneous element which does not require its value to be changed. Sahil. Because it is heterogeneous. Okay, we can understand the numbers are, but it should be applicable to all types of number. Why they are not applicable to one type and for another type? Micro programming. Don't just do the programming. Love it. Just go deep into it. And for me, if you ask me what is programming, it is like open sky or deep sea. Means no limits. There's no limit. Neither in learning and neither in earning. There's no limit in this programming. No limits. Tuples are hashable so that they can be used as key in dictionaries or sets and so. You know what whatever you are answering is totally correct. I'm not saying that for tuple whatever you are answering are wrong. All answers are correct. All. But what you are answering is what is tuple. Okay, you know to which question you are giving answers? You are giving answers to what is tuple. But I am asking answer for why is tuple. Why we need something as tuple. Or why it is a tuple. So there's logic behind it. How many of you have went to North India? I'm giving you one more hint if you can check it. How many of you have ever went to Northern India? Where? Maharashtra is North India. Maharashtra is North India. You know how the map of India looks like? And where is Maharashtra in that? Arey baapre. Maharashtra is not in North India. So let's say this is the map of India. No, not an issue. I'll show you. So here your Maharashtra is there, this one. And you know what is north? This particular part is north. This particular part is south. This particular part is west. This particular part is east. So now I'm talking about these states. Either J&K, Himachal, UP, Haryana, Rajasthan, and all those. Uttarakhand, Madhya Pradesh. No one? Okay, so I'll tell you one thing. Listen. So in South, see, I have lived in both of the part. I was born and brought up in Northern India. And I have into my professional career in Southern India only. Most of the times. Bangalore, Hyderabad, Chennai, Coimbatore, like lots of things I've covered up here. And what I have noticed it, all the South Indian languages are curvy in nature. All. Right? Telugu is there, Tamil is there, Kannada is there, Malayalam is there. All are full of curves. Right? Noticed it? All the North Indian languages are straight in nature. All. If you talk about Urdu, if you talk about Hindi, if you talk about Sanskrit, all are straight in nature. What is the reason behind it? The reason behind it goes to the like geographical thing. So generally in our ancient time, where we used to write on the leaves, right? Tree leaves, generally. So what are the two major leaves or plants that are available in southern India? Banana and coconut. And all the leaves of these two plants are very soft in nature. If you are marking straight, they will tear down. So we used to mark curve so that they are not tearing down. In northern India, there is a tree that's called birch, 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 and that leaves are very hard. So on hard thing, it is not easy to mark curve. So we use just straight, and move forward. That is the reason behind it. Now tell me the reason behind tuples tomorrow. There is a reason behind everything, and the reason is this one only. Okay? So don't just do the programming. Live it. Feel it. That how you are doing these things. What is the side effect of this? You know, if I talk about here, southern India, rice is the main thing that you are eating. What if I say you that in my house, we don't eat rice for 6 months? Yes, it is. We don't eat. Why? There is a reason behind it. That why the rice is so popular in south and why chapatis and all paratha, puri, oily things are in north. Lots of reasons are there. You are just not discovering it. I'm not asking you to discover that reason. I'm giving you that discover this particular reason. That why tuples are immutable. In upcoming classes, we are going to discuss about index types, generally index type and mapped types. And then we will discuss about oops. Or let me show you the syllabus particularly. Well, this is my laptop, so I have syllabus. Hold on. So this is all we have discussed till now. Then we will start our oops. After oops, we will discuss about namespace and modules, generics, decorators, and this one only. And after that, your Angular is coming. Okay. So you either not in this week, but in next week, definitely we will start our Angular because first 15 days are allotted for TypeScript only. So be ready for that. And today is our, I think, 6th to 8th class, 9th. Wednesday, right? So 9th class. So we are going good. Within 6-7 days, we'll complete TypeScript. Okay. Discover the reason. Whatever answers you are giving for tuple, that are correct. But you are answering for the question, what is tuple? I am asking, why is tuple? And once you are understanding the reason behind why, see, we got some answer. Hope it is not from Google. North Indian lands are comfortable in growing in wheat bajra. Of course, it is. But you know, Arshad, rice is the main crop that is grown in my fields. Yes, rice. But generally not rice, we call it as paddy. So after extracting rice from paddy, then it becomes rice. Share the syllabus. Once the Google Classroom is created, I will upload the syllabus there. Tuples can tuples are hashable. Okay, we read this. It's not like that North Indian. What about the Google Classroom notes? I cannot answer any questions regarding Google Classroom that when they will create because it's not in my hand. The management or the IT team will create a Google Classroom for it. I will get the access on my email ID. Once I got the access, I will upload the notes. This is from my side. Okay. Is there any question in arrays now? Just don't talk, guys. I really don't like this thing. If you have any doubt, just let me know. We can talk about that. Okay, so once I got the access for Google Classroom, I'll upload the notes. You can access those. Okay, and these we are going to discuss about in upcoming classes: index type, map types, oops in TypeScript, generics, decorators, config, and all. Then we are good to go with. Till now, I think you might have understood. So have a quick recap about arrays. Arrays are the continuous collection of data. And in TypeScript, we don't say that it is a homogeneous because it can store different values also. So in TypeScript, we say that arrays are the continuous collections of data. And we have seen a single type array, mixed arrays, we have seen indexing of arrays, we have seen like how indexing starts with 0, that we have seen, right? And we have seen the objects of arrays. So like that. Union of arrays we have seen. Now today we are going to discuss about index types. Index types. Okay. And there are two types actually. One is index type and another is mapper types. And after that, we will discuss about oops concept in TypeScript. Okay. Index type. What is index? What is index? If I'm saying what is index, so generally not audible. Akhil, check your internet connection. What is index? So generally, whenever you are creating your files, your notebooks, so you keep one index page, right? What is that index page? In that index page, you give information about all the file. That from page 1 to 10, this is introduction section 1, and like that. That is called indexing. So generally, indexing gives a reference of all the data, right? Can I say like that? About what? Okay. Type. So generally, let me write a line that index type works on the keys. Index type works on the keys. Now, I think yesterday I gave a question. I remember now. Why tuples are immutable? Anybody got the answer? With logic. Why tuples are immutable? Yes. Why tuples are immutable? We cannot change the content of tuple. For security purpose. What security will be done after that? Okay. So we don't need security in dictionary, sets, arrays. We need. Then why we don't have immutable kind of thing for with dictionaries? They are designed, they can be used as keys. That's the half right answer, that we want to use them as keys. And that is the actually complete answer also. Now let's say you have a lock and key pair. Okay. Now what you did, you locked your house and I am your neighbor and you are going somewhere else and you gave me the keys. That take it, once we are coming back, we'll get it from you. And what I did after that, I changed the key. I did some modification in that. Can you able to open the understood now? Gopesh gave the right answer for that. So index, if you are saying that okay, we have used our tuples as keys, index types works on the keys. Now let's discuss about them. Now, as they are not independent thing, they are not the independent thing. So we have to create an interface for them. And what is interface? What is interface? Okay. So now, and generally it will be having some properties. So let's say in words, when we are passing the age in words, then it can be string also. Now I have designed a particular person interface. Interface means the basic property that a person will be having. Name and age, everyone will be having. Is there any person who don't have name and age? No, it's not like that. If person is there, then name and age will be 110% there. Now, what if I'm saying something like this? Let's say there is let something, let object. And once you are giving the type to it, you are saying like that key of person. What I have done? I am saying that let object and the type I am saying that it will be having key of person. Now, what does it mean, key of person? What is that key here? What is this key here? Index. Okay, not an issue. So once if I'm giving, let's write the values. Or before writing the values, you just try to understand this particular part. And I'm saying that there is an object key of person. And then I'm saying that let object value, and if I'm typecasting it to person, Okay, so I have declared two variables. One is object and another is object value, and one is casted to key of persons and another one is casted to itself person. What is the basic difference between the two? Yes, what is the basic difference between these two? Like according to you, I'm not saying that okay, just give me the right answer. What I'm saying is, according to you, what is the basic difference between them? If I'm say checking, because we don't know anything, right? So let's ask our TypeScript only. So what I will say that console.log object and object is giving us the error, and then say console.log object value. Both I will check, and both are giving error here. So once you're running it, both are undefined. It is saying that both are undefined. What if, because object is a key in person, so if I'm checking like object dot name, name is a key there, but you are not allowed to access that key. See, index types are a little bit confusing because they are not anywhere except this particular TypeScript. Okay, so just learn about these things. So what I will do is, you can see there's an interface, and interface we discussed or not? If you have not discussed interface, let me discuss it again. So there is an interface for human, which will be having name and age. And let's create an interface for trainee, and trainee will have course, which will be in string, and it will be having a ID, which will be a number. Now, if there is any object, any particular student or any particular object like this, let's say let student. Now, student is a human also, as well as, means a student is human and trainee. A student is both a human and trainee. Now, if I want to write its value, so simple way you can write its name is, let's say any random name I will write here. Okay, and age, course, and then ID. Now the case is, if you are trying to write the values in this way, okay, so you can check the case is age is having error, course is having error, because okay, we are not giving. Now there is a student who is a human also as well as trainee also, because it is extending or it is having a type of both human and trainee. Okay, so interface are just used to be extended. So let's say if I'm saying you that be a good human being, what I'm giving you, I'm giving you a standard that good human being, they never scold anyone, they always try to help others. So like that I'm saying. So if I'm saying that be a good human being, I'm trying to say that I'm giving you an interface to use. So that's how we work with the interface. Once you are running the program now printing the student, so I will say console.log student, and it will be printing the entire object. Okay, printing. Now this is how we use interface. Now let's come down to our first thing. So there is a human. Okay, there's an interface for human. But now what I will do is, I will try to use this. And when I'm saying that, let's say there is an object, and once you are typing the type, just write key of human. Now it is supposed to have the key of human. And if you're writing the name, let's say name anything, I will write ABC, and then age, let's say any random age I will write. The case is, we are not able to directly assign the values when we are saying that it will have a key of human. Okay, and if you check to print this particular object, if we are printing this object, we will be into lots of error. And here the error is, at first executed JavaScript failed, means like this is not a correct syntax. So at first you just understand what is a key here, and if I'm writing that keys, then what it will do. Let's say there is an array or there is an interface or there is any particular object which has 4 parameters with the indexing 0, 1, 2, 3, right? 0, 1, 2, and 3. How many of you were absent yesterday? Those who were not present in class? So except one person, everyone was present. Okay. Now let me ask questions. Yes, why indexing of arrays starts from 0? Yes, please. Why indexing starts with 0? No, you can sit and say answer. Why indexing starts with 0? All the girls were present yesterday, right? Yes, next. 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 Yes, please. For reducing the, guys, don't talk. For reducing the, which calculation it will reduce? Yeah, your answer is correct. Which calculation it will reduce? If we are starting our index with 1, we have to subtract 1 every time once we are accessing any element of the array. That's why our indexing starts with 0. Okay, cool. Now, if I'm saying, let's say this is a section for name, this is a section for age, this is a section for gender, and this is a section for address, or let's say place. Now, there are 4 particular keys for this array. One is name, one is address, one is gender, and one is place. Now, let's talk about any particular person. So, let's say name is Shivam. Okay, not me. Name is Abhishek. Age is 22. Gender is male, and place is, let's say, Hyderabad. And out of all those 4 keys, how many actually belongs to Abhishek only? How means keys means unique thing, right? That I'm asking that out of all these 4 keys, how many only belongs to Abhishek? If you are saying place Hyderabad, no. There are crores of people in Hyderabad. If you are saying gender, no, not at all. Age, lots of people are there with age 22. Name, there are lots of Abhishek. Even in my contact list, there are 15 Abhishek. Really, there are 15 Abhishek. So, which is the one thing that I'm writing, and it should say, okay, we are talking about the Abhishek who is a student in Angular JS class. What is the one thing? Is there something in all these 4 keys that we can say that, okay, this is that Abhishek? Is there anything? No. Then what ID? Exactly. Means we have to mention something that should relate to this course. Either course ID, either batch timings, or either the trainer's name. Something we have to connect. And that's what your key is. Your keys will always help you to connect with the entities. Now these, let's say, let's write the data. So name, I will write Abhishek. Age is 22, gender is male, and place is HYD. Now, by this particular data, we cannot say that this is the same Abhishek whose mobile we once used for talking app, right? But we have to write something to match our keys. Then what we can write here? So let's say this is Naresh IT, classrooms, and the academy. And now I want to make a connection between these 2 entities. Okay, there should be a proper connection between these 2 entities. Now, what is one thing? So either we can write the student ID. Abhishek, you got ID card? They don't give you ID cards? You lost your ID card. I asked that, did you got your ID card? So you got your ID card, right? Okay. So once you got the ID card, it might be having something unique ID. Either it's ID card number, it's a roll number, or anything. Same data will be available in the Academy server also. Either register or any computer or anywhere it will be available, right? Will be available or not? So let's say student ID is available in one particular system. Now these 4 things are not the keys. This is the key only. Only the student ID is the key that will open the lock. Let's say you don't have ID card. And tomorrow if I'm saying to them that don't allow any student who don't have ID cards. Now Abhishek can't get entry. Yeah, I can say that. Don't allow any student without ID card. And then, so you means technically you are not able to open the lock for yourself of class. So this student ID is the key. That student ID is the key. Now let's talk about Abhishek only. So let's say there. Anything? Any questions? Now let's say Abhishek mistake lost the key for bike. By mistake, because he lost the ID card also. So means he's a forgetting person. He can lost the bike keys also. Can he open the bike or can he start the bike with the locker's key? No. Home key or vice versa is available. Like if he lost the locker key, can he open the locker with bike's key? So we understood 2 things with that. First thing is keys are unique. Keys are unique. The first thing that we got to understand by this is keys are unique. And then what is the second thing that we understood? Second thing that we understood. First thing, okay, understood. Keys are unique. Second thing that we got. What is the second thing? Say it loudly. Keys are unique and keys are immutable. Unique means there are no 2 different keys for one lock and you cannot change the existing key also. It has to be same every time. So keys are immutable and that's why your tuple are immutable because tuples are used as the keys. Understood now? Understood everyone? Is there any doubt? Everybody understood? Sure. Okay, then let me ask questions. Yes. Why tuples are immutable? Yes, please. Why tuples are immutable? Next. Why tuples are immutable? Yes, last. Why tuples are immutable? Arey sir. Why tuples are immutable? Next. 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 Why tuples are immutable? Just now I did it. Because they are unique. Why they are unique? Yes, next to pillar. Yes, you. Why tuples are immutable? Next. You are next. Unique? You are not audible to me. Say it loudly. You play cricket? You know cricket? Any game you play? No? Next. Why tuples are immutable? Just now I said. I asked, everything clear? Yes, sir, everything is clear. Sit down. Now I'm writing it again. Just don't forget it. Tuples are used as keys, and keys are supposed to be unique. Keys are supposed to be unique. That's why tuples are immutable. Immutable means you cannot change them. You cannot change them. Write it, otherwise you will forget it. Tell me once you are done. Without talking, write it. Written? Okay. Let's come down to coding. If you have any particular issue with the keys till now, I can repeat. Because indexed are completely different things, so understand it properly. Now, let's start the programming. Now, what I want to say is, let's say we are talking about a particular book. So let's get, there's a type. Types are like as interface, or you can create interface also. So if I'm saying this, let's create a book. So I'm create a type of book. Now, how many things a book will be having as properties? Its title, right? And title will be in string, of course. Then it will be having the author name, right? It will be having the author name, which will be a string. Is any one of you having any particular fantasy for writing? You don't write anything. And in which year it was published? So it will be a number, right? Can be a string also, but as a conventional thing, we will take it as number. Now, this is the indexing type. That book will have three things: title, author, and year. Okay, the book will have title, author, and year. Now, what I will do is, let's comment it out. So I will say get type of title. What is the type of title? String. Now, what if I'm saying is, let's say I am creating a type, and here I will create the property type. If I'm saying that type, property type equals to, and you are assigning to it book, and books, what you are taking out of it, title. Now, by writing this thing, just understand it. In the property type of book, I'm checking the titles, that what's the type of. Once you are trying to access this part, let's say I will say console.log, and you are saying property type here. If you are trying to check something like this, you will be running into error. It will say this is not defined, but we are defining the title. So that's why I said they are a little bit confusing. So no need to worry. So what I have done is I have created a type as property type from book and title. Now let's try to declare a book. So I will say const book. Const is like tuple of JavaScript. You know why? You know why? You cannot change it, but we can. It's not like that we cannot change the. I think I have shown you, right? I have shown you that we are able to change the const values also. Sure or not? And you till now you didn't give answer for that. I gave one more question yesterday. 0.2 plus 0.4 is not equal to 0.6. Why? Why you guys are not searching for this? You will discover lots of good things from programming if you are searching these kind of stuff. At least search it. Giving you 2 minutes, search it. Because I know after class you will forget it again. Search it now and tell me why 0.2 plus 0.4 is not 0.6 in programming. Search it and tell, without talking, search it. Those who were not present yesterday, let me give you a glimpse that what is the actual problem here. So if I'm saying something like this, those who were not present yesterday, just look here. So if I'm saying console.log 0.2 plus 0.3 is equals to 0.5, is it true? So it will return true. Of course it is true. But what happens when I'm changing it to 0.2 plus 0.4 is equals to 0.6? It will be false. Why is it so? In all the programming languages, I'm not talking about JavaScript. You can check it in Java or anywhere. Sorry? Say it loudly. Rounding function. What is rounding function? First of all, that is not rounding function. That is round off function. And that's wrong. Search it again. Don't give the first answer that Google is showing. That is generally sponsored answer. So look deep down. Okay, Arshad is giving some answers. After the 5, it will increase the 1. So that's why. Why it is increasing the 1? Seal and floor. That's way both are not same. It checks its type. 2 plus 4 gives same value throughout. Price. Anybody got Abhishek? You're not searching? You know that? You know the answer. You don't know the logic. Okay, if you want to ask me to do one thing, remove this equals to 0.6 and ask your JavaScript that what is 0.2 plus 0.4. So for us, it should be 0.6, but it will say 0.6000000. At last, it will add 1. That's why it is not equal to 0.6. But why it is adding this one? My question is that only. You know the answer. Why it is adding this last one? That it should not add. Search it and tell me. Anybody got the answer? You will not get the answer because like when you perform the addition, the result is not exactly 0.6 but a closer value. Therefore, okay, who gave this answer? I can't read the name. What's the name? Okay, I will tell you. Before going into that, not an issue. Just look at here now. See, as we know that in programming, we can understand 0.2, but computer cannot understand 0.2. What computer will understand? Binary 0 1 0 1. Every time it will understand 0 1. Now the case is closest possible approximation. Guys, listen now. Listen to me carefully. Now this is is this a error in programming languages or it is a bug? Listen it. So what we will do, we will be starting checking from the 0.1. So it should return 0.2 and it's returning. Let's change it to 2. This is the answer now. Let's change this to 2 now. Answer is correct. Let's change it to 3 now. Answer is correct. Let's change it to 1 now. The answer is correct. Let's change it to 2 and this to 4. The answer is again not correct. So just notice where we are getting the wrong answers. Then you will see a symmetry. So we got the wrong answer on 0.2, 0.2. So we got the wrong answer on 0.2, 0.2. And after that, we got on 0.2 and 0.4. Hold on, guys. If you are writing here 5, correct answer. Check it with 0.3. Check right answer. Now, what you are checking with 0.6? Right answer. If you are writing 0.6, so you can say that 2, 2, 2, 4, 2, 6 giving error. But now 2, 6 is not giving error. The answer is correct only. What if I'm writing 0.3 and 0.1? What it should give me now? Yes, what it is giving now? That last digit even. Not like that. 0.4, correct answer. Let's check them for larger value. If I'm saying 0.11 and 0.11, 0.22 should be answer. Next, correct. So basically, there are some errors only. Okay, let's check it with 0.1 and 0.9. The answer should be 1.0 or simple 1. And that's correct. What if I'm checking it with 0.8? It means that there is no programmatic bug. There is something related to 0.2 and 0.4 only. So go back to those previous things. Guys, now listen to me. Arshad, if I'm saying 0.2 and 0.4, we are supposed to get 0.6, but we are not getting. What we are getting? Something big, and at last it will add 1. And let's check it with 0.2, 0.2. Correct? Means this was not an error. An error I think was on 0. Where? 2 and 1. 4. 4 was an error. We checked 2 errors, right? 0.1, 0.1 was 0.2. Okay. This one. 1 and 2. You can swap the values, 2 here and 1 here, and then same answer we are getting. So technically 0.2 plus 0.4 is giving error, and 0.2 and 0.1 is giving the error. Now we got 3 values that are giving error: 0.2, 0.1, 0.4. Now let's do their multiple sum. So 0.2, 0.2 giving right answer. 0.1, 0.1 is giving right answer. 0.4, 0.4 is giving right answer. Okay. Now 0.4 and 0.1. Let's check the cross sum now. Right answer. Means there is some problem with 0.2 only now, which is giving going with 0.1 and 0.4 creating error. There is some problem with 0.2 only. Now we got to know one thing, that the problem is with the 0.2 itself. Once you are putting here 0.2, error. Once you are writing 0.4 here, then we will get the error. And we are supposed to get that error. But why? Now let's understand. What is the binary of 2? 1, 0 is the binary of 2. Now, serious question. How many of you don't know how to convert to binary? Everybody knows? Sure. I'm about to call someone here now to convert to binary. Again, asking those who don't know how to convert to binary, just raise your hands, please. I can teach it again. It's not an issue. How to convert to binary. Everybody knows? Sure? Yes, no, you knows? See, first person I caught and she's saying, no, I don't know. Then why you are not saying it when I'm asking? Is there any shame in that? Remember one thing, guys. There is no shame in not knowing. Shame is in not learning. So the first thing, don't have any shame. If you ask me a single word in Telugu, I don't know, and I don't have any shame in it. I don't have any shame in it. If you ask me one word from French, I don't know. If you ask me one word from German, I don't know. But if it is required for me to learn and I'm not learning, then there is a shame that we should learn, right? So if you don't know how to convert numbers to binary, see it now. Okay, so let me give a quick glimpse now and learn it properly, guys. And I will say one thing: the more effective communication we are having with each other, it's for all of you, not for one specific person. The more effective communication we are having with each other, higher you will learn. If I'm asking, this is you know, and you are saying with fear or with shame, "Oh, yeah, I know," then why I will repeat that thing? And you will miss that topic forever in your life. Now you have a chance to learn. We don't have chance to learn. Now let's say if I have to learn something now, I don't have time. I really don't have time. Till 11, 12, I don't have time. And after that, there is no energy in body to learn something. We have to sleep. So if life is giving you chance to learn it with open brain. Okay? Number system. So there are 4 number systems in computer programming. Okay? One is decimal, one is binary, one is octal, and one is hexadecimal. And technically, you have not seen the use of any one of them. Have you seen practical use? No? I'll show you today. So decimal means human mathematical digits. Human mathematical digits. Means whatever number we have 1, 2, 3, 4, 500, 200, 300, 400, 600, 1000, 2000, 1 lakh, 1 crore. These are decimal numbers in computer programming. Generally, we say them as natural number or whole number. If I am writing 76, tell me this is a decimal number? Sure. If I am saying this is octal number, it is octal number also. This is a octal number also. This is a hexadecimal number also. The first thing, how we can find a number. If I'm saying 101, tell me, is it a decimal number or binary number? Binary. This is 101. If I'm saying this is 7 in binary, म्यूट हो गया था अभी हो गया अभी सही. If I'm saying something like this, I'm correct. Then what is the one thing that will help us to know that to which it belongs to? That is called base. This is binary now. Then what is this base? Base is number of digits it can have. So just understand properly. In decimal number, how many digits we have? 10 digits? Sure, we have 10 digits. Array. 0 to 9 means 10 digits. So decimal will have a base of 10. In binary, there are only 2 digits, 0 and 1. So it will have a base of 2. In octal, there are 8 digits, 0 to 7. It will have a base of 8. In hexadecimal, there are 16 characters, not digits. Because digits are 10 only. 0 to 9, 10 digits. A to F, 6 are those. So that's why its base is 16. Now, if I'm writing 76 to the base 8, which is this number? Now you can easily understand. If I'm saying 1 to base 2, what is this? This is not binary. This is your decimal number, because 2 is not there. 2 is not there in binary. So by default, it will convert to decimal number. Any base you are keeping, and if your number is wrong, the number will convert to decimal. Check the digit also. Just don't see the base every time. Now, how we will see that, how we can convert our numbers to binary. So you don't know, right? What's the good name? Prerna. So tell me any number, we'll convert that to binary. And learn properly now. Any number. This much time you are taking for saying a number. 12. Okay. So once you write any number, just divide it by its base. So what is going to be the base now? We are converting it to binary. So we will divide by 2. Now no one will answer except Prerna. Prerna, if you are dividing 12 by 2, what is the quotient? You are Prerna? Yes, 6. And remainder? 0. If you are dividing 6 by 2, what is the quotient? Ray, you guys don't have brain. You will not answer a single question when I'm asking to you particularly. Once we are dividing 6 by 2, the quotient we will get as 3 and remainder as 0. Then again, if you are dividing 3 by 2, quotient will be, what will be quotient? 1. And remainder will be 1. So once you get a remainder here, either 0 or 1, means it is finished. So particularly what you will get here, 1 every time. Or 0 is also a possibility, it's not like that. But not every time. Here you will get 1. So once you got a 1 here, your number is done now. Read the number in reverse order now. 1, 1, 0, 0. This is the binary of 12. Simple thing. Understood now? Let's try to convert another number. So what if I'm saying, okay, this is for very short number because you gave 12. Let's say someone is giving you 100, 1000. How you will do it? So first let's understand the same process, then I will tell you a short trick. So let's say we are trying to convert 37 to binary now. If we are dividing it by 2, 18 is the quotient, right? And 1 will be the remainder. If we are dividing again, 9 will be the quotient, 0 will be the remainder. If we are dividing it again, 4, 1, 2, 0, 1, 0, 1. Then read it in the reverse order again. Like this, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. And this is the binary of 37. Understood the binary now? Now there is a short trick for that. What you do is just write the power of 2. So 2 to the power 0 means 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, 32, 64, 128, according to your requirement. Now, what was the first number that we converted to binary? 12. So now look at here, how many digits we will use to create 12. 16 we will use? No. 8 plus 4 means 12. So write 1, 1 here and everything will be 0. So this is the binary of 12. 1, 1, 0, 0. Let's do it for 37 now. 32 we will use. 64 we will not use, right? For 37 we will use 32. 32 plus 4, 36. And 1, 37. Rest everything will be 0. So 1, 0, 0, 1, 0, 1. And this is the binary of 37 we did, right? That's how we did binary of 37. And that's correct. So this is the short trick. Now, if there is any number that we have to convert to octal, same way, divide by 8 now. Let's say if you are converting 84 into octal, divided by 8. So 10 times it will go, right? And 4 will be the remainder. And now it will go 1 time and 2 will be the remainder, right? 1 will be the remainder. Sure. So 84's octal will be, in octal number can be large. So hold on to that. Now same way we will do hexadecimal. Same way we will do hexadecimal. What is the base for hexadecimal? 16 is the base. So the number will be divided into hexadecimal, like we will divide by 16. So let's say we are talking about 110. 110. I will show you the practical use also. Hold on. So what I will do, let's divide by 16. Once you are dividing it by 16, 6 times it will go completely. 16, 6 are 96. And what will be the remainder? 14 will be the remainder. 14 will be the remainder. 14 will be the remainder. Now we got 6 and it is not divisible now. Now what we need to do? So 614 is the answer? No. 614 is not the answer because 0 to 9 are the digits that we can directly write. So if your remainder is between 0 to 9, you can leave it, or else if it is 10, instead of 10, write A. If it is 11, instead of 11, write B. For 12, for 13, for 14, for 15, F. So here, instead of this 14, what I will write? E. 6E. And that's how our 110 hexadecimal is. What is the practical use? Why we are learning these things? So let me show you the practical use also. Hold on, don't talk. Arey, I said don't talk. In how many ways we can create the color? Let's say there is H1 as hello. Okay, and there is H2 as hello. Now let's go to its styling. I think you know these things. So H1 color I will write. So what we can do is we can write the RGB value of it. RGB. So I will write RGB. And in RGB, what I will write, let's say I will write 87 and 110, comma 54. Something like this I will write. And hold on, comma. So this is the color that we are getting here. Okay, something greenish color we are getting. Now we can write the color in different way also. That is called hash code. Okay, that is called hex code. Now what I will do is here I will write the hex code. Just convert 87 to this hexadecimal. Convert fast. What is the hexa of 87? And tell me. Hex of 87. Say it fast. Hex of 87. What you are getting? 57. So here I will write 57. Convert 110. 110 I think we just now done 6E. So I will write 6E. Now convert 54. 54. 57. Sorry, what you said? 75. Okay, let's go. 63. 36 or 63? 36. Are you getting the same color? Are you getting the same color? And that's how you can use your hex code. And this is the practical use of colors. I think you may have missed this, but now you can understand. RGB value subsequent will be this. What is the limit of RGB values? 255, not 256. 0 to 255. So we'll do it again. Let's say here I am writing 187, here I am writing 2110, and this is 154. Okay, let's say not 154, only 54. So we'll getting this color. Convert 187 to hexa. Do it fast. 187 to hexa. There is a converter in your mobile calculator. Use it. 187 into hexa. B. 2 will be the answer. 2. B. 210. 210. D2. Vamshi Reddy is giving answer. D2. Okay. Capital or small, both you can keep. And then 54. 36. We did right now. Are we getting the same color? Yes, of course we are getting the same color. And that's how we use our hex code, decimal to hex. But the question here is, let me discuss about this part only. Why this RGB only? R means red, G means green, B means blue. So check here. Who is having the higher value here? Green. That's why color is greenish. If the higher value is to red, it will be reddish in color. If the higher value is for blue, it will be bluish in color. Okay, that we can easily get. But why only RGB? Any artist here? Artist painter? Like those who love to do the drawing? No one? Yes. Why specifically RGB only? We can write spectrum. No. We can write black, white, yellow also. Why specifically RGB? We can get all color by mixing them. Initially only invented colors. Invented colors? Who invented colors, guys? Is there any scientist? No. These are the natural colors that are found in nature. Means human are not creating those colors. So red, green, and blue, these three colors are found in nature. And nature means who is responsible for creating colors on earth? Arey, someone said the answer now. Sun, exactly, by its rays. Arey, God. Of course, God is there, guys. God is only created sun. So but we are using sun here. That sun is responsible for create black also natural color. No, sir, black is not natural. Even if I'm saying that black is not even a color, it is just disappearance of all the colors. You know what is black? When no color is there, that is black. When no color is there. So black is not a color. It is the unavailability of all the colors. Then you will get black, means complete black. Black is not even a color. It is just the disappearance of all the colors. Let's say our hair are generally black. In India, our hair are black. So it means that our hair don't have any color. That's why we are looking them, oh, they are black. Right? Disappearance of all the colors. Why only RGB? Because these are the natural color. Natural color means they are found in nature, created by sun. Okay? Then what about white, yellow, green? Like we have millions of billions of color, right? If I'm saying that we have billions of colors, I'm not wrong. We can create billions of color, right? We can create. How we can create? Because here we can write the value till 255, 0 to 255. So here, see, if I'm keeping one here, it will be different color, one here, different color, one here, different color. So like that, I will do it. But the case is, then how many colors are there? So because there are three values, having 256 value means 0 to 255 means 256. 256, 256. Who is whistling? This is the number of colors that you can create in your CSS only, HTML CSS. Count it. 1,67,77,000 means 10 million colors, or not 10 million, it is actually 1.6, 16 million actually. 16 million colors you can create. And right now Samsung is working on 33 million colors, right? Means Samsung TV is there, so it will support 33 million colors. Okay. So that's what we mean by colors. Now, what I want is, let's try to mix the color. What is this value? If I'm writing 100 of R, means 100 of red, 80 of green, and 20 of blue. So the color will be like this. Okay, this one color we are getting now. Okay, this color we are getting now. Let's keep it to 200. So on 200, we are getting this color. It's a tomato kind of color. But what is this 200, 80, and 20? So basically, if you are mixing 200 gram of red color with 80 gram of green color and 20 gram of blue color, you will get this tomato color. Understood now? As this is a coding, so we are making them into bits. The 200 bits of red color and 80 bits of green color and 20 bits of blue color will create this particular color. Don't just do the programming. Deep dive into it and try to understand that how things are working. If I am giving 25500, it will be complete red. Because I am writing the values of only, in my container, there is only red. So this is complete red. You can check. This is the complete red only. So if you are keeping the red value as 0 and this value as 255, so color will be complete green. Complete green it is. If you are keeping this particular value as 0 and this particular value as 255, complete blue color. These three colors are the natural color, and all other colors are the mix up of these colors. If you are mixing all the colors in same quantity, you know what you will get? Very good. So you will get, not black, white you will get. Black is not a color. It is the absence of all the colors, right? Absence of all the colors. Now, you might be thinking that, sir, gone mad today, black is not a color. No, black is not a color. It is the absence of all other colors. If nothing is there, then particular black is there. Okay, let me give you an example for this. Let's say there is a room where we are having offline classes. There are some curtains, some projectors, desk, laptop, chairs, fans, lights, cables, wires. Lots of things are there. What if I remove everything from this room? What if I removed each and every single material? What will left in the room? What will be there? Air. Air will be there, right? Air, or you can say your oxygen will be there. Now, by some method, what I'm saying is, I removed the oxygen also. By burning, we can burn the oxygen. Let's say I lit fire into this room and that fire will actually disappear all the oxygen. Then what will left in this room? Carbon. I will not lit that fire. I will open a convector here that is soaking all the oxygen. So there will be this one, only darkness. Vacuum will be there. So you know what is vacuum? Generally we say, oh, vacuum is free space. No. Free space means air is there. Vacuum means when air is also not there. That is called vacuum. Vacuum means there is nothing. Nothing. So black is a vacuum. Means once no color is there, you will get. And that's why we are getting, let's say once your red is 0, your black is, green is 0, and blue is also 0. Then you are getting the completely black color. This one. Completely black color. Okay? Complete black color. In black, no color is reflected. All colors in the light are absorbed. So black surface is heat up faster. Yeah. Very nice answer, Gopesh. ChatGPT or Google? It's a science. Jim? Gemini. Gemini. Yeah. So remember one thing, if ChatGPT can write code for you, it can write code for your company also. Then why your company need you? If you are asking ChatGPT to write your code or complete your task, why your manager or your company need you? They will also use ChatGPT to write the code. Write the code by yourself. Don't use ChatGPT or any other code generator. There are lots of black boxes there. Triple Z generators, like lots of are there. Perplexity is there, but you don't use them. Use your brain only. Okay. Now understood code. See, we started with indexing and where we are ending now. Not an issue. Hope you understood lots of good things today. So what we discussed today is we didn't discuss anything in TypeScript today. Remove that. We'll discuss everything again tomorrow, like index type, map types, and tomorrow only we will start our oops. Okay, and these the things that we have discussed. Okay, so here we started from there. Let's have answer for this also. So 0.2 is the something that is creating error. The reason behind it that 0.2 is a number which is never properly stored in the memory. First reason. And no programming language can store 0.2 into is binary. How you will convert it to binary? So the binary will be like this: 0 plus 2 divided by 10. This is what we are doing: 0 plus 2 divided by 10. And now if you are converting it to binary, how you will convert? How to convert decimal points into binary? If number is like 1.5, this 1 will be 1 only in binary also. How you will convert this 0.5? This 0.5 will not be 101. So now we don't have time. Just understand that how you convert decimal points into binary and try to convert 0.2. You will get your answer. That why 0.2 is creating error, because it is not properly stored. Once you are storing 0.1, there are other number also. Once you are storing 0.1 into memory, it will go like 0.1. Once you are sending 0.3, it will go like as 0.3. Once you are sending 0.4, it will go like 0.4. But once you are sending 0.2, it will not be going there as 0.2. Okay. Now everybody knows how to convert numbers to binary, octal, hexadecimal. Okay. Reverse you know or not? Let's say if I'm writing a reverse number 100101. What is the decimal for this number? 47. Wrong answer. 37 is the right answer. Hey, we just now did it. 100101. Okay. Let me write another number 11111. What is this? 15. Very good. But how we are converting it? Let's see that. Last girls don't talk. So any number you got to convert to binary, just write it the same and fit your values 1, 2, 4, 8, 16, and write your number behind them. So 10101, 10101, and add the 1 value. Wherever you are getting 1, add those. 16 plus 4, 20 plus 1, that's it. Done. Or there is a, this is the short trick, but there is another method also. And another method will say you that just take this number and multiply the 1 by 2 to the power 0. 2 to the power 1, 2 to the power 2, 2 to the power 3, 2 to the power 4. So 2 to the power 0 means 1, 1 multiplied by 1, 1. 2 to the power 2 means 4, 4 1 ja 4. 2 to the power 4 means 16, 16 1, 16, 21. This is how you can get it. Same way you can do with your hexadecimal and. Okay, let's write a quick task. So what you have to do is you have to convert these number to binary, octal and hexadecimal. And everyone has to complete this task and send to me. Like just complete it. No need to send small task. Convert all the decimal. These all are decimal numbers. Convert these numbers to binary, octal and hexadecimal. Okay. Understood this, guys? Okay. If you are getting any problem in anything, and you can contact to me with this number. And no unnecessary things. If it is related to your programming, then only you can discuss. Okay. We'll connect again tomorrow and we'll complete index type, map types. Then we'll start the oops in TypeScript also. Okay. Mansi, not an issue. Angular is just not started. We are currently learning HTML. Of course, then it will be a problem for you. For Angular, we should know that what is HTML, CSS, and JavaScript. Then only we will cut. Arshad, you have to convert these to all the three types: binary, decimal, and hexadecimal. Okay. Sairam, once the Angular is going on, we will keep the every notes in Google Classroom. These are the basic things. Okay, so we'll connect again tomorrow, guys. Have a nice time, everyone. Okay, so yesterday we gave a task, right, to convert numbers to binary, decimal, and octal. What was the first number? 35. You have written? Anyone? Give me your copy. You have written numbers? 32, 43, 64, 80, 80 and 86 both, and 118. 120. How it can be 120? Hold on. Hold on. Hold on. Sitting in the first row and talking. If you are dividing 80 or converting it to octal, what you will do? Divide by 8. And how you are dividing it? 8 ones are 8. Array, this is not a division. You have to divide it completely. Then what is going to be the answer? Octal. What is octal? For 80 it was 120. For 86 it will be 126 only. Hexa? 56. Cool. Binary of 118? 111, 0, 111, 0. Okay. Octal? 116, 166. And hexa? Now check your answers. If you are getting the same answers, then it's correct. Okay. Right, stop talking. Even this is a small room. If you want to talk, please go out of the class. You are free to do that. 8 is not a digit, guys. It will be 100 here. Yes. Because we have to divide that 8 again by 1. Okay, so we are going to discuss about index types now. Index types in TypeScript. And we have discussed enough about indexing. So what I will say here, let's say there is a interface or not an interface, let's get a type for it. So there will be a type of book and which is going to have something like name, which is going to be in string, and price, which is going to be number, author, which is going to be in string again. Now there is a book who is having three properties: name, price, and author. Now what we can do is we just can create a book with any of these three keys. So let's say I will try to create something like this. Let's say there is a constant of b. Now it is having, or not, let's get a type of it. So there's a type of b which will be taking its values from book and then from author. Okay, I'm saying like this, that there is a book b, or let's write any book here. I will write mathematics. So there is a book, or simple maths we can write. So there is a maths book and I'm casting the book to book's author. Generally, I am not assigning the type to this book maths. But if you are checking it, let me write it something like this: console.log type of maths. If you are trying to check the type of, okay, hold on. So now let's see, once you are going to maths, it is saying that it is string, but obviously we are not assigning it to a string. To whom we are assigning a string? In the indexing type of author. And that's why we are getting it here itself. Understood? Indexing type. Or else, let's say I am saying that it is going to have the price. It is going to have the price. Now there is a maths book and I am casting it to the book's price. So what is the price data type? Number. It is saying that there is a type of maths which is of number. So basically, like, we generally don't use indexing, but this is the only use of this, that you can assign these values. Okay. Now what we are going to do is we are going to discuss about object oriented programming. How many of you have idea about it? Object oriented programming. Object oriented programming. Now there are some particular languages that follows OOPS concept, right? Example: Java, Python, C++, C#, JavaScript, TypeScript. All these follow OOPS concept or object oriented programming. But what is exactly object oriented programming? How you will define it? Object oriented programming. we are saying that okay, Java or C++, C Sharp is a OOPS programming language, right? Is an object-oriented programming language. But what do you mean by object-oriented programming? The name itself is saying you that programming will be based on objects. Programming will be based on objects. So let's write its definition. So I will say that no need to write. I'll upload all these. So I will say that OOPS programming is a programming approach which makes use of classes and objects to solve the problem. Now, generally, if you are writing a program, let's say if you are from Python, so generally if I want to print hello world, I can print like this. P will be small, right? Like this we can do. In Python, it's very simple. Now, is it a particular thing that we are discussing that is it following OOPS concept? No, it's not. So, which is the one programming language that is completely object-oriented programming language? In Python, we can work without classes also, right? So, it's not completely dependent on OOPS. In C Sharp also we can work. That is also not completely work. Then Java, yes. So Java is the only language along with C++, but C++ also can make functions directly. But here Java is the only programming language that cannot work with classes and objects. Classes are the main thing that we should have in Java to work with it. Okay. Now, how many components are there in OOPS? Components in OOPS. Or let's first discuss what we are saying there, classes and objects. First, you understand that part. Let's say this is you and you are sitting at your home. I think I have given this example. Your father said you to go to market and buy fruits. Okay. And your mother said go to market and buy vegetables. Now you have two options. Either you can give a priority that, okay, my father gave me the order first. So I will go to market, buy fruits, came back and I'll give it to my father. Then again, I will go back to market, buy vegetables and give it to mother. This is the paradigm that is followed by most of the programming languages, right? Because we are not generally creating a collection here. Now there are two operations that you are performing. One is fruit operation, right? Or simply buy fruit operation. Second is the vegetable operation. And you are the only class here, right? Means only you have to do both of the tasks. So why are you not creating a collection of it? Why you are going to market again and again? Just go to market once and buy these things. So these are the functions here that you are performing. You are the class and you will create some objects here that, okay, this is the particular vendor from which I will buy fruits and from which I will buy vegetables. So that's what you are trying to do. That is called programming approach using OOPS concept. You are making use of OOPS concept. Now, what are the components involved in object-oriented programming? Components involved in object-oriented programming. Yes, we are getting good answers in online chat box. So first is object. Second is class. Third is inheritance. Fourth is abstraction. Fifth is polymorphism or encapsulation, anything you can keep. And last, encapsulation. Now, if I have to discuss everything in one line, guys, don't talk. Again, I'm saying inheritance means inheriting properties from your parents. Abstraction means hiding the information. Polymorphism means many forms. Encapsulation means, what is encapsulation? Finding the data. And these all are the answers. And for how many of the answers you know the practical things? Like where we are actually applying this thing. That where we are actually applying abstraction and what are the use of abstraction, what are the use of encapsulation. So that we are going to see. So now let's first discuss about what are these objects. Objects. So how you will define the objects? So for that, I'll say that objects are the instance of class. But till now we have not discussed about any class. So how we can make use of class here? Object are the entities, exactly. So objects are the real world entities that has some properties, and values. Now these are the objects. That objects are the real world entities that has some properties and values. Like what values, what properties? Let's say I will say that what is entity, sir? Entity is something that exists in real world. Now let's say car. Car exists in real world. It's not an imaginary thing. Now we cannot write alien here because alien we don't know that they exist or not, right? But we can create its programming. Now let's say if I'm saying there is a car and this car is going to have some of the properties. What properties the car can have? Its name. That what is the name of car? Color. What is the color of this car? What is the mileage of this car? Like in 1 liter of petrol or diesel, how much it will run? What is the company, manufacturer company of this car? Like lots of things a car can have. What is the model of car? Model means in which year it was manufactured. So something like this. So this car is an object here. This car is a object here, and these all are the properties of a car. Now, if I'm saying that car dot drive, then what is this drive now? This drive is a function performed by this object. Okay? Or instead of drive, we can write run because driving require a human being. So driving should be a function of human object. So what I will say car dot run. It means that run is a function that is performed by this object car. Okay? This is what we mean by objects. That objects are real world entities that have some properties and values, right? Values means they can be physical values or they can be the non-physical values. Let's say if we are saying about human, so there is a human object. Now a human will be having some of the values. Name it will be having, age, gender. Now all these things are physical that we can see, touch or something. But if I'm writing nature here, nature is not a physical thing. It's an emotional thing, but it is related to human. We can write nature as soft, cruel or something like that. So that's why I have written both, that objects will be having properties and as well as values. Understood? And what are the examples for it? So examples I will write. All the real world things or something like all the things that exists in real world like car, bus, human, anything it can be, and all of them will have some properties and properties mostly physical and values mostly non-physical. But there are going to be some values which will not be non-physical, they will be physical. Like let's talk about this particular car only. And if I'm saying that what is the price of this car, now this price is a value here, right? That this particular thing is this much valuable, but that is a physical thing, right? That's why I have written mostly, means not completely, mostly. Okay, so these are the objects. Understood the objects now? Or still you have any doubt? If you have any doubt, just let me know. We'll clear it out. Yes, any doubt? Okay, fine. The next thing is that we are discussing here, that is class. Now, what is a class? Simple thing that class is a collection or blueprint of objects, right? Or blueprint of objects. What do you mean by blueprint? Similar blueprint means, okay, how many of you have used carbon? So there used to be a carbon paper. If you are writing it something on a paper and keeping carbon below it, it will get printed on the next paper. Childhood kind of things. So that is only we call about as blueprint. Blueprint means it will not be the exact thing, but it will be similar to the exact thing. Means looking like real copy, but not the real copy. So class is a collection or blueprint of objects. Now for that, let me give you an programming example. So as we are into JavaScript, so let's do of that. Now, in which version of JavaScript classes were introduced? ES6. ES6. That came in 2015. So I will write here that classes in JavaScript were introduced in ES6 2015. Okay, 2015. Now, how to write the classes? So simple. If I'm writing here class, and let's say class of human. Now this is a class here, right? This is a class here. Now what if I do here that it is going to have a function, and function is of market, function of market. Inside this I will print console.log, go to market, or simple I will write buy fruits, and then I will write console.log buy vegetables. Now there is a class of human, means simply you, and you are a collection of objects. Now where are the objects? Where are the objects in this? Because if you are saying market is a function, it's not an object. Then where is the objects here? Where are the objects in this? Because if I am writing something like this, name, something like this, I think then it will be object. But as of now, I am not writing any object. Then who is the object here? Human is a function. Human is a function. Your answer is correct, but half answer. This human market is a function here, and this human is a class. This human is not only a class. This human is a collection of object. Means basically it is also an object only. But we can write multiple functions into it. That's why we are saying that this is going to be a particular class. Okay, if I'm running it, is it going to print this particular part? If I'm running this program, will it print these two? Now we are getting the error. What the error we are getting? It is saying that functions of market, and it is saying that there's an unexpected identifier of market. Call them. We are getting the error. There's no need to call them. We are getting the error. If it was not giving us any output, then we can call something. Okay, if you are saying call them, what should I call? Market or human? Human dot market. Like this. Human dot market. Like this. Error again. We are not going to solve the error because the error in this part, there is a function of market. Now error is removed from here. We are getting the error in this particular part. So this is not the way you have to write. Now code is working fine. Now if I want to use this particular market, so directly if you are calling the market, these all are things from JavaScript. So you should have a knowledge of these. So once you are calling the market, it is saying that market is not defined, but we are defining the market. Now the scope problem is there. What is the problem? Scope problem. So once you are calling it in the class scope, just try to run it. And now, okay, hold on. Now if I'm calling this market function, see this is the function of market is written. And now if I'm calling the market, then also it's not working. And that's why we are saying that this human is not the actual object. If it was the actual object, it should be able to print this particular part. Now, in JavaScript, there are two types of function. It's working fine. It's working fine. Then why it's not working fine with the classes? Sorry? Create object. What object we can create here? Task is simple. That you are a human, you have to go to market and you have to buy these kind of things and come back. Then what object we can create here? Yes. What object we can create here? We have to make an object of the class. We get the reference of the class. So now you are trying to say that we have to create an object of human. That human object equals to new human. Like this you are saying now, and then object dot market. Like this. Reference name dot props. Error. And this is how these things are not going to work. Now what is the actual problem here that we are facing? The problem we are facing here is we are not able to create the object of class. To execute this human dot market, it should work. I think no, Shreyansh, it will not work. First you check this particular part of the code. Is there any problem in this code? So definitely there is no problem in this code, right? There's no problem. Means this code is working fine. And what I want is I want to execute the market function now. What I want is I want to execute the let h equals to new human h dot market. Let h equals to new human. Okay, ES6 you are using. Come back. Class is we'll go there. Let's first complete this part. Constructor Gopesh will create. Hold on. Class is a collection or blueprint of object. Classes in JavaScript were introduced in ES6 2015. Classes are generally used. I'm writing the answer now. Classes are generally used to create their object in other locations to execute the functions and that's what we are dealing with now. Now what is the exact answer? That classes are generally used to create their object. Means what we see is class is a collection of object. Then we think that priority is given to classes. No, priorities will be given to the objects only. Classes will never have the priority. Who will have the priority? Objects will have the priority, not the classes. Now how to create the objects in JavaScript? As you are already done with JavaScript, right? Now you tell me how to create objects. Okay, Vamshi has said one answer that something like let h equals to new human and then h dot market. Now, why we are writing like this? That let h equals to new human h dot market. So classes are generally not supposed to work independently. Generally, but in Java classes there will be a main class which will work directly. But for other classes you have to call them. What you have to do? We have to call them, and this is the way that you create the objects. Now let's say if I am writing another function here, so that will be a you don't use function keyword under class. You directly write the function name. Let's say function name I will write as laptop, and I will say something like that console.log open your laptop, something like this if I'm writing. And there is a object h. Now this object, for object what we have written, for object we have written that they are the real world entities that has some properties and values, and they are used to perform functions, and they are used to perform certain functions. Now object of the class is already created. We have already created the object of class, and where is the object is stored? Inside h. Inside h. Then do I need to create a new object, or this particular laptop function will work with h? If I'm saying something like this, let h2 equals to new human, and then I am executing h2 dot mark laptop, h2 dot laptop, and open your laptop and these buy fruits and buy vegetables. Do I really need to create a second object, or else I can execute the same function with the previous object itself? So I can say h dot laptop. Is it going to work? Of course it will work. So once you are creating an object, entire class will come into that object. Whatever you are writing there, okay, whatever is inside the class, it will come there. Understood? Sure? Okay. Hold on, guys. Now let's say inside class I am declaring let human, or human equals to Abhishek. I am declaring the human name is Abhishek. Can I access this particular part using object? So for that, after declaring laptop, I will say that console.log h.human. h.human means I want to check the value of human, and we are, as expected, we are into an error. The error is saying that here this human is not defined. But what I'm doing is I'm trying to use this human as a variable, right? Let's say if I'm saying let num equals to 5, if I'm using like this, and if I'm checking h dot num here, for num it is saying that this is unexpected, right? So this class is generally a make it global variable. Not an issue, guys. If you are creating a global variable, we can access. We are creating the object here. The error is saying that num is not verified here. This let is not having any error. Okay, let's come back now. So objects are real world entities that have some properties and values. They are used to perform certain functions. And class is a collection or blueprint of those objects. Means class is totally dependent on the objects only. Class is nothing. There's nothing. You this human will be used for calling the objects or functions. That's it. There's no other work to do it. But in Java, there are some getters, setters, and other things that we will discuss. Okay? That we will discuss. Now let's say if I'm saying like this, what is abstraction? What is inheritance? First, let's discuss about inheritance. Okay, what is inheritance? So this word I think you might have studied in your science also. Inheritance, inherit. What is that? Taking properties from your parents, right? Because generally what we are, and this is the science also, and the science says that you are 10% of your father, 10% of your mother, 5% of your grandfather, 5% of your grandmother, and 5% of your grandmother from mother side and for mother side father. So this is what you will do. Means 40% of your development is totally based on your family. Rest 50% your friends will do. This is the exact thing. Friends means your surrounding. Rest 50% you are responsible on the surrounding. And 10% is what you are developing inside you. It means that 90% of us is already filled. We just need to fix our 10%. And that's actual thing. It means that we are 90% already filled. Right? We are 90% already filled. Okay? 10% we need to fix. This is a general science. But we are not talking about science. We are talking about programming. So let's do it. So what I will write in inheritance. Inheritance means to adapt the properties and values from your parents. Generally in programming, classes inherits the properties of their parents, they make use of extend keyword. they make use of extend keyword to achieve inheritance. Now, when we are talking about inheritance, let me give you a glimpse about it. So once you are inheriting, do we really adapting all of the qualities of our parents or selective qualities? Once you are inheriting your parents, are we adapting their all of the qualities or some selective qualities? Selective qualities. Let's talk about me only. I am taller than my father and mother both, right? So means I am not going to them on the height. They are not short actually, but I am taller than them. So if I was adapting their height, is it like that I will be their height, or I go to any of these website? They are accepting application for interns that is completely free. There are 99% chance that you will get an internship with a proper email and letter and then certificate. Lots of my students are doing from Coursesoft right now. Then you can update that same thing in your LinkedIn. I will show you. So once you are going to Coursesoft, so you can go to the Coursesoft website, and after that they are saying that take your career to the next level with Coursesoft. Apply. Once you are hitting the apply, they will give you a Google form. So fill that Google form. It is possibility that within 48 hours you will get the confirmation mail that this is what we are getting. Yes. If you are from any particular year, 2023, 2022, 1, 24 also, apply there. In which domain you want internship, as you are from web development, you can get, okay? You can get from web development. So they will give you around 7, 8 to 9 tasks. Out of that, you have to complete the task. Internship will be for 1 month. Let's say you are starting from 14th of December. So it will be till 13th of January. You can update that in your resume. Once you complete this particular Coursesoft, then go to Skillcraft, apply there. They will also give you some tasks. Complete that, upload them on the link they are giving you, and you will get genuine certificate later. That you will be very helpful for you, showing the at least 2 month experience of 2 internships. Do these things. No one is going to help you. You have to help yourself. And always you are engaged in talking instead of asking some good quality questions. Go to these. They will give you internship. And once you got an internship, just let others also know about it that I got an internship. Talk to us the same thing in class that okay, we got the internship. These are the projects that we are getting. Do these things. Once these 2 things completed, I am the co-founder and CEO of one of our running startup. If you are really good, you will get a chance to work directly with me only when you are very good in the development. Okay, I'll show you that some other day, but you can check it in from my LinkedIn. So why do internships, sir? Why to do internship means, do you have any job now? No. And job generally they will give to the experienced person. Now what experience you have? You cannot say that from 10 years I'm playing cricket, I have got experience. From last 6 years I'm using Snapchat, I have Snapchat experience. That is not going to be counted, right? It happens. Freshers are not allowed in industry until and unless you have a referral. No, even a single company is hiring any fresher. Not even a single. So internships are that step that you have to take to get a job. Let's say your interview is there. They will ask you, tell us about yourself. What you will say? Sir, my name is Shivam Kumar. I'm from UP. That's it. That's it all about you. Until and unless you are having something with you to talk about 2-3 minutes, you are expecting that you will be selected. Not at all. How many of you have resume here in your mobile right now? No one. Okay, one. Let me raise your hand properly so I can count. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11. 11 peoples out of a class of 200 peoples. And then you will say, system is corrupted, teacher is this, class is this. You guys are not taking a step. Tell me, it is you only, right? Change your surrounding. Talk to the people who are already working or who know something. But what we are doing, talking with our friends, that is also good. Even I talk with my friends. But not every time. What we generally discuss about friends? Okay, tell me. Let's say you are talking with your friend. What you will discuss about? Upcoming movie? Upcoming that Instagram viral reel? Right? Some actor, some actress, that only we will talk. If you are a cricket fan, then you can talk about cricket. None of them is going to give you food. None of them is going to pay you a single rupee. At least talk with a person who is giving you some knowledge. It can be anyone. It can be your mentor. It can be your brother, sister who are already working. Ask them how you got this. This is how I learned the things. I am not self-made person. There are lots of people behind my success. Yes, there are lots of people. I met an Australian professor when I was in Dubai. So, he told me one thing, that it's not you who is trying to build yourself. There are lots of people who are responsible for your success. For failure, you are only responsible. For your success, there are many responsible person. Let's say tomorrow you got a job. Academy will proudly flex you. They will post your holdings everywhere that this person got job. Even I will say in class that my student got job. And if you're not selected anywhere, what I will say, he was not studying properly. I will not take the responsibility of your failure. I will take the credit of your success. So think about it, guys. Think about it. And it's everywhere, not here only. If you got a job from like campus placement from Naresh IT or from external, they will put you on hoardings. Your posters will be here and there. They will proudly flex you that, oh, this X person is our student. And if you're nothing, you're still nothing. So talk to the persons who are giving you some values. Include them. How many of you have resume? Only 11 people. And I can guarantee that your resume will be either in MS Word or any in Canva or any other design tool. Right? Right? Simple thing. How many of you have resume something external? No, I have resume from that particular editing. In companies, we are using ATS, application tracking software. When I was working with Z, you know Z? If you are getting late, you can drop the class. I will just take more 5 minutes. You know what about Z? It is a group of channels, right? There are lots of TV channels using Z. So I was the team leader there in the development team. So I used to take interviews also as technical interviews. And I was seeing people coming with very, very dumb resume. 1,000 people apply for one job. Are we really checking 1,000 resume with our eyes? There is a software. All the resumes are uploaded to that left swipe, like Tinder. Nothing is there. And you are rejected. Then you will wait for some rejection mail or some confirmation mail. You will not get it. You will not get it. We were hiring for a developer position, and out of that, around 12,000 people applied. Only 120 got selected. And what I noticed that their resumes were good. If you are creating your resume in Canva, MS Word, or any AI tool, 99.99% your resume will be rejected. And we don't even know how to get good resumes. Do we know? No. And we are not even trying to do it. That's the problem. Not knowing something is not a big deal. Let's say I don't know Telugu. So it's a problem for me? No, I'm earning good. Why should it be a problem for me? I don't even know a single word in Telugu. I know, but generally I say this, that I don't know Telugu. It's not necessary for me to know Telugu. Right? But if my job requires Telugu and I'm not learning Telugu, then it's a problem. Your job requires your skills. You cannot develop something. Then someone is not going to select you. You are going to be rejected. How many components are involved in object-oriented programming? These are objects, class, inheritance, abstractions, polymorphism, and encapsulation. Now we have discussed about objects. What are objects? So objects are the real world entities. Anything that is existing in real world, either physically or virtually, right? Either physically or virtually. When I'm saying virtually, let's say trainings. Trainings is a word which is something as virtual, but it has some properties. So anything that is existing in real world and that has some properties or values, that is object. Phone. Now what is the exact work of npm? So there will be lots of package, right? Even Angular is a package, so we can download all these packages using npm, right? We can download this package using npm. Okay, we can download this package using npm. Now from where this package will come, so let me show you that also. Let's say here all the packages are installed. So here I will say package collection. This is a package collection, like numpy in Python. Yes, like numpy in Python. There also you use, right? What do you use there? Let's say you are writing import numpy, import OpenCV, import pandas, import flask, but it is inbuilt of Python. So for JavaScript and TypeScript, it is npm. Okay. If you want to install a new package in Python, how you will download it and install it? There also use npm, I think. No, but we can use npm there also. Once you will be working with backend things, you will use that. Okay. So now let's say this is a package collection and this is a user. Now let's talk about a particular package. Let's say numpy. What I'm saying is there is a package here, numpy, and I want to use this package. I want to use this package. So who should take that package to me? So there is a npm in between. Node package manager. Node package manager. So this node package manager will send request to the collection. It will give it to npm, and npm will give it to user. It's very simple thing. There is a substitute of npm that is called yarn. Substitute of npm means if you don't want to use npm, so yarn. Yarn is the alternative of npm. Means if you don't want to use npm, yarn is there. Same work both will do. Yarn stands for yet another resource, yet another resource negotiator. Okay, yet another resource negotiator. So these things are like just two headings. I just told it. In the step 4, what we need to do is we need to install TypeScript. What we need to do? TypeScript. Now what I will do, I will make use of my npm to install TypeScript. So go to command prompt and type npm install -g TypeScript. Simple thing, you can easily type npm install TypeScript. You can type like this also. You are commanding your npm to install TypeScript. But if I'm writing -g, it means globally. Globally means in any folder you can use TypeScript in your system. Okay, this means that. So go to command prompt, and here I will say npm install -g TypeScript. Okay. So once you are doing it, it will take some time, and we can't use here pip install. It's not Python. So what I'm doing here is added one package in 2 seconds. When I typed this thing npm install -g TypeScript, it is saying that added one package in 2 seconds. Means it has added the package of TypeScript now. Understood clearly? So this is what you will get after that. Now your TypeScript is installed. These are the installation process of TypeScript. Very simple. Understood or any doubt? No doubts? Okay. Now what we are going to do is, let's go to your desktop or any other folder. I will create a new folder here as TypeScript. Means we will use this particular folder for our development. Now go to VS Code and open that folder. So open folder, I'll open the same folder. TypeScript is open now. Done? Any issue till now? Okay. Now what I will do is I will create a file here. So I will create index.ts. Generally, JavaScript file have an extension as .js. TypeScript file will have an extension for .ts. Simple thing, index.ts. Now what I will do is, simple thing here I will write as console.log hello world. Console.log hello world. Now if you want to run this, how you will run this particular part? Open the terminal, go to new terminal, and here you just write tsc and your file name index.ts. So once you are doing it, it will create a file that will be equivalent JavaScript file. Means your TypeScript will convert to JavaScript. Now if I want to check the output, so here you just type node index.ts js, node index.js, and it is returning the output. So how was the flow of this program? At first our TypeScript file converted to JavaScript, and then we run the JavaScript using node, and that's what I have written in the node's definition, that it is the runtime environment of JavaScript. So node will help you to run JavaScript. So now you should understand two things, that TypeScript alone cannot do anything. At the last it will be converted to JavaScript only. Okay, it will convert to JavaScript only. You can directly run the TypeScript file also, but it's not a good practice. Understood now? Installation step, opening it in a folder. Sure? Any doubt? Any confusion in anything? This is how you will use and run the files. Okay. Now let's try to write something. What I will do is, in my TS file, I will write let, or you can write const num1 equals to 5, const num2 equals to 10. This is an example I'm showing. At last I will come to inheritance only. So let's say I'm saying let sum equals to num1 plus num2, and at last I will say console create an TS file and explain console.log sum. Now if you check the JS file don't have the things. So first you have to save this file and open the terminal, or terminal can be opened at one time only. You can use it multiple times. So now what I will do is I will simply say tsc index.ts. ts means I am running my TypeScript file using tsc. So what it will do, it will be converting it to JS file. So now you can check in JS file everything is coming, and if I'm running the JS file it should print 15. So I will say node index.js. So it is, at first it is printing hello world and it is printing 15 also. But in TypeScript what is happening is we are getting errors, because generally it's a scope problem and we are not declaring the types, but code is working fine. So let me do it again if you are running into any issue. So in the folder, wherever you have created your folder, just create a TypeScript file by any name. It's not like that. Let's say I will create script.ts. The extension should be ts.ts because it's a TypeScript file. Once the file is created, you can write your code inside there. So let's say I will write console.log. This is my TypeScript file. Okay. Now if you want to run this file, there are two methods. First method is to convert it to JavaScript and then run JavaScript. Second method is directly run it using node, but that is not a good practice, because eventually in the project also at first your TypeScript will convert to JavaScript only. So nothing, you can open a terminal. Okay, you can open a terminal. So now here is your terminal in the TypeScript folder. Where is your terminal running? Your terminal is running in C users NIT desktop and TypeScript, means in my folder only. Here the first step is tsc means TypeScript and pass your file name. So file name is script.ts. So it will create its equivalent JavaScript file. Now what you need to do, node script.js. So it will run your JavaScript. So it is printing. This is my TypeScript file, and that's how you done it. Okay, understood clearly? So let me. Installation steps are clear, or is there any issue in installation step? See me now only. Is it clear? Okay. I will upload these installation steps on the Google Classroom. You can access it. Now let's talk about inheritance. So in inheritance, what exactly is inheritance? Taking the parents' properties. That is what inheritance is. So let's say this is the script dot. I will make changes to my TypeScript file. So I will say something like this, that there is a class of parent. Can you show how to change directory? There is no need to change the directory as well, but if you want to change the directory, now this is what you are running here. You are inside the TypeScript folder. You want to go to desktop. Just type here cd, means change directory, and type wherever you want to go. So now, okay, there's some spelling problem. So just type cd dot dot. By cd dot dot, you will come to a previous directory. And if you want to go to TypeScript, means a forward directory, just type cd TypeScript now. Or you can provide the entire path. So now you are inside the, we use cd for that, cd and then the folder name. Now there is a class of parent, and it is a class, so functions will not be there, means brackets, curly brackets will be there. Now they are class of parents, and I will say that parents have surname, right? So generally what we do is we take our surname from our parents only. Let's say if I am saying that my surname is Kumar, so I'm getting it from my file, just print my surname, console.log, and console.log I will print here surname, or this dot surname I will print. Okay, so now let's try to run this particular part. For that, what I will do is, at first tsc script.ts, and then once you got the your code in JavaScript file, so we didn't got it. Okay, we didn't get it, so you can delete this file. Okay, now this is what we are getting. Delete it, hold on. Don't make any manual change to the JavaScript file. So again, I will say tsc script.ts, and now this is what we are getting in JS file. Now see, this is the code that I have written in my TypeScript file, but this is the code that I am getting into the JavaScript file. Okay, so now let's try to run JavaScript. So for that, I will say node, say now script.js, and it is not printing anything. Why it is not printing anything? Because here I'm printing this dot surname. Then why it is not printing? Because we are not creating the object of class, right? And then we are not executing the Shivam function. So what I will do, let's try to create a let object equals to new child, and then I will execute object dot Shivam. Then I will execute object dot Shivam. Now same thing again, tsc script.js, and then node script.js, and now it is printing Kumar. Now what I want to do is, let's say why we are getting error here, duplicate identifier parent. Okay, not an issue. Now if I'm removing the surname from parents, but we wrote print statement, then why it didn't print? This is a class now. So directly this is particular print statement is a function that is inside the class. Class are generally not runnable. You have to create an object of them. Now what I want is, if I'm removing the surname from parents, and now this child is getting the error in surname. Why it is getting the error? Now you can check the error. Error is saying that property surname does not exist on type child. That in child there is no property as surname, because parent don't have any surname, right? Parent don't have any surname. That's why we are also not able to have a surname. Now let's say give it to parent. Now parents are giving me the surname, but my profession will be from me only, right? Whatever you want to do in your life, that should be from you. So for that, if I'm saying like this, that this child class will be having the profession, and that will be generally in string. Profession will be a string. So here, if I'm saying that profession equals to, let's say, software engineer. Okay, if I'm writing that this dot profession equals to software engineer. Now, if I'm printing the same thing, console.log this dot profession. Why we need to include the this keyword here? Yes. Why we need to include the this thing here? for accessing, but we don't write these things in our functional components. If I want to run this particular program now, what I have to type? tsc script.ts, and after that node script.js, because our file is converted to please explain. So now it is printing Kumar and software development engineer. That's why we say like this, that these are extending the class. Extending means it will use properties from the parent class, but they will add their properties also. They will add their properties also. Okay, understood? Now why we are using this keyword? Why, if we want to write surname directly, if I'm writing like this, surname equals to Kumar, and it is an error. Now error is saying you that you are trying to set surname equals to Kumar, but what is this surname? What is this surname? Okay, not an issue. I want to show you something. Let's say profession, and inside function I'm saying that I will have age also, and age will be in number. Age will be in number. Okay, what will be age? Age will be a number. After that, if I'm trying to set age also, so let's say if I'm saying age equals to any age, let's say 12. If I'm saying like this, on age also we are getting the error, and what it is saying, age is not accessible. Now if you are casting it to this and you are saying this dot age equals to 12, then also there is an error. Now, even after writing this, we are having error, because error is saying you that property age does not exist on type child. Child don't have anything as age. You know why? Because if child is having, it should be before the function of Shivam, means here. Then you can write this. So generally, particular this keyword is representing to class. Is representing to class. Or I will give another example for this. Let's say you are roaming with your friend, means you are going with your friend. So generally your parents say you, then don't get involved in other activities like that. So they are actually trying to say that particularly if you are saying this keyword, this means you are giving the reference of class. You are giving the reference of class. Reference of class means if you are writing this, it means that this surname belongs to the child class. And particularly child is extending parent, so it will be in parent also. It can be in parent also. This means, this particular part, that this keyword will give the reference of class, that you are in the same class. If you are having any confusion, let me remove everything and see now. There is a class of parent, and the parent class will have something like, let's say, surname, or not surname this time, let's say property. But property will be a keyword. So let's write profession. And in profession, I will give string. So parents are having a profession, that will be string. We are into an error here. You can, no worry, because it is saying you duplicate, because same thing is available in JavaScript also. So it's not a big deal. Now parents are having a profession which will be in string. Generally, those who are businessmen, so 90% chances like their kids will be in the same business, right? Because business is already grown and settled up, so why they have to find a job? They will be in the same business. 90%. 10% are they want to do something on their own. Now let's say there is a child. There is a child. Now what this child will do? Child will extend the parents. Child will extends parent. Means whatever the class name is. Now understand here only the inheritance. This particular class of parent, they are having the profession as a string. Can I set the profession to parent only? Can I set the profession to parent only if I'm saying Google Classroom link? Guys, I want to make one thing very clear. I can answer the questions that are related to Angular, TypeScript, or the classes. I am not responsible for and something like Google Classroom. For that, you have to talk to IT admins and your admins particularly. I can't answer anything for that. What is the link? What is the code for that? Nothing. You just have to talk to your admins for that. Now, let's say you are trying to give a profession to the parent. So I will say something like this, that this dot profession equals to, now if you are giving here businessman, why you are not able to set the same profession to the class? You are using this keyword. And if you are writing like this, that profession is businessman, profession is businessman. Now we were saying that this is a reference of class. Now where it went? So generally class will have the properties. What will have class? Properties. Their values you have to give to a function. Now let's say there is a prof function. There is a prof function. Inside this prof function, if I'm trying to set this dot profession is equals to businessman, or simple businessman. Now, what parent is having? Parents are having one property, and the property is as profession. And profession will be in string. And let's write here, there is a prof function which is saying that profession is businessman. Okay, now as this child is extend, if you are getting this error, so you remove everything from your JS file and save it here. Now error is removed. So error will be for that particular part, because same thing is available in JavaScript also, same name. Otherwise, there's no issue. as this class of child is extending the parent. Now extending the parent means, can I directly check the profession now? So let's say there is the function of something. Let's say there is a my fun. This is a function. You can keep any name, but it should not be a keyword. There is my fun, and what my fun will do, console.log, and it should print this dot profession. Now it should print businessman. It should print businessman because we are setting the profession to the class. Okay, let's check it. So once open the terminal, and once the terminal is open, just type tsc script.ts, and after that node is script.ts, and after that just write node script.js, because node is the runtime of it is not printing anything. For that we have to create the object. So as you want to use this class child, so I will say that let object is equals to new child, and then object dot my fun, that run my fun. Again, let me open terminal, tsc script dot ts, and then node script dot js. Now it is saying that undefined. It means that this particular part is not able to run our this particular thing. Means it is when it is trying to print console.log this dot profession. So it should print businessman, but it's not printing the businessman. Why? Why it is not printing the businessman? It should print. For that, what I will do is I will say to the child that this dot profession, or not here, let's do it inside function. So if you are saying that this dot profession is equals to teacher, this dot profession teacher. Now let's do the same thing again. First convert it to JavaScript. So tsc script.ts, and then node script.js. And now it is printing the teacher. Now what does this particular thing means? This particular thing means that you can actually take the properties only from your parents. You cannot take their values also, right? Properties means if your father's surname is Reddy, you will get it by default. But let's say if your father is a very kind person, it doesn't mean you will also a kind person. You can be cruel also, right? Let's say if your father does not drink, it doesn't mean that you will also not drink. You can drink. So generally, we will take the properties, not their values. For values, we have to create our own. Now, if I'm saying to the child that your profession is going to be businessman, then it will say that yes, it is a businessman thing now. Check it. So yes, tsc script.ts, and after that node script.js. Businessman. Understood? Understood or not? Sure? Okay, very good. So this is a simple thing that you can do. Now what we will do is we'll try to create a different function that you will be using. And I will upload the source code also today so that you can take help. So you can remove. Okay. But if let's say I am not setting this businessman to the child, and what I will do here is I will say that, hold on. In this particular class, if I'm creating an object of parent, what I will do, I will create an object of parent. So I will say that let p equals to new parent, let p equals to new parent created inside a function. And then after that, let's execute p dot prof. Now, whose function is prof? Parent. Prof is a function of parents. And now it will print the same thing. So let's say tsc script.ts, and then you can type node script.js. We are not calling it. Hold on. Object new child my fun, and then print it console.log p.prof. tsc script.ts, and then node script.js. You can directly say it. Now it is printing something, but it is saying that it is undefined. Why it is undefined? Because check the prof function. Prof function is setting the value of this dot profession, but this is not printing this value. So if you are saying console.log, and then you are printing this dot profession, then it will print the value. What it will do? It will print the value. So let's say again you are running tsc script.ts, and then node script.js, and it is printing businessman. Now if you want to take the values of parents, properties you will get by default if you are extending them. But if you want to take their values also, so you have to create their object. So basically, if you are want to take the values of your parents, you have to follow whatever they are saying to you. So you have to create their objects. You will not understand this thing. So let's create a new file. So I will create a file here as shape. Okay, I will create a file as shape.ts. Understood? You can leave these two files, shape.ts. Now there will be a class of shape. I'll explain once again code. For look here now. So there is a class of shape. The shape will be something like this. Let me hold on this first. So generally, if you're talking about any shape, what it does have, it will be having length, breadth, something like this. It will be having. Let's say this is a shape, this is a shape. So like these all are shape. So shape will have x, which will be a number, and y, which will be a number. Generally, length, breadth, or xy. If you are focusing here, let's say length, which will be a number. Length will be a number, and breadth will be a number. So generally, shape is a category now. Shape is a category. Shape is a category or not? If you are writing rectangle, square, circles, all these are shape only, and they shape is a category. It has multiple childs. Now let's say its one child will be a rectangle also. So there is a class of rectangle which is extending the shape. Now you will understand it. So there is a class of rectangle which is extending the shape. Understood? Now this is having two properties, length and breadth. Now let's say I want to calculate the area of rectangle. So create the area function. Inside this area function, I have to set the length and breadth first. So let's say I will say this dot length equals to 12. Then I will say this dot b equals to 15. And what is the formula of area of rectangle? Length into breadth. So I will say length multiply by breadth. So here also you have to write this dot length and this dot breadth. Okay, this is how you have to write this dot length, this dot breadth. Okay, simple program. There is a shape class which will be having length and breadth, both will be in number, and there is a child of rectangle which is extending the shape, giving the value for length and breadth, and trying to check the area. So now once you are running this file, same way. Now we have to write it like this. How we have to write same thing, tsc shape.ts, shape.ts, and after that it will create the JS file. So you have to say node shape.js, and it should print the area. It's not printing. Reason you already know. What is the reason? We are just creating the class. We are not trying to use it. So how to use the class? So let object equals to new rectangle, and inside this object dot area, object dot area. Same thing. Just do it again. So it is going to be tsc shape dot ts, and after that just write node shape.js. So 180, yes, if you are multiplying 12 by 15, you will get 180 only. That's how you do it. Now, what is the benefit of using these kind of inheritance? So benefit is, let's say you have a square class. There is a class of square which will extend the same class shape, which will extend the same class shape, right? Which is extending the same class as shape. Class and file name it should have same. Not like that. You can create it different also. I'm just using the same thing. See here, my file name was script, but my class name was parent. It's not like that. In Java, it's a problem that if your file name is child, your main class name should be child, but not here. Okay, not like that. You can create any. So now there is a class of square which is extending shape. Now it will also have the area function. It will also have the area function. So in area function, what I will say that this dot length equals to 10, and it is a square, so both things will be equal. Length and breadth are equal in square, and then it is printing console.log length cross breadth. So we have to cast them to this. So I will say this dot length, and here I will say this dot breadth, and this is object of rectangle. So and it is printing the area of rectangle. After that, what I will do? Let's create a command creating the object of square class. So I will say that let sqr obj. Understand what I'm saying? Square object for naming convention equals to new square. New square. After that, square object dot area. Now there are two same function area, but this object is from rectangle object. So here I will say rectangle object, and this is rectangle object. Okay, understood now? This is the rectangles area and this is the squares area. Now let's write it. So if I'm saying tsc shape dot ts, and then node shape.js 180 and 100. And that's what we are getting the right answer. Now there is a benefit. We have told it only one time that there will be a length which will be in number, there will be a breadth which will be in number, and we are using it at two different locations. If you have any other figure, let's say parallelogram you are having, rhombus you are having, so that's what we can do. Instead of telling it multiple times, that length is number, breadth is number, we are telling it only one time and we are using it multiple times. Understood now? And that is what the extending is. So generally, this rectangle class and square class, they are extending the shape property. Let's say if we values to shape also, length and breadth can be accessed in rectangle and square also. Yes. If you are giving values here, if you are giving values to shape that you can access inside rectangle and square, for that you have to create the object of parent. If you want to access anything of related to class, you have to create an object of it, because object is the real world entity. Classes are just a collection of objects. Okay. Now what I'm going to do is, let's assign this particular thing the h also. H means height. So I am assigning one thing extra, that is height will be in number. Now let's create a third class. So I will say that class of let's say parallelogram. There is a class of parallelogram, or generally for parallelogram you can write this is parallelogram. You can keep this one, or if you are having any particular doubt, so simple you can write. So there's a class of parallelogram which will extends shape. This is also extending the shape. Now what you need to do is just simply say create the area function here also. Mobile and their child have same properties as parents. Yes, Mansi. So there's a area function for parallelogram also. Okay, there is a area function, or not area. Let's create area only, then we will do it. So in area, now parallelogram does not have length and breadth to calculate the area. It has length and height. Parallelogram has two things to calculate area: length and height. So generally, let me give you an example. If you know mathematics, then you can easily understand it. So generally, this is a parallelogram which is slightly. So this is your parallelogram. So for calculating its area, we don't use length and breadth. So generally, this is length and this is breadth, but we don't use it. What we use is length and height. So this is its height. This one. So we use length multiply by height. So what we use, length and height. So let's write it. So here I will set this dot length is equals to any part 11.5. Point also you can assign. You can say this dot height is equals to 12. Now console.log length multiply by height, and generally you have to assign the values to this dot length and this dot height, this dot length and this dot height. Understood or not? Sure. Okay, this dot length and this dot height, and we have to create the object of this class. So let's say I will say creating the object of parallelogram class. So simple thing, let p object p hyphen p underscore object equals to new parallelogram, and after that you can execute the function p object dot area. Okay, now we have written area 3 times, but it doesn't matter because we are using them using the object, so it will go to the class only where it is stored. Now once you are running it, so let's try to run it same way you can use. So what I will do is tsc shape dot ts, and if you are writing node shape.js 180 100, it is not printing for parallelogram. It should print the area of parallelogram also. 180 means it is the rectangle's area, 100 means it is the square's area. So what's the problem here? The problem is we have not saved the file. You can check the dot was coming there, dot means modified, means it is not saved yet. So let's check shape.ts, and now we are getting the area for all the three. So 180 100 and 138, and that's the right answer. Understood now how inheritance is actually working? This is when childs are giving values. We will see that parents will be giving values also. Now what we have done, we have said it only one time, that length will be in number, breadth will be in number, and height will be in number, and you can use these properties by extending them. Okay, simply by extending them you can use it. Understood? Sure. Is there any doubt? If there is any doubt, you can ask me. I have done nothing. I have just did a little change by keeping all the files in a folder because I have to upload that. That's it. Understood now? Are you sure? Okay. Completely understood this particular part. Why we are write new? Can you simply write parallelogram? First code little bit confused. No need to confusion. Let me open that part. So if you are writing shape dot dot ts, so in this, what is the need of confusion? There is a parent, and parent is having one property. You are getting confusion. Let me remove it. So parent are just saying that there is a property with parent that is called profession, and for profession we are saying that they will be in string. After that, there is a child which is extending the parent, and child is opening a function that is called myfun. In myfun, let me set the values. So here in myfun, this child is saying that this dot profession is equals to teacher. And after that, once you are printing it, console.log this dot profession, and then you can execute it. It's also same. Today you just see how childs can give the values. Tomorrow I will discuss that how parents can pass the values to child. As of now, parents are only passing the properties, profession, length, but these all are properties, but not the values. Let's say 10, 20, 30, teacher, doctor, businessman. Tomorrow we will discuss about it. No need of confusion. Why we are write new? Can you simply write parallelogram? So if you know JavaScript, what is the use of new keyword? If I'm writing something like this, that let object equals to child, it is going to be error. We have to use the new keyword. But why? What do you mean by new keyword? Why we write new keyword? It is a feature of ES6. Okay, we'll discuss about it. Once you are coming to other properties, you will understand this new also. If we give value to shape also, yes. You have any question? Yes. Do you have any questions, guys? If you have any questions, just let me know. In JavaScript, OOP concept is also there. Yes, no, OOP concept are also there. Hold on, guys. I'll upload the installation step. If you have any questions, just let me know, but don't talk. Okay, I still didn't got the this Google Classroom access. So once I'll talk to them. After I got, I'll upload. Okay. Do you have any questions, guys? If you have any questions, just let me know. Any problem in the code, any problem in particular topic? Understood inheritance completely? Yes. Understood it completely? No questions, guys? No questions? No? TS is extension of JavaScript. Is it a question or answer you are giving, Manu? TS is the superset of JavaScript, which generally add the type safety to JavaScript. Okay? So TypeScript is the superset of JavaScript, which generally adds the types to JavaScript. Because generally we don't write these things in JavaScript. What we write is profession will be string. Let me show you the same code in JavaScript also. So what I will do is I'll show you the same code in JavaScript. So here, if you are running, this code is working fine in TypeScript, but here it will produce lots of errors. So it is saying that we don't know anything. So profession is a string. Don't write like this. It should be a let profession. and child action parents and try to run it now. Again, this profession is error because here you have to use constructor and all. So in tomorrow's class, we are going to discuss about three things and then we will discuss about other oops concept. First is constructor. What is constructor? This keyword, we already discussed about this keyword, but we'll write notes also. And new keyword. If you got a question that what is the use of new keyword, so we will discuss about these things. Okay, tomorrow is Sunday. Very good. Tomorrow, generally, when we are saying tomorrow, we means the next class. If you want, I can take class tomorrow also. It's not a big deal. Yes. And if I insisted that the tomorrow is class, then tomorrow will be class. Doesn't matter if the Sunday is there or not. JavaScript is also used in server side. There also TypeScript used. Actually, and if you are still having this confusion that TypeScript is used in server side or not, so what I have shown you today, JavaScript, this particular TypeScript is converting to JavaScript only, right? Whenever you are writing TypeScript, it is, yes, come here, second last, yeah, come, no, that last person, come first, come first, come here. So even though your TypeScript is converting to JavaScript only, so technically your JavaScript is running. There's nothing to do with the particular, but TypeScript is the superset of JavaScript, which is adding the type safety. Because generally there's nothing, if let's say, if you're writing something like this in JavaScript, so let's say there is a function, my fun, and if you're writing, so it will be very simple. Let's say you're printing, or let's say this particular function is having let name. But in TypeScript, it will be like name, which will be in string. In TypeScript, it will be like this. Okay? Understood? That's the difference. Generally, because user is mad, user don't know anything. And 99% possibilities your end user will be a person who don't know coding. So I have shown you also that age. Age can be written in string also. Let's say if some particular person's age is 20. So he can write 20 in this way and 20 in this way also. Both are correct. For user can enter anything because both are correct. But for us, we have to change everything. If you are working with any database, you know the things. Have you worked on any database? No. So in Python, I think you will work with MongoDB or PyMongo. PyMongo, right? MongoDB only, that is with Python. So there you will create rows and columns and you will store your data. There we actually define the data type. Let's say you are saying that age should be accepted as integer value, but user is typing a string value. So this is the common problem. And I will show you the syllabus that what we are discussing and how much is left in Angular now in this TypeScript to start with Angular. So hopefully in the next week, we will be starting our particular Angular, let me tell you. Because as of now also Angular is not started, TypeScript is going on. So we are here, classes, class properties, so constructor, and these we will discuss. Inheritance we discussed. After that, namespace is there, generics, decorators, and these four things are there. So you can check 4 classes. That's it. 4 to maximum 5. So second week is going on to. Okay, and that's what we are doing. After that, we will discuss about Angular. These things are very simple. That how to add a configuration file, how to debug the TypeScript, and generics and decorator are the important topics. So we will discuss about that, and that's it. And then we will start our Angular. Okay, understood? Any questions from your side? We work with MySQL. Arshad, if you are working with MySQL, so you know how to create tables there, and in tables we write the data type also. Let's say ID, int, name is varchar. So please send me this syllabus. Syllabus will be uploaded to Google Classroom. You can check it from there. Okay, understood?